I'd like to call to order the special council presentation ceremony at 5:08. The first presentation is a presentation of Fair Housing Month proclamation by myself. Invite Carlos to come up front here. I'll turn it over to Carlos to talk a little bit about Fair Housing Month, and then I'll read the proclamation.
And basically the purpose of the proclamation is to bring awareness to fair housing and the rights, whether you're a tenant or whether you're a landlord, to your rights to fair housing against discrimination, sex, religion, anything. We've got a handout with some information out there. We have some goodies that you can take with you. You can also visit our website for additional information, or you can contact the finance department.
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, I think I've had the honor of doing this most years, even before I became mayor. It seemed like even as vice mayor, I was always given the opportunity. So I will read the proclamation. It says, whereas April 11, 2019 marks the 51st anniversary of the passage of the U.S. Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, as amended, which enunciates a national policy of fair housing without regard to race, color, creed, national origin, sex, familial status, and handicap, and encourages fair housing opportunities for all citizens. And whereas the U.S. Fair Housing Law is consistent with the principle of equality and justice for all, and whereas the City of Homestead, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, concerned citizens and the housing industry are working together to realize the dream of fair and affordable housing for all residents, and whereas the City of Homestead is committed to highlight the Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, by continuing to address discrimination in our community, to support programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and to plan partnership efforts with the other organizations to help assure every American of their right to fair housing. Now therefore, I, Stephen Shelley, the mayor of the City of Homestead, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2019 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Homestead. Now we'll do the picture time. I'll now turn it over to Councilman Roth for the presentation of Autism Proclamation to the Cairo family.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we give our proclamation, Danielle Cairo is going to give a small presentation, or a quick presentation about autism awareness.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about autism. Autism is a neurologic, lifetime condition. It's not a disease. It is a lifetime condition. It's kind of clear. Autism. It is the autism spectrum is a range spectrum who comes from. It starts from severe autism and high functional autism. Usually, the kids are diagnosed with autism when they're 2 and 3 years old. Okay. Over the next decade, 500,000 youth gonna go from the adult life with autism, and most of them gonna lose service. Okay, autism in Florida. 31,133 kids with autism in Florida. 1,184 kids with autism in the city of Homestead alone. Inclusion. Together we learn better. Inclusive community benefit all the children. The inclusion not only benefited the kids with autism or any disability, but also benefited the typical kids. This is a class in Airbase, our hometown school, Airbase K-20 Center. It is an inclusion class. It's a second grade class. This was this week. It was an honor roll ceremony. And in this class, most of the kids who perform higher, those are kids on the spectrum. Okay, this is Lucas Cairo, that's my son. He's 8 years old with autism. He was diagnosed when he was 4. Lucas studying airbase. He's an honor roll student. He got citizenship award. Lucas speaks 4 languages, so the sky is the limit with kids with autism when we give them the tools to succeed. And this is people's first language. The disability comes before the person. The disability is not the person. So we never talk about a kid with autism. We don't call autistic kids. They are not autistic kids. They are kids with autism. The individual always comes first. We don't talk handicap. We talk a kid, a person in a wheelchair, a person with disability. And this is universal design. The universal design, it is a design that is made for everybody. It's great when you can accommodate, but it's even better if you don't need to accommodate, because our streets, our school, our community is made for everybody. One example of universal design is the ramps. The ramps, people with wheelchair gonna use the ramps, but also moms with the stroller. So it's a great example with universal design. So that's finished my presentation, and thank you for having me here. And thank you for being inclusive with my accent.
So I guess as you can see, autism is affecting about 1,100 kids just in the city of Homestead, and I can't imagine how people who walk around and don't recognize the signs of a child or someone who suffers from autism, reacts to people like that. And you did mention to me before that UM and Nova Southeastern University offers training courses to churches, to schools, to law enforcement. And when you mentioned law enforcement, I thought that was pretty interesting because, when a law enforcement officer is approaching a call, they don't necessarily know that that person may be suffering from autism and may see something else as maybe they're on drugs, maybe they're, whatever is going on with them. And it would be an awesome opportunity for you guys to come down and talk to our police department and possibly hook up with Colonel. And I don't know if you guys have training with identifying those types of things with kids with autism, but I think that would be a great opportunity for our department. As much as our department cares about our community and our citizens, giving them more training and more weapons to help out there is always key. So anyways, I'll read the proclamation. You're gonna hold this? They get heavy. I learned that Saturday. They get very heavy. Whereas autism affects an estimated 1 in 59 children, 1 in 37 boys, 1 in 151 girls. It is a complex disorder that affects each person differently, resulting in unique strengths and challenges. And whereas autism can cause challenges with verbal and nonverbal communication, social interaction, and repetitive behaviors, and can affect anyone regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic background, and whereas autism is often accompanied by medical conditions that impact quality of life, and whereas a comprehensive collaborative approach will help to advance research, providing a better understanding of the many forms of autism while strengthening advocacy efforts and ensuring access to services and resources throughout the lifespan. And whereas early diagnosis and intervention tailored to individual needs can have lifelong benefits, easing the transition to adulthood and fostering greater independence. And whereas each person and family affected by autism should have access to reliable information, support, and opportunities to live up to their greatest potential. And whereas the City of Homestead is honored to take part in the annual observance of World Autism Month to address the diverse needs of individuals and families affected by autism. Now, therefore, Stephen R. Shelley, the Mayor of the City of Homestead, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Autism Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month. Thank you. You're welcome. Some pictures, I guess.
That concludes the special council presentation ceremony portion of our agenda today. We'll take a recess and reconvene at 6 o'clock for the start of the regular city council meeting. I'd like to call the Wednesday, April 17th, 2019 council meeting to order at 6:03 p.m. This evening, we will have the invocation by Pastor Kenneth Greathouse, pastor of Pentecostal of Homestead Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilwoman Bailey and Homestead Police Explorers. Would you please stand?
We can all bow our heads. Lord, we thank you for this night, a privilege to come before you. Anytime that we have the honor to beseech your throne of grace, it's always considered a privilege, so we want to thank you, first of all, for that. We want to thank you that your word says that you're a mighty God, Counselor, Prince of Peace. We thank you for all the things that you are, but most of all, we want to thank you tonight that you are a living Savior, that has given us this privilege and opportunity to be here and stand before you. We ask for your guidance. We ask for your blessings. We ask for every bit of business that is taken care of in this chamber council tonight, that you will be with us and that you will give us the guidance that you need to give us. We ask for your blessings on each and every person. We ask for your blessings upon this council tonight. And we give you the praise for everything that happens in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Police Explorers aren't here, so we can all use the flag behind us. Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross. Here. Councilman Maldonado. Here. Councilwoman Bailey. Here. Councilman Guzman. Here. Councilwoman Faircloth. Vice Mayor Burgess. Here. Mayor Shelley.
Here. Additions, deletions, and deferrals.
No, but if I could ask to have two items moved around in order. The applicant for tab 7, their attorney is apparently having some car trouble, a blowout, and they've requested that that be moved to the end of the quasi-judicial stage. And if we could also move tab 18 to between the consent agenda and the quasi-judicial, if we can move that up, that would help expedite some things.
All right. Any
I'm sorry, 17.
tab 17. Any objections from my colleagues? Seeing none, then we'll go ahead and move those to those locations. The consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Move it. Do I have any questions? Second it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes carry. Tab 17.
Did we need to make a motion to remove tab 7, or it's okay with him saying that?
Huh?
Do we need to make a motion to remove tab 7?
No, we already did. We already took care of it.
Yes, tab 17 is a second reading of the ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 2 administration, Division 2 procedure for zoning amendments, special exception permits, planning, development, submittals, and variances. Section 30-42 variances by modifying the scope and applicability of code provisions available for variance applications, providing for inclusion in the code, severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Staff report.
Yes, sir. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 30, the zoning chapter, Article 2, the administration, Division 2, the procedure for zoning amendments, special exception, plan unit developments, et cetera. Periodically, we attempt to amend the Code of Ordinances in order to update the regulations and the procedures to further the goals and objectives of the community. The proposed amendment modifies the scope and the applicability of the city code provisions available for variances by amending the zoning chapter in Article 2, and we're recommending approval. Effectively, what this does is it enables us to be able to treat the public streets like the private streets and make sure that they're consistent, and gives us a little bit more flexibility when dealing with private applicants like we're doing now. So we're recommending approval.
Okay. Any questions from our colleagues? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Open it to the public. Any questions or comments on this item from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Move. Do I have a second? Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Quasi-judicial. James.
Yes, moving on to your quasi-judicial items this evening, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda. Mayor, I'll just preface this by stating that there have been a number of emails that have been sent to you all on the agenda items dealing with the proposed new residential subdivision. The majority of those are in your in the agenda packet. There were a few that may have come in after the posting of the agenda, which you all have. So you all don't need to disclose all of those. I've just done it for you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had a meeting with the representative on all the NOPC, DRI tab numbers, all of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I've also had contact with the applicant for those related to the Keys Gate, NOPC, DRI, site plan, et cetera, and some discussions about same. Councilman Roth.
Same for me, all the items that are up for discussion tonight that relate to the NOPC and the site plan and the zoning stuff.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bailey.
Also, the same, please.
Councilman Guzman.
The same for me as well.
And Councilman Maldonado as well.
So hearing no further ex parte communications, at this time I'll ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify in any quasi-judicial item. So anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on any of the following quasi-judicial items this evening, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
And repeat after me. I. Please state your name. Hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Moving on to tab 8, just the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the development order for the Village of Homestead Development of Regional Impact, providing for severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Staff report.
Yes, sir. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the ordinance which amends the Villages of Homestead DRI to redistribute the residential, commercial, and mixed-use density and acreage within the Homestead DRI. The applicant is requesting the approval of a notice of proposed change to the Villages of Homestead DRI. It on a property that's approximately 85 acres, consisting of 4 parcels located west of Kingman, between South Canal Drive and Paul Drive. They're seeking to redistribute the residential, commercial, and mixed-use acreage within the density. The redistribution increases the overall number of dwelling units in 2 of the sections, that's 10 and 11, by adding 134 units from various other sections, 4 of them, 1, 5, 12, and 13. The total number of residential dwelling units within the DRI, however, remain the same. at 9,860. It also decreases the square footage of the commercial and mixed use. And notice proposed change means there's really there's no significant substantial deviation from what the DRI started with, and therefore we're recommending approval of this.
Questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Burgess.
Thank you. To staff.
Yes, sir.
I understand that there's no great difference in the amount of units being put out there.
Yes, sir.
But what I don't understand when we come to the traffic, in a study that was done, I believe in 1975, if I remember correctly originally, and vested their rights for traffic at that time, correct?
Correct.
So here we are 44 years later.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that probably back in 1975 that there was 1.5 to 1.75 cars per home? And that maybe in today's world, when somebody calculates, they calculate around 3?
I would need to research it.
Okay. Well, I mean, reading what I did, those are some of the numbers that I came up with. So I don't understand, and I guess how they're allowed to stay vested on traffic counts. One, because of that I noted 44 years ago. But secondly, when they take homes, and now on this particular project, they're bringing an extra 134 homes into a small area, which then changes the whole pattern of what was vested to them back in 1975. So you've got intersections that are more congested, certain side streets that are more congested, and that. So what do we do as a city? Well, first of all, how do they do that? And I know that they've got to do a traffic study for the county. So if we could ask them to submit that to us and we independently look at that and see what their accounts say. For the plating process of the county, they have to give a traffic study. Perhaps they will share that with us, or we could ask the county for it.
The
And then
applicant-
we independently look at that and come up with any things, ideas, and suggestions that may help as we move forward.
There may be two issues going on. Number one, the applicant produced not a traffic study, but essentially a trip generation analysis as part of this application. They worked on that, the methodology with it through the county, not the city. And so we have an extensive methodology that we use when we use one, which is for places that are not exempt. The applicant can get up and explain what they did and how it worked out relative to the trips that it generated. And I believe they feel that ultimately generated, this iteration generated less trips than the previous iteration, the DRI, but I'll let them explain that since they had done that analysis. They also, I believe, need to submit a traffic analysis as part of the plating process, and I don't have access to that, but I'm not sure that is anything more, and we'll also let the applicant explain that, anything more than just an analysis of how the driveways would work on the site to get the traffic in and out of. Other than that, the thing that we go by is the statement in the code, and I believe it, I'll pull the chapter reference, but the DRI, I think it's 1.5, chapter 1.5 in our concurrency section, that the DRIs are exempt.
I understand that.
And-
But what
and-
do we do as a city to help the residents that are here and to help the residents that they're assuming are going to come down and buy their 770 units?
I can give you my opinion on how we may want to go forward to address your concerns, and that would be to look at traffic operations at driveways and nearby intersections to make sure that they flow as well as possible. We wouldn't be saying that you can't develop because you have
Right, they have
too
the
many
rights to
trips.
develop, but we
They-
need to protect ourselves as a city.
we could look at the intersection and say, hey, look, you've rearranged these things and the operations of the intersections, the operations of the driveways don't function as well as possible if we find that that's true. And then we can specify improvements that would make them function appropriately. So just as a hypothetical, you may see that an intersection fails, it may need new signal timing, it may need typically either right turn lanes or left turn lanes. Those types of things are the typical ways to make an intersection work better. They often start with the signals and then the physical improvements. Other improvements that could be requested if the roads are seeming to clog beyond an appropriate level of service would be median cuts, and then of acceleration and deceleration lanes in and out of driveways. So you'd take a little bit of land so that the cars could get out of the travel lanes before they got to a driveway, get into essentially a third lane, and then make the turn into the driveway instead of making a turn from a travel lane. Same with getting back in. Those may be improvements that would help improve general traffic flow in the area. But again, those would be operational and not used as part of a approval or denial process. We then have to come up with a way to figure out necessarily who pays for that, because my reading of this is that they are exempt. The infrastructure, in theory, through the legislation and through our code, is already in place so that they can put these units and this square footage in the area. And I would imagine we'd be up for a bit of a tussle with them to try to get them to pay extra. But those are things that we can do from the city's point of view to take a closer look at
And
these
so
things.
that brings me to my next point, because at our last meeting, a representative from Lenore offered us $200,000. What does a typical streetlight cost to install one at this time? Do you know, on a 4-lane highway?
I mean, generally, it could cost anywhere between $300,000 and $500,000.
Right, so that would, and do you think that somewhere along the line, this project would almost deem 2 stoplights somewhere along the corridors that it's gonna, that eventually are gonna be affected? And those would be at the south end of South Canal Drive, where the school is, where a 4-way stop is now, because they have an exit that comes out, so people are probably typically gonna use that way to go. And then probably over towards the Centergate Road, which crosses Kingman 152, where we already have to, we've mandated the school there to put an off-duty officer because those people are unable to get in and out, and now you're going to have another exit over there or 2 exits. I believe both sides come out over that way, both neighborhoods. So do you think that could possibly warrant a traffic light also?
I would, it's possible. I haven't done the analysis, so I don't know if it warrants a signal
But
or
between
not.
those two possibilities, we're looking at, with your numbers, between 600 and $1 million.
If you needed to, the other thing you have to think about is, did this
And-
development cause the problem, right? You have to understand if it's failing now, that's an issue. If this development gets to it and pushes it into failure, that's another thing, or if a subsequent development comes along and makes it fail. I believe the state rules and state laws have changed, and an applicant or developer needs to pay their fair share of the problem. So if an applicant comes in and adds 100 trips to an intersection, and then the intersection fails by, it's 2 trips, they're not responsible to replace the entire signal. Their fair share would be, effectively the way the state law looks at it, 2 trips or 2 trips out of whatever it did to push it over the failure. So that's not.
That's not a significant number.
Well, it's money, but it's not 100% of the cost of the signal. But you're right. A couple signals could cost, $600,000 to $1 million.
I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you. I just wanted to get
Thank you, Vice
some
Mayor.
traffic questions. Thank you.
Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up with what John was saying about the traffic signalization in those 2 areas, aside from the cost, does the city have any ability to say, and this is just an example, we will pay for these lights, but does the county still got to come in and do the studies? Or does the county got to give us permission to put those lights up?
Ultimately, the county's got to give you permission to put the lights up, but the county doesn't, you don't have to wait for the county to do the study. The technical, there's a thing called the signal warrant analysis, which there's X amount of points or criteria that need to be reached. You go out there and do the study. If you meet the criteria, the signal's approved. It's a pretty objective standard. So once you prove the signal is warranted, you can put it out there. Now, you can do it yourself if they approve it, pay for it, construct it. You have to work a joint agreement up with the county, or you can wait for them to do it, and that's a whole nother issue in itself.
And the experience that we've had with requesting traffic signalization in this city with the county, and maybe somebody else can answer this from staff, what has been the time frame and the process for that?
I'll defer to the Public Works Director.
We've asked for many warrant studies in the past from the county, and usually they take about 2 to 3 months in total to do the study. Like Joe Cordino was saying, it's really, if we want them to pay for it, then we have to, of course, wait for their study to be done, et cetera. And also, one thing, if we do the study, and we, let's say it comes out that it's not necessarily needed, but we go ahead and we say we want it there, we still have to enter into an interlocal agreement with the county for them to maintain that signal, because in their eyes, it would be a signal that's not necessary, and they would then incur the cost of having to maintain that signal for, for eternity, basically, because they're the ones that are responsible for running and maintaining those lights. It's just something to keep an eye on.
And then the time frame for that would be, if we decided we were going to do something like that with the developer's cooperation to put up traffic signalization, how long would it take us from start to finish with all the studies, with all these things, if it were agreed upon to get this done?
Well, it's a matter of how long it takes to do the design, obviously. Once we do the study and the study says that, yes, a signal is needed there, or even if we do the study but we decide just to go ahead and put a light there anyways, that's one process. Going through the county, it's about 2 to 3 months to do that. If after that then comes, of course, we would have to procure an engineering firm to do the design for the signalization. It would have to get approved by the county. They would be the ones that would review that set of documents to make sure that it meets their standards, because if they're the ones that are going to be maintaining it from there on, they want to make sure that it meets their standards. So that's a process. I would say probably the design of traffic signalization will probably take 3 to 4 months to do the design, plus another 2 months or so for permit. So you're talking a good, 6 to 12 months basically to get a traffic signal installed. And that's been in the past, that's been sort of like the history of it. It's taken about a year from the point that the county says, yes, you do need a signal there from the time to the time that it gets installed. It takes about a year.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Of course.
Hold on, let me finish the floor.
Okay, and the reason I asked for the timing question is because we are at the mercy of the county when it comes to some of this stuff. And a perfect example, and Julio, you and I have been working on this one specific light at the Oasis shopping center to get a turn signal added to the
Correct.
eastbound traffic. And it's been several months, and we still don't have a response from the county. So I just don't want it to be laid out there that, okay, everybody agrees to do certain things, but it won't get done right away. The intersection that Councilman Burgess had brought up, the four-way stop, I think you were talking about the one right there on South Canal
yeah.
and Farm Life, where the school is. I can't tell you how many accidents occur there on a monthly basis. I was at an event at the clubhouse one day, and there were 2 accidents within 2 hours there. So is there a study that has anybody initiated just for that specific intersection, regardless of what happens tonight with that, these projects, that specific intersection where you've got 2 lanes coming into it from the south, 2 lanes coming in from the north, everybody has to stop and look at each other to figure out who's going to go next, is an area that we really need to look at for public safety. So I'm going to yield for now and let others speak, but traffic is a major concern for me especially. I'm sure others have the same sentiment. For the folks that are going to be living on that South Canal Road that have to exit their communities, head east to Kingman and South Canal, try to cross Kingman, and then head north on Kingman to get either to the Turnpike or wherever else, grocery shopping, whatever they're going to do. We do need some help there and some relief. It may not be ultimately the responsibility of the developer, but we as a city have to think that if we're going to put this stuff there, we've got to come up with a plan that makes it more accessible for the people that are living in the area. And for that, I'll yield, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor Burgess for a follow-up.
Thank you. Yes, just to follow up on Councilman Ross' question is the timeframe. Mr. Brea and I worked on 137 and 328 out there, and it took us over 2 years to get that light installed. The Pacific Road or Pacific Drive and Boulevard, excuse me, and 152 was about 20 months from the start of our request until they got that light installed. And that was with us hounding them. Julio getting a call from me weekly and him calling them weekly and getting it through. Because what happens is they've got so many steps to their procurement, and then they go out to the engineering firm, and that takes another 6 months, and then they come back. Then they got to go find the funding and stuff. So it's a very long process. It's not an overnight fix, I can guarantee you that. So that's all I wanted to add on that, was the time frame that it had taken us on those two specific lights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other questions for staff? Seeing Councilwoman Bailey.
I just wanted to say one thing, that I agree completely with Vice Mayor. I think one of the biggest issues with this project is the traffic. But one of the things that's really mind-blowing is that there's still 2,400 units available to build out. So one of my questions to staff, because I'm still learning a lot of this, is instead of turning down a project, why aren't we looking at the DRI? So we keep hearing about these traffic studies. I think it would be a good idea to do something right now with the current population in that area and see what does that mean for these additional units that are available. I don't know if anybody has anything else to say on that, but I feel that that's the way we should handle it. We need to plan ahead and not deal with this when it comes before us. Thank you.
Joe or James, you want to try to?
Well, that's definitely a possibility. I think what you're suggesting is that we go out there and evaluate the level of service on the roads and the intersections now, get an accurate feel for what it is, and then project it into the future based on the development, that the remainder of the development coming true, and then figuring out where it would be and planning any corrections to it. It's doable, it just costs money.
I think there's a lot of examples we have very close to us of areas we don't want to turn into, and at the same time we do have to find a happy median here, that we don't get second-rate restaurants or stores, that we do have the population to support that, but at the same time that we can be proactive and do our best to relieve that traffic.
I guess as a follow-up or clarification, I think one of our questions too was, is there the ability to actually change the DRI or reduce the number of available units that can be built? And
My understanding is no. I believe, and that's more of a legal question than a planning question, but at least from our perspective, our code states that they are exempt. Now, I would ask maybe ask the attorneys, could we change our code and say they're no longer exempt, and how would that play at the state level? I mean, the state's effectively not doing any new DRIs, but that's kind of above my pay grade.
okay, that's why I just want to make sure you clarify, because I think that was your Councilwoman Bailey's question, and I don't think it got clearly answered. So, but I think you did. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Guzman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a question for staff. In regards to the traffic studies that have been done in the past with developments that have happened in the past, have those traffic studies that have met the criteria, have we had to add a traffic light after looking at that study, and then can we maybe go back to some of those traffic studies and analyze them to see if we will need a traffic light where Vice Mayor Burgess is requesting?
Well, so we're exempt, the development in DRI is exempt from the concurrency section of the code, so we don't typically do traffic analysis in the DRI because they're exempt. In other parts of the city, we have a pretty stringent code and a pretty rigorous methodology for the traffic impact analysis. And by the time a development gets to the city council, we've mitigated its traffic concerns by going back reviewing the traffic study, figuring out what the deficiencies are, kind of correcting them in our development review committee process, and then getting here. I don't recall the necessity of any signals in recent times, but before the recession, I think that was happening on a regular basis.
So the traffic study that the applicant has provided, staff has reviewed?
It's not really a traffic study. It's more of a trip generation analysis. So they're just saying, hey, look, this many trips are going to come to the streets as a result of this development. And they try to compare it with other DRIs, and I'll let them explain that. But a traffic impact analysis would take those trips, it would distribute them on the road network, it would place them at on individual roadways and at intersections, it would add them to what's already there and the committed projects that have been approved but not there yet, and it would analyze through a computer program the level of service on the road or the intersection based on the signal timing and those types of things, and it would tell us if any improvements would need to be made and what those improvements would be. So that hasn't been done here. So we have no way of without doing that level of analysis, we don't have a way of knowing whether the level of service has deteriorated below an acceptable level. But again, in this area, it's exempt. So I don't know if there is a level of service in this area because it's exempt. And that's kind of the defining characteristics of this community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor. So Larry just asked a question, Councilman Larry Roth just asked a question. If we triggered, and I'm going to just re-ask her, if we triggered that study, my question should be, have we triggered any of those studies in the city at all? When's the last time we had one of these major studies that would say, okay, you know what, because we did this study, now we need to go ahead and make these changes because...
Any development that comes to us outside of the DRI
Outside of the DRI, yes.
goes through, produces a traffic impact analysis. That is,
From those, have we had any?
There's likely mitigation from the developer on every one of those. Now, whether it reaches the level of the addition of a signal, I haven't seen one of those lately, but I believe it would be safe to say that we're modifying the timing of the signals, or we're kind of curb cuts or deceleration lanes or left, those types of things that are coming in to make the streets operate well if they've exceeded the level of service threshold.
Yeah, because I recall having this conversation a couple years ago in regards to 312 and 12th Avenue with that new project that's coming along. It's a 312, it's a county-owned road. We know the amount of traffic. We don't have, we look at 312 as a whole, we've talked about in length the mess that it was there. So from that time that we've had that conversation, did we do any more testing, any follow-up on that? Because I have not seen any changes in any of our lights in the city since I've been on board here, so that's why I'm asking that question.
We have not done any proactive evaluations after the developments have been built or planned. And the traffic impact analysis, city doesn't do them, to the best of my knowledge. What we do, the developer comes in, we have a methodology, but what we ask the developer to do is read our code, understand the methodology, consult with our traffic folks. The two are to agree on the methodology, right? The engineer goes out, performs the counts, the analysis, those types of things. We look at that study, we review it to make sure that it meets engineering standards. The city doesn't do traffic impact analysis itself on the developments.
That's it for now. I just want to ask that question.
All right, thank you. City Manager?
Just to clarify some of the issues on traffic, just want to kind of layer this or divide this into the separate categories here. The one is what you're deciding tonight is when an applicant comes in here and wants approval for something, a development project, and whether the studies that are done trigger the ability for this government to require them to spend money on traffic mitigation. So that's the first piece. What we've recognized as staff is because of decisions that were made many, many years ago, before any of you were sitting on this dais, there's certain rights that were vested that kind of tie your hands in certain ways. But we as a government have a responsibility to figure out how do we move the traffic quicker, recognizing one other constraint, which is most of the big issues involve roads that are controlled and lights that are controlled by the county, and/or areas that can be reconfigured but require a whole lot of money, and there's a whole lot of city with a bunch of issues like that. When a city goes from 35,000 to 70, 75,000, you start seeing the results of that over time. What we've been doing internally as staff is looking at what we consider to be the traffic hotspots and the accident hotspots, and we're preparing to come to you shortly with some what we think would be cost-effective, quick fixes to mitigate some of the areas that are not at peak. So like Joe was mentioning, some of the intersections, the timing of the lights are controlled by the county. So miles and miles and miles away from us, there's a group of county employees in a command center, and once in a while, they change the timing of the lights that help. But if you're not here regularly doing that, the traffic patterns change, and so sometimes people are waiting. Campbell and US 1 is a great example where all of a sudden you see cars queuing up, and on the other side there's nobody there, and it doesn't make sense why you're waiting. And so we think we'll come back to you fairly soon on is there are some smart light technologies. We've already met with the vendor that already has a contract with the county, and what we'd like to do is start implementing that technology in some of the key areas so that we can at least make use of that extra time. The county also restricts the amount of cycles, so there's only so much time they'll allow Campbell, for example, to be green because of some rule they have US 1. So all of this is happening all over this city, and what we'd like to do is come back to you at some point with some of the quick fixes, and then we're also going to be looking at the more longer-term structural issues, and some of the things we think the county may agree with, and some other things we just feel we won't be allowed to do because of the county, but we're working on a master plan for this. We'll come back to you relatively soon on it, at least for the first wave of it. We're hoping the first wave will cost us around $200,000, maybe slightly more. So whether it's this pot of money that you decide to use for that or some other pot, we are certainly working on that. Plus, we also recognize the Campbell Drive improvements helped a little bit with volume, and then 328th Street, the expansion, once that's done, we think that'll add some volume. But we do recognize internally as staff, as the city continues to grow, we need to look at this more holistically, and we've been working on a bunch of different things, which we'll come back to. I can't really speak to legally whether you require more or less. That's up to lawyers and your professional planners, but once we're told we can't require somebody to do something, we kind of just figure out as a city what can we do on our own, because if you can't require them, you can't require them.
Thank you. Any additional questions for staff? Councilwoman Faircloth.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question, I just have a comment. As I sat here and listened to the concerns about traffic, and I believe we all share those concerns, but I also had a concern about potentially setting a precedent where we are changing rules in the middle of a game or attempting to make changes based on an application. My question was going to be, what are we going to do moving forward? Not just a piecemeal approach on the east side, but what are we going to do citywide to help mitigate traffic and make it a bit easier to traverse or commute throughout the city? So I'm glad that you chimed in and shared that information with us on what we're going to do citywide, since there's limited things that we can do now at this point because of the vested rights. So thank you so much for that information.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no additional questions for staff, would the applicant like to make a presentation? Please state your name and address for the record.
Give me just 1 second, we're going to hand out. Where's my little clicker?
Mr. Arzer, do you have your presentation kind of bifurcated by tab?
Right, and Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant here this evening. Excuse me. I was going to ask you if we have one presentation to give. The way that it's laid out, I could certainly skip, any slides that don't pertain and may be a little unwieldy in that case, because I wasn't expecting to only give an OPC. I suspected, based on prior practice, I might give one presentation. So if it's the council's wish, I could just give one presentation now, which will cover all of the items, and then, as I think you've heard from your attorneys in the past, all of you will obviously discuss and take independent votes later on. The only question for the attorneys would be they may want to read all the other items into the record.
Yeah, I was going to only ask a question, because I know in case there's for preservation of the record or purposes of that, since we're only dealing at this one item at this one time, is it better to just limit this presentation to the NOPC, or based on what the applicant's requesting, if my colleagues are okay with him doing one big presentation and they just incorporate it into the record for future items? How would you like to handle that, James?
It's really the will of the council. We can take these items individually as they come up, or we can have a collective conversation on this item and the proposed site plan and the other applications, and all the evidence and the testimony entered into the record would then segue for all of the applications. If we do it separately, then of course you'll have to reintroduce evidence under each public hearing.
Right. Do I have any Vice Mayor Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. No, to me, these are four separate, very tough questions tonight that I'm answering, and I would like to keep them separate. Thank you.
Councilman Roth?
That's my sentiment as well.
Okay. So we have two right now that express the sentiment of separating all of these out and having each one taken kind of in its own little silo. Is that the will of the council? Okay, so I think there's some indifference and we have two strong opinions, so let's keep them in their separate silos unless the council changes their mind.
Certainly, I will do my best to do so.
Okay, thank you.
And I
Sorry, go ahead.
apologize in advance if I do have to repeat something at a later point, but I wanted to, again, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant this evening. I am joined by a number of folks today, some of whom will come to bear after the NOPC item, design professionals, engineers, architects, and of course by my client, Lennar Homes, and their representatives, including Carlos Gonzalez, whom all of you have heard from in the past and was with me here at first reading last month. And more importantly than that, has been developing as the head of this division in this community for over 20 years, and so someone that's, I know, well known to all of you. Presented a presentation. We'll go through the aerial for this property, approximately 85 acres on the west side of Kingman, and just bisected by Town Center Boulevard and south of 328th Street. Thank you. That's
too dark?
Is that what they call mood lighting? The existing land use is PRAC as it is, the planned regional activity center as it is for the entirety of the Keys Gate DRI, the Villages of Homestead DRI. The existing zoning classification is PUD, Planned Unit Development, as it is for the entirety of the Keys Gate DRI. Nothing that we are requesting this evening will change those designations. The applications before you this evening, and this will be a slide I'll come back to if necessary, but obviously we'll tackle the first one, which is a notice of proposed change to the Villages of Homestead DRI, which will redistribute residential, commercial, and mixed-use density and acreage within the Villages of Homestead DRI. And so let's talk about that, and then we have some graphs, and you all asked some good questions, and obviously the underlying theme remains the same, and you heard this at first reading with respect to the NOPC, and I certainly heard it echoed in some of your comments this evening. There are a series of vested rights that have been in place for, I think it was the manager who said longer than certainly any of us, and longer than a lot of people in this community have been around. I mean, the DRI was originally approved back in the mid-1970s. And so there are obviously a baseline of approvals that have been in place. The DRI has been amended and changed approximately 12 times over the past 45 years. I mean, there have been just numerous changes over the years. It's important to note that, because you may hear from folks this evening in opposition who will say to you, we don't like the NOPC change. Let them build wherever it says to build today. Just keep in mind that where it says to build today is where The council in 2012 thought it was a good idea. And 10 times before then, over the past 45 years, the council had exercised its discretion to move it around and change it. This is not a static document. No land use or zoning document or planning document is a static document. So I encourage you to keep that in the back of your mind. If someone were to argue, well, just let them build what they can build today because that's the only thing they should be allowed to do. It just has been only a few years that that's been allowed to do. For the previous years, there's been a lot of movement. And that's important because the reality is that it reflects a changing community. It reflects the changing view that this council may have. It reflects the greater community at large. It reflects economic changes in South Florida, in Dade County, nationwide. And all of you as policymakers do not want to ever forego the opportunity to make smart, judicious changes simply because some other council at one point said, do it this way, and now somehow it's set in stone. There's a reason why there's a process by which you can amend, and we'll show you why it's reasonable to amend it in this fashion, and I wanted to make sure that we understood that. The redistribution, fundamentally in our case, if you go back, and then actually when I go forward, I'll show you in the map, will redesignate this entirety of the property to allow for residential development in a property that today, a portion of which is slated for commercial development, and the balance of which is slated for mixed-use development. So that's what the current 85 acres could be developed. So it's not as if you could not develop homes on there today. You could. In a large part of the property. You would not be able to in the northern 14 acres. Those 14 acres which are commercial would move to residential, and then the balance would move from mixed use, where residential is allowed today, to residential, purely residential. And there's a couple of reasons for that, and just to touch upon them, and then we'll hit some numbers. One, there has been, again, I think a policy sentiment over time that the commercial activity in this city should be centered on other commercial corridors. To have a mid-block, mid-Kingman Road, 14-acre commercial parcel does not make a lot of sense from a planning standpoint. It brings in a lot of commercial traffic to a neighborhood that this council in particular, in recent years, has sought to move more towards this area where we're at here, corridors, commercial corridors that are developed specifically for the commercial needs of your residents. And so rather than putting it in an area that is in the middle of a residential community, from a planning standpoint, it is important to note the adequacy of that site versus maybe sites that are better that this council has identified over time. Secondly, and again, the charts will bear it out, the existing approvals that you have today, because they include commercial activity for these 85 acres, would actually generate a lot more traffic. And you all had a lot of questions about traffic and what's vested and what can you ask for. And when we get to the site plan, I'm going to talk about some of the things that we're already doing to address some of the traffic concerns. Some of the things that were mentioned by Mr. Corodino and Mr. Gretzis with respect to, I think it was Mr. Corodino, with respect to turn lanes and things that that's already in the site plan, because this is not, we don't treat this as a sequential process. We've already had conversations with the county in recognition of the manager's admission that the county holds obviously a large sway over the conversation when it comes to traffic signals and the like. What we do when we have a project, particularly one of this magnitude within a municipality, is we concurrently meet with the county and make sure we start to look at some concerns they have. And so we've already added to the site plan turn lanes and certain elements that will help, and we believe will help, because the county tipped us off and said, look, as part of the planning process, you're going to have to show us this and you're going to need to do it. And it was a lot easier for our designers to do it now than to have to come back 6 months from now, if we're fortunate to have an approval, and say, hey, we now have to amend our site plan to add turn lanes. That wouldn't work for anyone. So, it's important to note that reduction in traffic overall from commercial to residential, but also the efforts that we've taken. And again, we'll talk a little bit about it in connection with the site plan. Specifically, we are moving or relocating 134 units from elsewhere in the DRI. So the DRI is vested today for 9,860 units. That's what you, and what would be developable as a development order. To answer a question that was asked, you have a valid development order today for 9,860. I think, Mayor, you were the one that asked the question. Perhaps it was channeling Councilwoman Bailey's question, could it be reduced? As in a manner of speaking, it is going to be very difficult for a government to amend a valid existing development order. And it's certainly not a threat. It's just, when you have a development order that entitles you to build, you have a process to go through, and all of you will sit here today and evaluate a site plan and our requests. But to reduce the ability to build, I think would be very challenging from a legal standpoint, and I suspect your attorneys would probably confirm that accurately. But we're not really here to talk about that. That's not what this is going to do. What we're going to do is relocate 134 units that could otherwise be built. And we're going to move them from sectors 1, 5, 12, and 13, but we're going to keep the overall total the same. And I want to show you, and this just talks a little bit about what it does. The commercial acreage, 16 acres, I think I may have said 14, the northern part of our property, 16 acres. 16 acres of commercial would be reduced. There would still be 36 acres, and there's going to be a slide that will show you that those 36 acres left in Keysgate, in the Villages of Homestead DRI, could still accommodate nearly 400,000 square feet of commercial development over the course, if those properties are all developed commercially in the future. So again, to counter a question or an argument that by reducing the commercial land, you are leaving it at zero. No, you're not leaving it at zero. Not at all. In fact, just to the north of us, what's called the sales center site remains commercial. And probably as good a time as any to talk about the fact that we shouldn't forget that on the east side of Kingman, in 2012, the NOPC allowed mixed-use development on what's known as the Solara site. Everyone expected and allocated at that time 189 units to the Solara site. Well, there will not be 189 units on the Solara site. There won't be 150, there won't be 100, there will be 0. A settlement has been reached by the owner of that site with the Speedway, in which there will be no residential development on any of those lands east of Kingman. So even just if you take that number alone, those 189, the 134 that we're relocating from elsewhere wouldn't even cover what we have now basically lost, let's say, recently with that settlement agreement that a council had already deemed perhaps could go just across the street from this property. So keeping in mind that this is fluid and it moves around. The mixed-use acreage, again, being reduced so that we can develop entirely a residential product. We don't, and we had a lot of conversations with staff, could we keep it as mixed use and perhaps develop the parcel with mostly residential and a small amount of commercial? And it really was just going to be shoving or forcing something into an area just to meet a category. It made more sense, candidly, to call it residential, develop a residential community, and then leave commercial parcels or encourage commercial in the downtown area than to simply try and force the issue and have a small little corner 1,200 or 1,500 square foot commercial pad and say, oh, look, we meet mixed use. That seemed disingenuous. When we started having conversations with staff, it made more sense to be very transparent and say, we're going to build a residential development. All of the other units or all the other categories, schools, institutional, commercial, all of those, not commercial, I'm sorry, schools, institutional, open space, office use, all of those remain the same. None of the requests here change those. I like this visual because when we talk about the units to be built in the Keysgate DRI, the star represents our project. And this here, and I was told there's a clicker here, but so yeah, you can kind of see it. You can see it more down here. But our property here, the DRI is basically everything east of the Turnpike and south of 328th Street. And then there's portions that actually are north of 328th Street, just small portions in abutting Kingman. But it's a really large piece of land, right? I mean, this is a big chunk of your city. And what's important to note is that you've got a concentration of residential that you have developed here, and then now you've got, exclusively commercial areas here, and then of course you've got the Homestead Speedway over here. And I point that out to recognize that with those vested rights in those units, I mean, they're going to be built in this area, right? I mean, if we all sort of accept and acknowledge that there's a series of vested rights and there'll be site plan processes to go through, but reasonably speaking, the homes that are left to be built in the Keysgate DRI will be built west of Kingman, up to, over here by the Turnpike, but mostly down here. And Sector 12, and I'll move to it and then I'll come back to this section. Sector 12 is right here, which is a portion and land surrounding the golf course. Sector 12 is from where we are moving. Let me move over here. Sector 12 is from where we're moving 82. So we need to move 134 units. The balance, or the majority of the 134 units, and I'll come back to this slide in a minute, but I want to show something for purposes of traffic and understanding. Of the 134 units, which is that second category there, the contributed density, 82 of those 134 are coming from Sector 12. Why is that important? Because Sector 12, as I said, is right here. This is working it. And our project is just to the north of it, and I know the clicker doesn't work very well, but Sector 12 is basically right, the east side of the golf course, right here. And our project is right here. So for those that would say, well, just build it where you're supposed to build it, it's going to impact the same area. Like, we're not, I mean, the DRI is not so large. We're not taking land from the northwest section of the city. That might sound like a terrific argument, but if those homes get built right here, they're going to end up on Kingman 500 feet south of where this community is. So let's just design a good site plan. Let's put in traffic mitigation. Let's make the contribution that my client has agreed to make that we've referenced here today. It's a condition to the site plan, but obviously the $200,000 contribution. Let's work collectively, but let's not, I think, get sidetracked saying, well, just build it where it's supposed to be built, because in reality, it's supposed to be built 500 or 1,000 feet to the south of here. And if you do that, you're still going to end up with the same traffic issues. You're going to just kick the can down the road to when that site plan comes in. Instead of doing that, let's fix some of those issues. And I was heartened to hear what what the manager said about some of the ideas that you have. But let's not fall prey to a simple answer, or what may seem like a simple answer that really doesn't solve the problem. So again, to run through the 134 units, and actually this slide, we'll now get through it. They will move from sectors 1, 5, 12, and 13. So sector 1, which has 120 units left to be built, would contribute 30, and then would have 90 remaining, and you can kind of read that from left to right. Sector 5, which has 21 units remaining, and I went through where these sectors were the last time, and and Sector 5 is basically essentially built out. Sector 1 has one parcel left, and it would have 90 units. So we move 30 from one and 20 from the other. Then Sector 12, the 82 units that I talked about, which is an unbuilt sector. That area has not had any construction, but it's just south of our property. And then the last 2 units, which came from Sector 13, which has 3 units still available, essentially built out. There were 3 leftover units, and we're moving them. Those 134 units are the 134 units that we would add to Sectors 10 and 11, which are right in the middle. We just kept it numerically, and gives you, if you look at 599 plus 184, that number is what would yield you the ability to move forward with this project here today. And so the redistribution is intended to accommodate this project, but again, the redistribution is occurring from the near vicinity. I've talked about traffic and some of the considerations, and so we went through some of this the last time, but let's hit some of the highlights. In 1985, the DRI anticipated at that time that there might be 1,120,000 square feet of commercial throughout. This is throughout the DRI. This isn't just in these sectors. 2012, existing today, you'd be able to build 924,000. The reductions that we are proposing today would reduce that number to an ability to build 404,000 square feet of commercial. That's still a lot of commercial. I mean, a strip shopping center may be 20 to 40,000 square feet. I mean, that's 10 to 20 of those. That still could be built in different areas that remain in Keysgate. So again, to someone who'll say, well, we're just taking away any potential for commercial, we're not. The potential for commercial will remain with plenty of square footage available to be built on, and maybe the clicker will work, on this site, which will remain commercial, which is the sales center site at the corner of Kingman and 328. Obviously, on the east side, and oh yeah, I mentioned there's going to be no residential. This is not going to be mixed use. The Solara site we know is going to go back to a commercial site, and you'll take that upon you very soon. So even in the near vicinity, there's going to be the ability to build a substantial amount of commercial if there's a need and demand for it. So again, we don't have to be worried, well, if we do this, really, we've taken away a neighborhood retail option or anything of that nature. Absolutely not. There would still be plenty of acreage in order to do that. Specifically, when you go to the sectors 10 and 11 allocation sectors, you'll see that sectors 10 and 11 have always had a reasonable amount of residential, a substantial amount of residential would probably be a better word to use. In 1985, it had 2,068, then 2,528, and then 2062 is what we're asking for now, the 134 being the difference between 2528 and 2662. What has come down tremendously, in the next 3 slides will show you, is the amount of commercial allowed in those 3 areas, from 697,000, so think about it, in 1985, and to those who might say, don't ever change it, let them build what they have today, you know, at one point you would have still have had 2,000 residential units and 700,000 square feet of commercial, as it stood at one point in time. And as it stands today, you'd be able to build 2,528 units and 128,000 square feet of commercial. Again, 3 or 4 strip shopping centers, substantial, in just now these 2 sectors. Now we're just talking about these 2 sectors. With this request in 2019, we would leave, again, a modest amount of commercial, but still 27,000 square feet would be a sizable shopping or strip shopping plaza, and of course then the 2,662 total of units. And what does that look like from a traffic impact standpoint? We have Sector 10, Sector 11, and the combined. And I ran through them quickly and for you to see what's most important, and we showed this the last time. Sector 10, the original, and we chose the 1985, which was a big NOPC change and sufficiently far back that I think we can all agree that you know, it's pretty far in the distant past, to the current, which is 2012 NOPC, which is your law of the land today, to propose in Sector 10, that bar, for Sector 10, that bar and these graphs represent the reduction in total trips by reducing the total amount of commercial space in that Sector 10. And again, commercial creating a lot more traffic. Sector 11 had actually saw an increase in 2012 from 1985, and then now the proposed would be a reduction below 2012 of a pretty substantial amount of trips, but even below the original approval. And when you combine the two, it's a pretty stark contrast. You're talking about, in essence, half the trips, 42,000 trips versus 22,000 trips, when 10 and 11 are entirely built out if you approve this NOPC today, versus leaving the 2012 in place. And I think when you look at traffic, and you all, I think, to a member, had questions about traffic. I don't think anyone failed to speak up on the question of traffic, and it's important, it's critical. But the question before you today is, what do these changes do from an NOPC standpoint, and certainly if we're taking the items individually, what does it do for traffic? What does this request do for traffic? And this request would substantially reduce the traffic in sectors 10 and 11. And that's a fact from what you could do today. That would segue us into the site plan. So let me just come back and leave it as I close on the NOPC argument. I would like to get to my map. Apologize, this is now the second time I do a PowerPoint presentation in my life. One point, the reduction in the NOPC consideration, and I know you all have more specific traffic questions, and again, I think we're going to hit some of those in the site plan. It's important to note. But the request before you this evening is to reduce commercial acreage, to remove a mixed-use designation from land that otherwise is allowed to have residential, and to reallocate or adjust the density that you have within the DRI without exceeding the cap, and as I've shown, the majority of which would be coming literally from up the road, to allow for the development of this project. And so it's a little difficult because I'd love to segue right now into, why does this project make sense and what are the things we've done. But even if you take it, it forces me to ask all of you, even if you just take it on its face, these requests with the reduction in traffic, with the concept of the vested rights that are allowed, with, since we've discussed it, the commitment by my client to provide for $200,000 to assist with traffic, and I think the manager has indicated that that would go a good way towards maybe addressing some concerns that you all have. All of those are valid reasons. We enjoy staff's recommendation. I didn't do it at the beginning, but I want to thank them. We filed this application in July. We're before you for second reading in April. This wasn't done quickly. This wasn't rushed. We have had countless meetings. I thank you all for the time that you've had. I won't do it during every item, but I thank you all once for the time that you've all given me. All of you indicated that you, had obviously spoken with us, and thank you all for your time. This is, even looked at as an NOPC alone, the right request as your community evolves and changes. And as you move forward through the course of this evening, you'll see how this request will implement a beautiful project. We would urge your vote. We thank staff for their recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I reserve some time for rebuttal if there are any folks in the audience that were to speak against this item tonight. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Vice Mayor Burgess.
To the applicant, you stated, you know, you're vested for 9,000 and whatever the number of units is. 860, I think it is, or something.
9860, sir.
Right. But you don't necessarily have to build them out. There's one thing driving the build out of that many units, right? And that's.
You don't have to necessarily build it out, meaning
You could
choose not to
leave here
build.
with 7,000 units if you wanted to.
In my experience, I haven't met too many landowners that leave.
Because there's one
2,000
thing
units.
driving it, and we all know what that one thing
Right.
is.
Well, I mean,
profit.
I mean,
So, but I just want to put out there, even though you are vested at that number, it's not necessarily written in stone that you have to build that many.
I have a better answer for that. I mean, I have such as my nature, I have a more flippant answer, which is I've never met a developer that left 2,000 units on the table. It holds true, and the landowners today or the developers in the future would not be likely to do that. But I have actually a better legal answer. Have you seen the road network within Keysgate? I mean, and I've made this mention in the past. I mean, you don't typically have vacant 80, 100-acre swaths of land, 200 acres, Solaris site,
And
all
I'm not
this.
questioning the swaths of land, how big they are.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
questioning how many units get put per acre.
No. But my point is the infrastructure has been built because of an expectation that there's 9,860 units. And so, no, developers and landowners don't typically forego land rights, and it's just a fundamental concept. But in addition to that, those land rights and those development rights were born out of investments that were made and roads that have been built out in anticipation of this development. And again, I don't know, I do this throughout the county. I don't usually we're trying to build out a parcel and sometimes it's on a dirt road or on a 2-lane road because the development hasn't come in, and then the development comes in and adds. I mean, this front's on a 4-lane road because it was built in anticipation of this development. It was built in anticipation of a lot more traffic, the commercial that might have gone on there. So that is actually a more technical and legal answer as to why it would be reasonable to expect that if a development order says you're going to build 9,860 and the infrastructure was built a long time ago in anticipation of that, why it would be reasonable to expect it to be built, Vice Mayor.
Perfect. Any additional questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I will open it to the public hearing. This is a public hearing. Anybody that, yeah, anybody would like to speak for or against this item, what I'd ask you to do is kind of line up toward the back of the room so we have a queue in some sort of order. Also, because we've kind of broken this up into the individual items, this will be public comment on the NOPC itself, not on the site plan, not on any other items that may be coming before us at a later time. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Tucker Gibbs. I'm an attorney. Law office is at 3835 Utopia Court in Coconut Grove. I'm here tonight representing Keysgate 7 Condominium Association and Thomas Panos. Mr. Panos and the Condominium Association are directly west of the applicant's property. I wanted to talk about the transfer of the 134 units. That adds more intensity, more density to this site than what the DRI currently permits. Now, 134 units with 2 cars equals 268 cars, if my math is correct. How many trips does this make? I don't know, but I can tell you it's a lot more than what is allowed now under the DRI. Mr. Arza can be flip and say, well, Kingman's going to be crowded anyway because of what's going on across the street. That's not happening now. What's happening now and what is before you is the 134 units that is being transferred to this property. And that's a concern. The DRI, it makes a big difference to the neighbors who live west of Kingman, whose access is on, and I'm going to get into the site plan because you have to. There are 5 access points into this 770-unit project. 5. One of them is on. One of them is on. Oh shoot! I have to give get my notes on South Canal. 2 of them are on Town Center Road, and 2 of them are on Kingman. If you live west of Kingman and you have Town Center Road to get to Kingman, and now you have to deal with not just 1, but 2 access points directly across the street from each other on Town Center Road, you've got a problem with a 770-unit project. 134 units are not, they're necessary, they will tell you, for them to make it work. But you know what? That's not your job to make their investment decision work. Your job is to determine what is in the best interest of this community. What is in the best interest of this community includes the people who actually live there and are going to have to deal with the impact of this project. So for that reason, I would urge you, if you approve this amendment to the DRI, you do not approve it with the 134 additional units. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully this will work. Edward Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane in Homestead. Vice Mayor Burgess, you and I live in Keysgate. We drive that road every day. You know and I know it's a disaster. Trying to get out to the turnpike in the morning is impossible. And if you start to look at the various ingress and egress points onto Kingman, in the morning, East Maury, people trying to get home, trying to get out into Kingman from school is impossible. And we tried to get a light there, and we couldn't put a light there because you got impelled at Pacific. They said you can't put lights that close. So now you got these people in the morning trying to get onto Kingman. Let's move down 100 feet. You've got Portoviedo, that's got 470 homes, no deceleration lane into it. To get out of it, there's a little space, what, 2 cars maybe, with a half a lane to get into? And talk about our entrance and exit. East Lake and Northgate is ridiculous, and we're going to get somebody killed. And another thing you've got is One Palm. You know how they get to there? They got to come down Kingman, and they got to make a U-turn to go to One Palm. You know what's nice? It's good to see people come to these meetings, right? It's good to see, sometimes people come to these meetings, they're really nice. Okay, I've been told that you're going to vote it in. Now, you already did once. 5 out of your 7 approved it. I don't think you're going to change. But what I'm telling you is if you approve this project, you will never win another seat in this city. You will be finished as a political, all of you. You're done. Most of you, some of you are term limited. Some of you are going to get reelected this fall. You're finished if you vote for it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Panos. I own properties at 2631, 2632, and 2639 Southeast 20th Court and Centergate, Condominium 3 at Keysgate. I am the president of the Keysgate Condominium number 3. I received mail notice from the City of Homestead regarding the development applications for the DRI amendment, variant site plan, tentative plat, and other requests you are considering tonight. These development applications will permit a massive project that will degrade the health, the safety, tranquility, and character and overall welfare of the neighborhood, and negatively impact my neighbors and myself, creating excessive density and traffic. The addition of 134 additional units contemplated under the existing DRI, coupled with the narrow, less than standard width roadways, will allow a project that is just too big for this neighborhood and the existing streets. Most of the traffic will spill out to Kingman Boulevard from these two streets on the Town Center Road and 2 streets directly onto Kingman. The only other street accessing the project is on South Canal Drive. This will negatively impact myself and my neighbors because we access our properties via Town Center. This project will negatively affect my neighbors and I greater than it will impact the public at large who do not live in this area. We will live the consequences of a decision to approve this project. In addition, I have other areas of concern. Suggesting a decrease in commercial component as a benefit proposed in new existing communities, in my opinion, is inaccurate. Conversely, it is a detriment. We don't have any walk scores to our neighborhood centers thus far. Increasing density from 6 units to 10 units presently several quality of life issues. Lack of aesthetics, product diversity, safety and drainage issues, noise, inadequate parking, etc. Current traffic issues are not addressed from north to south, east to west of Kingman. Although not required, why not have an independent traffic study? In an effort to maximize the site per unit per acre, applicant is asking a variance to decrease width of roadways from 24 to 20 feet with very little attention towards vehicular or pedestrian safety. I strongly urge the council to deny the requests as they stand and have the applicant submit a new plan that better takes into consideration needed concessions from applicant to better serve our community. I thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Rick Medeiros. I also live in Center Gate, 2206 Southeast 27th Drive. I have been there for 25 years, and I have seen the impact that has been developing. I have a sheet of paper of everything else on here, but I'm not going to read from it. What I'm going to tell you is that the majority of the people that come here and talk in front of you about Keysgate, it's true. People are in problems with traffic. People are having major problems of even theft in our communities because of the fact that we don't even have lights on there. And I don't think that anyone here has gone through the area and seen the impact of traffic, especially on Kingman and Canal. It is incredible. The light on there doesn't even have a change of one side to the other. It always is straight up and down. And there's been many, many accidents on there because of the impact of this here. 134 more units, even if you triple it, is going to impact us so bad, okay? And then the people that live there, I know many people who live in my area, especially in Condo 7 where I live at, but I have 86 units, they have a difficult time even in parking. People from the other side of my area come and park on my side. And we have major problems. If you decide to come up from my house at night, you can't find it. You can't find it. The traffic is incredible. 134 more units? Please. I ask for everyone in here to consider this here. And it seems as though it's all about money. It's nothing else. People, years ago, there were Chinese paper, people getting poisoned and everything else for another development, and nobody says anything. I don't recall anybody saying anything about these things here. And it bothers me. I know a lot of people. I'm the president. I've been there for 5 years. And I feel sorry for the people that travel from back and forth. It used to take about 5 minutes to get down to the other end of the city. Now, you have to leave in maybe 15 or 20 minutes, sometimes a half hour, to go from Kingman or Canal up to Campbell. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Corrine Lowe. I live at 2645 Southeast 20th Court. That's in Keysgate in Center Gate condos, condo number 3. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to speak. I do wish to speak in opposition of the increased density of the 134 units. Not going to go on the traffic. Y'all are looking at the traffic and very appropriately asking questions. I want to talk to you a bit about quality of life and living in dense housing. Center Gate was built primarily for retirees, and the DRI was written back over 40 years ago. And folks, we are kind of in a pickle. No one thought we would still be building out 45 years later, and so it's having to be piecemealed and variances. And I understand that those 134 units will probably be built out, but it has to do with that community that you all are looking at to have developed. People deserve to have dignity with the place they live. They deserve to be able to have a holiday dinner and for some company to be able to park in visitor parking. They deserve to be able to walk their dogs and not encounter 5 other people walking their dogs in piles of you-know-what everywhere. The stench is unbelievable. I'm talking about Center Gate today. The demographics have changed. This is not a retirement community. This is multi-generational, multi-family dwellings. You often have people that are of the retired age, maybe a working person, maybe a grandchild or two. These people deserve that if they have their grandchild over on Easter, that they can go and have a little Easter egg hunt. There is no room. We keep talking about that it was glossed over, that the recreational and the open space acreage remains unchanged. Doesn't that sound great? It's going to be the same. That area is not accessible. I challenge you to look at that site plan. When you drive by the golf course and all the beautiful area, and there's trails and there's picnic tables, and you rarely see anybody over there. If you do, it's me. I'm walking my dog over there to get away from all the dense housing. And then you drive through Town Gate and come through Center Gate, and you are going to see kids playing in the parking lots, people having to walk their dogs in the road because there's so many people walking. The few trees and green area we have is stressed because of the number of pets that are using that facility, and it's certainly not a place you're going to hide Easter eggs for your kids. I want you to think about it. If you want a transient community, put them in a dense area with dumpsters. There's nothing that says permanence like having to carry your garbage down the block and put it in a dumpster. Think about the specifics of that site plan. Please say no to the 134 homes.
I'm Gunther Carger, 2275 Southeast 4th Court, Homestead, of course. Honored Mayor and Council, I urge your approval of this project, and the reasons are very specific. First, it resolves finally the issue of the Keysgate Golf Course, a matter that's been in limbo for some years, and the basis of becoming transferred from a non-productive property to a vibrant new part of Homestead community. This may be the last opportunity as a finite times this matter can come up. Secondly, the sale transaction would provide $5 million funding, which would transform the property into a viable 9-hole golf course and the clubhouse community deserves if the sellers and if the thing is approved. The present empty, unproductive property will become tax revenue generating property, and in of itself, the proposed upscale single-family homes on the designated property, in addition to the new tax revenues attributable to the increased valuation of nearby homes. Acknowledging there'll be some traffic increase on Kingman Road, but no matter what goes in that property, it's going to generate more traffic. So why not make the best use of the property that will make a better revenue generating and contribution to the area. The restored golf course and the clubhouse would add synergy to the whole area because it would assist the effort by the county, by the city, to improve the cultural and business aspect of Chrome Avenue, the downtown, which I know you really are working hard on. And finally, the construction of the new homes, along with the stimulating impact of the area business, will lead to more jobs to the economy. I recommend strongly you approve this and get this thing over and done with once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Genther. I have met some of you before, but most of you I have not. I appreciate the time to speak. I am in favor of this project. I live...
Name and address for the record, sorry.
Pardon me.
No problem.
Susan Genther, Genther. I live at 238 Northeast 31st Avenue. That's in the Isles of Oasis. It's a Lennar community, primarily built by Lennar. I am so in favor of this, I can't even begin. The complaints have been the density. I don't understand the logic of that complaint. If there are X number of homes that are allowed to be built at any given time, then the density is always the density. There are X number of homes. So I'm not quite clear on exactly how that complaint works. I have heard of complaints that it will be a detrimental impact, this project would have a detrimental impact on the environment. I can tell you from living in a Lennar community that they take great pride in the green spaces that they create and maintain until the communities are turned over to the residents. I've heard complaints about it would be too much of a drain on our resources, and one thing in particular that has been mentioned in the past is the water in the city. Well, if you build more homes, you get more taxes, maybe we could improve our water treatment plant with those tax dollars. Same thing applies with security. If we have increased tax dollars, maybe we can pay for more police officers. Also, the issues of traffic. Again, if we're going to have X number of homes built, we're going to have the same traffic problem no matter where in this area those homes are being built. So the traffic problem is always going to be something to be addressed. And by the way, I appreciate my particular councilwoman, Patricia Fairclough, and also Vice Mayor Burgess for the traffic light at Pacific Boulevard and 152nd Avenue. We had school children being dropped off from the city buses, county buses, on the east side of the street, 4-lane divided road, that they were having to cross without a traffic light. It was scary. So I appreciate that. But it just seems to me that this is a win-win for everyone. More tax dollars. The property values, I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet that when Lennar builds a development, the property values of the surrounding areas increase. So everybody wins. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Charles Crumpler, 1575 North GoldenEye Lane. Mr. Burgess, thank you very much for clarifying and asking questions that we so often out in the audience want to hear council people speak up and ask questions in different issues that come before you. So many times we see everyone just sit there and not say a word. This city itself it's got a lot of growing pains that are going on right now. I was born and raised in Miami, moved to Homestead, been living in Homestead my whole life, basically. I've seen this town grow from a very small farming community into what it is today. Let me tell you something, this has gotten out of control. This is so bad that people are trying their best to get out of here any ways they can. Don't sit here and let this kind of stuff happen. I heard from a councilman tonight that, well, it's their legal right to build. Okay, no one wants to take someone's legal right away, but you don't have to approve the 134. I might be missing something, but in my opinion, you don't have to approve the 134. We go all the time in this city. I see it happen all the time. I was a city employee for X number of years. We fight. Weiss, Sirota, and Helpman fights all the time for the littlest stuff. If the sky's pink, they'll sit there and fight that forever and say the sky's pink and run up a bill. What I'm getting at is, do your best to put the brakes on some of this stuff that is going on in this city, or we are going to be at a point of breaking to where no one is going to want to come down here except for someone who needs to buy a $50,000 house or something. Nothing against them. I'm just saying. I've seen it my whole life, 58 years. We are driving people out of this city by some of this foolishness, and it needs to stop. You can't drive on these roads. The new road that you had put in is great. It's working. But the other night, I'm coming down the road right there at 328, and boom, they go head on. They're going into the head-on traffic because they believe that you still go straight instead of do the turn. And I'm talking about 328 and I believe it's 162 Avenue. We have a mess in this city.
You don't have enough police to service this city properly. They do the best that they can, and they hold on every single day to what they've got. Move a bunch more people in here, a bunch more cars, you've got a mess. We put you people up here and voted for you, and most everyone in this audience knows everybody in the city, knows everybody that's up here. Do your job. Work for us, not for a development company that's out for profit, and I totally understand that. Lennar wants to make their profit. I get that.
Thank you. And also just a point that was raised by him as far as the debate and the discussion up here. This is the second reading of this item, so there has been a lot of prior discussion that has already taken place amongst my colleagues in comments and debate during the last hearing. So that's why you see a little bit less debate, or topics of debate were a little bit different than, say, the first hearing. So I just want to make sure that was clear for the audience that wasn't here for the first go-around.
Darlene Polo Kramer, 2816 Augusta Drive. I'm going to talk about traffic. Number one, I think the city ought to put public service announcements out there about what people should do at a four-way stop. I got my license in Minnesota, and we actually had a test on our driving that who goes first, and because it seems to be something people around here, but that's just off the topic. I've seen the site plan. I believe their deceleration lanes will work well. I've spent a lot of time in the last 2 months going up to Kendall Drive and the hospital there, getting off on the turnpike. There aren't a lot of stoplights there, but you can, and leaving at rush hour. I mean, the traffic flows very well because people use the deceleration lines, use common sense on how to think. I think we in Homestead will get used to that too. I, as you know, support this development. I live off of Palm Drive, and we actually have a light now, which works well for us. But I know that people that live in Centergate can exit onto Palm Drive from their homes. They don't have to go onto Kingman. So some common sense among our residents here is just needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Steve Lossner. I live at 190 Northwest 21st Street. Mayor and Council, there's been a lot of talk tonight about vested rights, and in my 18 years of being an observer of this development, that's always the sword that is stuck in the council's face, is that we have this vested right. Well, that may very well be, but let's remember, the vested right does not include the placement of those 134 units on this site. Yes, probably somewhere else, but not this site. And what does that equate to? It equates to density. And my philosophy is that all evil flows from higher density from this community. We've had very bad experiences with that. It's traffic, it's a lack of diversity in housing. Many times it's lower end housing. We're not necessarily attracting a wide range of economic demographics with these newer units. And I would ask that you all serve as a balance between unbridled capitalism, some people would call it the greed of more density, more units is more profit, versus acting as the balance between runaway capitalism, which I'm not criticizing, and the good of this community. And some will probably make the argument that, well, 134 units is probably not going to make that big a difference in the big traffic scheme of things. Well, to kind of paraphrase somebody that's you said something about the U.S. budget, 134 here and 134 there, and sooner or later it really adds up. And I don't know if council misspoke tonight or if this was misleading, and I would leave it to you all to ask for some clarification. There was an intimation that this additional 134 units weren't going to be that big a deal because we're taking, and I don't remember the exact number, 180, 190 units off the Solera site. Let's be very distinct here. It didn't say those 180 some units were off the table. They're off of that site because this landowner and developers have always been very clear of their intention to build every unit available. So let's be very careful and listen very closely to that distinction that it's not really adding 134 there and taking 180 some or 190 here. It's we'll see you with this 190 later. So again, I would ask you all to act as the balance between free enterprise and the best interest of the people of this city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is William Tebow. I live at 2835 Fairways Drive. Mayor, Council, Mr. Crestes, Chief. I like your plan, strategic planning. I was a strategic planner for 20 years in the Coast Guard. I like to look at the broad, long-distance picture. My question is, and this is a question about the NOPC, if you move those units, Section 12 has 1,008 units left. If they build 770 and 10 and 11, they leave 1,580 left of the 9,680 that's buildable. But they only have 1,000 units authorized in Section 12. Where did they get the other 500 houses that they leave on the table? Is that a real question? They can't build 9,680 units because they're going to leave 580 on the table, unbuildable, unless they add them some way to Section 12. I leave you to ponder that. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Martin. I live at 2565 Fairways Drive. I will, full disclosure, I am a delegate in Fairways, but I am speaking for myself, not for all of my neighbors. I've lived in Homestead for 18 years, and the growth in our city has been tremendous, and we've had some great things happen to bring so many people down to Homestead, and they're going to continue to come down here. I hear more people. I heard a comment tonight that somebody said people are leaving. I hear more people are coming, so I guess you can look at that either way. But our city is a great city. It's growing. Yes, we've had our problems with growth over the past few years, but it's going to continue to grow. Nothing's going to stop the growth here. We've already got the PNC. Everything's done. The plat's done. We're ready to go. Now we have to decide who are we going to let move into our city and build our city out. Now, I happen to think that Lennar is one of the best and finest builders in our area. They're all over the place. They're all over our state. They're all over the country. They have a fantastic reputation. I went and looked at the properties and the homes and townhomes that they're going to be building. They're beautiful. Lush landscaping when you pull into their developments. Their community center can't be beat. So from my perspective, we're going to get the growth, we're going to get the building, we're going to have a lot more site plans are going to come in front of you for commercial and residential. And now it's our opportunity to get a quality builder in here, not some builder that's going to make our neighborhoods worse. Lennar is going to make our neighborhoods better. I attended the Planning and Zoning Committee, and it was approved 3-1. The City of Homestead staff has approved this. I'm asking this council, as a long-term resident of Homestead, to take the advice of your hard-working Planning and Zoning Committee and your city staff that have recommended this project. And I'd also like to reach out to City Manager Gretzes tonight. Your comments tonight were incredible. They gave some real insight to people that are not really in the business of traffic lights and street lights. But thank you so much. That was awesome. Thank you very much, and I would hope that you would vote yes.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Schumacher, and my wife and I have lived at 1972 Southeast 21st Court in the Palm Isles Estates neighborhood of the Keysgate community for over 11 years now. I'm also a delegate for Palm Isles Estates, and I'm the chairman of the Keysgate Community Association delegates, but I'm here tonight speaking as a Homestead resident, not representing any of the Keysgate people. Mayor Shelley, Vice Mayor Burgess, and councilmen, as well as Mr. Gretzis, thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I'm not going to make any threats. I'm here to request your approval of the Lennar Development NOPC. Last month, we heard the Lennar proposal, which was fleshed out again this evening. We heard the recommendation for approval from the Planning and Zoning Board and the recommendation for approval from the city staff. We were told last month and again this month that our existing infrastructure can handle the proposed development. Last month, we heard everything from garbage collection to water, sewer, etc. Again this evening, it was brought up that the infrastructure is already there and can handle the amount of people approved by the DRI. Last month, the council voted in favor of the proposal. Thank you for that vote. Lennar has since pledged $200,000 to the city to use at its discretion. Again this evening, we heard concerns about stoplights and turning lights, and Mr. Gretzis again provided some great information, and it sounds like the $200,000 would go a long way to do what Mr. Gretzis was talking about doing. The information provided by Lennar actually showed that the traffic trips would be decreased by this NOPC. I respectfully request that you all vote yes on this NOPC. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comment to the applicant like to speak one last time?
I would, and I'll be
Okay.
brief. I realize we've been at this for a while, but I do want to, touch on a few points. And one of the applicants said it. I mean, look, folks aren't moving out of Homestead in droves. They're moving in because of the type of city it is and because of the type of place it is. I mean, it's difficult to sort of juxtapose some of the comments you heard today about, well, nobody wants to live here, but they're all moving in. It's like that old Yogi Berra saying, that place is so popular, no one goes there anymore. People are still coming here for that very reason. That's why this development is in place. You heard a lot of site plan considerations. Obviously, you took the testimony during the NOPC, so I'll hit on some of them. To the speaker who talked about, seeing children play in parking lots or the like. When you get to our site plan, you're going to see community centers and pocket parks, and you're going to see a site plan that has 500 more parking spaces than that which is required. We've taken into account a lot of those things. We are trying to address some of the concerns that other communities face when they've been built out. And I had these conversations with Councilman Burgess in particular about, when a community was built out 20 or 30 years ago, it might have been built out with best practices, right? What people thought at that time made the most sense. Those best practices evolve. And when you see this site plan and when you hear folks talking about, the quality of life, the residents of this proposed community will enjoy a high quality of life. I'm confident. When you see the site plan, you'll see what I'm talking about. Mr. Gonzalez was telling me that over 50% of the sales of their homes are from residents who live in Homestead already. Folks who are staying, who want to move into a newer home, a larger home, a different situation, who have family nearby and the like. It's not, because the community has grown, it's also growing organically. It's not just people coming from elsewhere. And one of the speakers talked about at one point being a retiree community, maybe people from up north. There may still be some of those, but today what you see is a lot of homegrown folks. And Councilman Maldonado has 2 daughters and grew up in this area, and I suspect you'll look forward to the day when your 2 daughters get to live within your own city, and all of you've got similar situations with family, I'm sure. So this is not that folks are moving out in droves; they're moving here. We talked about, and again, there were comments about the low quality of the housing or the types of units. I mean, when we get to the site plan, you'll see 20 different model plans. I promise I'm not going to run you through all 20, but there are 20 models spread out over 3 types of units. This is not low quality. This is not, the bottom of the barrel by any way. You heard from one of the speakers say that, well, don't do 134 because soon it's 134 here and 134 there. No. It's 134 from here to there. We're not asking for an increase of the 9860. We're saying let us build the 134 that could have been built, 80 of which could have been built just down the road, and let us build it here. It isn't here and there, unless at some point someone comes, and I hope not to be that person, and says, hey, you know what, we got to exceed the cap. Keep in mind, however, the cap at one point was 14,000 units, 14,000 residential units, and over time it was reduced, and I think somebody had a question earlier about leaving units on the table. So in fact, over time, the developer has reduced from the original approval of 14,000 to 9,000. So in fact, you've seen substantial reductions of all of that. Services, you heard a lot about services. One of the ways in which you can ensure, obviously, that services continue to be robust is to increase your tax base, building out the homes, building them out as part of a community that's cohesive and well thought out with the nation's largest home builder who's been in your community for 20 years ensures that this council will see those revenues and those dollars much sooner. You heard testimony about the additional traffic on town center, and then kind of conclusory item statements such as you've got a problem there. I mean, that's not a substantial competent evidence. That's not a technical term. I mean, you've got a problem there. Traffic is always going to be a challenge, but when we get to the site plan, you're going to see how the entrances work and why they're located, and the fact that, yeah, we have so many entrances because we have a lot of units and we want to disperse traffic. What would you like us to do? Not put entrances in all the locations and have everybody coming out one place? Talk about a traffic jam, right? So it's a balancing act. And again, a lot of these questions are site plan related, and so I urge you to keep an open mind, to recognize that this is but the first step this evening, second reading, but first step this evening. I am sure that I'll have an opportunity to, in my presentation, address some of the site plan questions. But since they were brought up during this time, I thought it was important for you all to hear. I again urge your vote in support of this NOPC request, and I look forward to presenting before you the balance of the items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question, and I heard some of the speakers. I had, I guess, 2 speakers talk about this, and I just wanted to get some clarity. I heard Centergate, and I heard traffic entering the community, or I can't park, or there's no space. Does any of this development that we're speaking about going into that community, does it segue in there? Is there an entrance from this community into that community?
You'd have to tell me exactly where Centergate is. They all, I can put the site plan up and we can.
I was going to ask, is this kind of site plan related to how the ingress and egress?
I'm asking, does this, and that was going to be my next question, is this have to do with the site plan, or is this going to do more with
Yeah, because I think
it's more NOPC then, right? That's fine. We'll hold it off to then.
Yeah, when we go through the site plan, Councilman, we can see I think in particular the town center, which bisects our property, because otherwise we've got a commercial unbuilt parcel to the north. We have no connection to the west, to like Palm Breeze. Like we don't physically connect through our project into theirs, and so I'd have to see where that property is located to see if there's any impact.
Is that all, Councilman Maldonado?
That's fine.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Shelley. Mr. Orza, we've heard many concerns from our citizens that came up here tonight on the additional units. Is there any middle ground? And I say this because I've been up here opposing high density since 2005, and that's my major issue with the NOPC tonight, is that we're extending the density beyond what I think is proper for our city and what we had adhered to back years ago when we changed the density down. And so I don't have any problems with Lennar, the product that they offer, the people that work there. Everybody's been professional, you and Mr. Gonzalez both. We may not see eye to eye, but everybody still walks out of there smiling, shaking hands, and whatever. So I've got no problem with the Lennar issue, you know, and I know that they're a quality company. My problem is the density. Is there anything that we can do here tonight to help the citizens that came up there and to help myself maybe come to a yes?
You know, Councilman, appreciate it. And I know you've asked that question before, and I've asked my client, and we don't have much flexibility based on you know, contractual demands. I also don't think that right now during the NOPC discussion we could get into any kind of discussion as to, you know, density. I mean, this is requesting the sort of the bigger picture. The site plan is still to come. You know, certainly we could have some conversations about some of the things that I know
But
of are
you're
a
asking
concern to
for
you.
variances tonight too, with the NOPC.
Well, we're asking, I mean,
encompasses.
to be fair, we're asking for one variance, and I think we've got a good explanation for it. I mean, you know, our first project when presented had no variances, and we submitted a variance to address a comment and a concern that staff brought up to us that we think is, you know, very supportable. But the project that we first submitted had 0 variances. And so, you know, to answer your question, I don't think, unfortunately, that there's a middle ground that would please or a reduction that would please anyone at this time. You know, I think those conversations and negotiations were had in concert with, you know, the ownership group at the time of Lennar entering into contract. The project today, we believe, works, but I'm sure that when we get into the site plan, we'll have further discussions. But at this time, I can't reduce it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sit and listen to the audience and all of the comments that they make, and I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about the alternative in terms of the NOPC. I asked a question at the last reading if the 134 units was a deal breaker, and your client said that it was a deal breaker. So all that leaves us with is the alternative of commercial going onto that site. And from a planning standpoint, commercial doesn't make a lot of sense on that site, which is why the residential in that development there is what I consider beneficial to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have a few questions, actually. First of all, you made a statement that there was a settlement agreement between the track and
Yes,
the
sir.
developer of Solaro.
Yes, sir.
Has anybody confirmed that with the city? Has been confirmed?
I had a conversation, Mr. Attorney, if you'd like to chime in. The counsel for the Speedway from the Rasco Clock firm and myself called the city attorney, or Mr. White, today, not that city attorney, and we got on the phone together to deliver to him the news that the parties had a settlement agreement in place. It is confidential in terms of the terms of the settlement agreement, but what I can tell you is, if you look out in this audience, what you will not see tonight is the Speedway opposing this at all. And the Speedway recognizes that passage of this item, this, you know, NOPC and site plan, and this project in its totality is what will allow that settlement to be carried out totally. Let me be clear, if unfortunately we are not successful at settlement, because what needs to be done to make whole the contract purchasers of Solara site, who thought they were going to get to build 189 units and are not going to get to buy them, needs to be remedied by the seller group. And so passage of this act or this evening's project will be what will allow then the rest of the settlement to be carried out, a declaration of restrictions to be enforced with no residential on the east side of Kingman, and the end to the lawsuit that the city's been in, which I think will come as a great relief to the city.
Okay, so that leads me to another question. So the potential of 189 units on the east side of Kingman, now that 189 units goes back into the mix.
Correct.
For the entire DRI.
Correct.
Okay.
And yes, sir. And one of the speakers did talk about it, and they pointed out and correctly that no one is saying that those 189 units might not get built. The point I was making was that at one point, actually today, as it stands right now, you would have what you're allowed to build in 10 and 11 and 189 on the east side. Passage of this NOPC and this project, the settlement agreement being effectuated, would mean the 189 would go away from across the street from here, And so you no longer would have that. So actually, if you didn't take any action this evening, you would have more commercial, a certain amount of residential, and potentially up to 189 residential units across the street. The traffic would actually be considerably worse
I
than
get
what
it,
you
I
would
get
have
it.
from this.
I have another, just to keep going with this. So what you're saying is, no matter what we do tonight here with this NOPC, there's going to be another one coming.
Yes.
Because those 189 units now have to be redesignated back into some other sector.
Yeah.
In
Yes.
the community.
Yes, and as importantly, certainly for the track and for the city and for the end of the litigation, the Solara site must no longer have the ability to have any residential. So not only 189 units, but making that site entirely red, which I spoke commercial, which I spoke about when I was talking about how there will still continue to be an abundant amount of commercial
Right,
in the near
okay,
proximity.
so I wasn't here in 2012. Do we know where those units are going back to?
I don't at this time, sir. I don't at this time.
So
I
the
don't.
entire DRI, it could be that the 80 that are coming out of Sector 12 today could be replaced
Possible.
with
It's
those
possible it could
units.
go in other areas. Yes, sir. Yeah. I mean, those 189 will, you know, if developed, to answer a question that was asked earlier, I mean, if developed, and I guess I stand corrected, I mean, at one point the developer had a right for 14,000 units and they're down to 9,860. So I guess it's possible that every last unit isn't built. But conceptually, absolutely. Those units at some point in the near future, you will have an NOPC that will address those units, and I suspect will address also some other
Right.
issues that all of you are familiar with.
Right, and just one more point. After the 770 units are either approved and built, that only leaves in the DRI, according to what you showed, 1,879 units left to be built in the DRI.
Yeah, I trust your math. I was going to try. and
I
find
wrote it
but
down, so.
I trust your math.
So, for the future,
No, I actually think it leaves, that's the total amount unbuilt, and then you reduce to 770. I think it leaves about 1,200 units. Because if you look at that, I think you're looking at the chart that's called.
I'm not looking at anything, I'm just looking at my notes right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
so-
but the 1879 figure appears in chart 10, which is the DRI, which has all the DRI sectors, and this has total remaining density unbuilt in those sectors of 1879. But those sectors include 10 and 11, and the 770 will be built there. So that number would actually be reduced by the 770.
So the only thing I'm trying to get to is, can anybody tell me after 770 units are built in a DRI, how many units are left? Because we're gonna have to deal with this in the future, and I just wanna know now, how many units are left?
I know staff has a chart,
That's what I'm
and I've
thinking.
looked at it, so I'm going to let them answer the question just because they've got an official.
I thought before this project started, it was somewhere in the 2,400 unit range.
About 1,794
After,
after this seven
okay, so there's approximately 2,400, 2,450 left now.
now. Right.
And after, there would be 1,700 and something plus or minus whatever.
1,800, 1,794.
Okay, so. That's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Bailey.
Can you speak a little bit on where that 200,000 came from? Did you?
I'm sorry, where
The
what?
200,000? How did you guys come up with that number as far as what you're giving the city? Is that some type of percentage?
That's a great question, and since my client, Vice Mayor laughs, because since my client surprised me at first reading when he came up here, tapped me on the shoulder and offered it, I'm going to let him maybe address that question.
Hi, good evening. Carlos Gonzalez, Lennar Homes, 730 Northwest 107th Avenue, third floor. There was zero science.
Can I suggest some science?
Sure.
We're looking at a stoplight, possibly needing two. If traffic is one of the biggest concerns, why not get a little closer to 400,000 and offer help with one stoplight?
Is that science?
It is tonight.
Woo, that's painful science.
It's better than your science.
Yeah.
Which was none.
It depends where you're, what side you're on, right? So look, I, just like at the last hearing, I'm hearing it loud and clear. Your job is not easy. What we do today, everyone, is kind of disliking developers, but it's a much needed service that we provide to the market. So anyway, I did it at the last hearing saying, hey, I hear you. It is a real issue. I'm hearing, residents that live here, it's a real issue. And so are we willing to maybe do a little bit more? I'd like to understand what you're talking about a 4-mast light, right? And so I could probably move from there. What I'd like to do, and unfortunately we're doing this in 4 stages, whatever I commit to, I want to know as part of a comprehensive approval. And so what you're proposing, if at the end of the night we came out with a full approval, is something I would consider. Is that fair?
And I don't want you to get me wrong. I do appreciate all of the work that you guys did. Staff has been working alongside you for months now. There have been really great developments with the sidewalk, landscapes. I know the green spaces and pocket parks really were impressive when we went to visit the other locations. The additional spaces around the clubhouse, brick pavers, we really do look at all the details and make sure that it is a quality product and continue to ask for more and want to do better for the city. So I just wanted to clarify that. But if we're talking 200,000 or 350 to 4 for a stoplight, I figured that would make a lot of people happy.
Right. So is that fair, what I suggested, that how the night ends up, if of course we're approved, I would do that. Is that fair? There's still no science. But, we want to be sensitive to the job you have to do and what the residents have to go through. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Guzman, second by Councilman Maldonado. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Faircloth?
Yes.
Councilman Guzman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
No.
Mayor Shelley?
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there's, I guess,
Yes, so let me,
intervening item. Are you going to take it up?
that's what I'm finding out right now. So let me see how my colleagues would like to move forward. We have, I think, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. We just took care of 8. We have a city item in between, and then we have the item we deferred toward the end of quasi-judicial. Would my colleagues like to go ahead and, while we've got the same topic, roll and do 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 in consecutive order and get this item done and then move on to the next? Okay. Is that any issue, City Attorney? James? That's fine.
So moving on.
Tab 10 then.
Yes, moving on to tab 10. Tab 10 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request from Section 25-116 Private Streets of the City Code of Ordinances to permit a minimum of 20-foot wide private streets exclusive of curb and gutter within a 770 dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 84.96 acre parcel generally located west of Southwest 152nd Avenue, Kingman Road, between South Canal Drive and Palm Drive as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Yes, sir. Staff is recommending that the mayor and council consider the variance request from the City Code, Section 25-116, to permit the improved roadway on private residential streets within the proposed Keys Gate residential subdivision to be a minimum of 20 feet wide, exclusive of the curb and gutter. We're requesting this variance from Section 25-116, which says that the private streets need to be at least 24 feet wide. We're requesting 20 feet wide. And one of the reasons we're doing this is because in this application, as we went through the site plan, we understand what the community feels about a lot of the development out there. We would like to see better development. We've been pushing on the development community very hard. To their credit, they met with us. We had extensive meetings. We drove the community all over, made a list of things that we didn't like about the development that had come up over the years. We made lists of things that we did like about development that came over up over the years, and we pushed on the applicant to improve the quality of their development. We went and took site visits with the applicant to other parts of the county to look at their developments that they did. While we're not completely happy with this, we feel we've made great strides to make the development better in looking at these types of things, again, from the history that I have here and seeing the things that had come up over the years. Really pushed on them to make it better, and we thought one of the things we could do is to give a little bit more green space, a little bit more walking area by minimizing or making equal in the public roads, you're allowed to have the provision we're asking for now. So this is a variance that we suggested as staff. The applicant agreed to it, and it's part of the compromises, I think, that improve this from what we have seen over the years. So again, for that reason, we're recommending approval.
Any questions for staff from my colleagues? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, open to the public. Anybody would like to speak on? Yeah, let me let the applicant real quick give his presentation. Ed, let me let the applicant give his presentation real quick and then open a public hearing.
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant here this evening. Thank you to staff, and I appreciate the thorough explanation you got from Mr. Corradino. In fact, this is a pavement width. We are not providing for less right-of-way within our community. We are simply reducing the pavement width, that is the travel lanes, right, where the cars are going to go, in order to accommodate, as Mr. Corradino mentioned, what we believe, when staff, requested, is a more aesthetically pleasing product. Being able to add some land on both sides, and I want to on both sides of the road in the swale areas that will increase and allow us to meet some of the concerns or address some of the concerns that staff had. It's a couple of points to mention. We did not. I got to get through the site plan. Sorry, so I'm not going to talk about the entire site plan. So here is the 50-foot right-of-way, which we're still providing, and then, believe it or not, the two cars that you see in the middle, not the ones that are parked, but the two cars that you see in the drive-out, those are 10 feet. And so the swale area where the trees will go increase by 2 feet on each side. So those swale areas grow to 8 feet. And what is, valuable about that is that, obviously, throughout the entire community, you're talking about a substantial amount of linear feet, but you're also talking about the streetscape when you stand at the end of the street, having a wider green space and area. It does not add density. Again, and I made this point earlier, when we filed our application, we did not request this variance. Staff, suggested and talked with us about whether it was something we were willing to do. We didn't do this because we could get more units out of it. We have the same number of units we had before. We did this because in consultation with staff, we felt that it was the appropriate thing to do to address some of the aesthetic streetscape concerns that they had. And so, the other area and the other way in which we worked is in some of the other products, and this first one over here was the single families and the townhomes, where you have more swale area, and then in the villas section, where you have, I'll try and zoom in on it, where you've got, right, see these little areas here and here, both increased. In the villa product, when it was less than 99 feet, or less than 94 feet, I should say, we weren't able to provide any space. So the parking, which is now occurring on pavers, and we'll get to the site plan, but the parking, which will now occur on pavers, was coming and butting right up to the sidewalk. Now we are able to, and we redesigned and made sure that we could, and the clickers, is provide on some of the lots that are not quite as deep, a couple of feet, and some of the other ones up to 5 feet, so that when the folks park in the pavered area, which is the brown area, and their car faces forward, they're not going to overhang over the sidewalk. So that was one of the concerns. And so, that is one of the things that we can do, and those two conditions are in the entire villa section, and then the first picture that you saw here were for the single families and the townhomes. I was asked a question by Councilman Guzman. Not every road we did that. There were some roads in which we were able to accommodate the additional landscaping without reducing the pavement width. So there are still roads with 24 or 25 feet of pavement on them. So it's not even monolithically across the entire community. It is in those areas in which it allowed us to provide for a more aesthetically pleasing product that, again, allowed us to provide some more landscaping without a need for that landscaping to meet code or requirement. We met all of it. This was to try and make it a better product. And so, again, we would respectfully, and I thank staff for acknowledging that, you know, it was a collaborative effort. They suggested, they saw, they thought that it was something we could implement. We were willing to do it. It's required allowing the code to be amended in order to allow these types of changes. And as he mentioned, as Mr. Cordino mentioned, city roads, county roads, many roads in your own community are already 20 feet wide in pavement. It is not unsafe. In fact, before I forget, because I made sure we put this in here, sorry. I swear, there was a rhyme and reason to my presentation when I went over it this morning, but I've had to break it up into pieces. Here's the variance application. This right here is the approval of the fire department for the current set of plans that you're looking at. There was a concern, and we've heard it in the past about there being a life safety concern. If you lower, you know, if you shorten, narrow the width of the roads, is there a problem? The fire department has reviewed and has determined and has approved the current set of plans. And so there are no life safety concerns. Traffic trucks, ambulances, and the like will have safe passage. Obviously, that's a critical and important step. So again, we would urge you to follow staff's recommendation, planning and zoning recommendation of approval this evening, and allow for this variance to be approved, and it will be carried out through the site plan, which you'll see shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Anybody would like to speak from the public, please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Edward Powell, 745 South 18 Lane. Well, we're talking about the road width. You've approved you've already approved the NOPC. Is it moot? We're discussing it anyway. Haven't you approved the project? So we're going to approve previously, and we're not going to approve the road change. It doesn't sound like it's up for grabs here. You've already approved the project, which included 20 foot of road. Now, you and I were involved, Steve, 2000 and on, this whole building process. Remember? We had 8 foot wide streets. We went to 10, and planning and building services pushed like we pushed to widen them. We got them to 22 feet at one point. Most of it was cul-de-sacs where a garbage truck or a waste truck, a fire truck couldn't make a swing with a 10 foot, 20 foot road. We fought to get the 22 to 24. So now what, we're going to come back again? And now you've got this wonderful swale. Why don't we widen the road and shorten the swale? Nobody lives in a swale. All it is a buffer between a sidewalk and your house. We got this wonderful 4 foot swale. Wow. Why don't we make it 2 feet and then we'll widen the road? Thank you.
Again, my name is Tucker Gibbs. I'm here tonight representing Keys Gate Condominium Association and Thomas Panos. Because of the time limitations on this issue, I'd like to submit my full statement into the record at the conclusion of my remarks, because I think I'll be cut short.
Sure. Let's provide that to the clerk.
Okay, my clients object to this variance request, and I want to look at it very closely. The new variance amendment that was just passed tonight is not retroactive. Therefore, the Planning and Zoning Board and first reading approvals of the requested variance are void, because this variance was not reviewed by those boards pursuant to any then existing ordinance. Even if the amended variance ordinance is properly in effect, the requested variance fails to meet the code's variance standards. In particular, the applicant hasn't shown that it meets the hardship requirement criteria 2, and that the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the property, in criteria number 5, and that the variance is not a self-created hardship, which is criteria number 4. And according to the Florida Supreme Court, a prerequisite to granting a hardship-based zoning variance like this one is the presence of an exceptional and unique hardship which is related to the land, such as the shape of the lot. And your ordinance specifically says, owing to conditions unique to the site, a literal enforcement of the provisions of the zoning code would result in an unnecessary hardship. According to the 3rd District Court of Appeal, a variance is not justified unless no reasonable use can be made of the property without the variance. So what's a reasonable use? Florida courts have determined consistently that the variance applicant must show and the city council must find that the property is virtually unusable without the variance. Furthermore, if the proposed development could be reduced in size to satisfy the zoning regulations, then the variance should not be granted. The applicant in his January 31st letters, giving its rationale, failed to explain, as required by the zoning code in Florida courts, how this property is virtually unusable unless you grant the variance, nor has the applicant provided any evidence that the development could not be reduced in size to meet the zoning requirements to avoid the variance. Finally, this is a self-created hardship. According to Florida courts, a hardship is self-created where the owners were fully aware of the property's shape and size, but still designed a project which was too large. And that's the case here. Not once has the applicant explained how a unique site condition caused its claimed hardship in developing the property consistent with the zoning code, which is required in your code. Self-imposed acts are insufficient to warrant the granting of a variance. For those reasons, there's no hardship and the variance should be denied along with each of the other development requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Ginther again, 238 Northeast 31st Avenue. Very briefly about the concept of the swales. If you diminish the width of the swales, one, it would reduce the number of green in the community, but perhaps more importantly, it would also diminish the effects of drainage. Drainage works because of green space and swales, and if you make the swales half the size, you're not going to be able to get the same drainage effects, the positive drainage effects of the 4-foot swale. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Questions from council, Councilman Roth. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, and then I got some observations. I think I heard that it was staff's recommendation for changing the sizes of the streets for something. Is that the case? And it wasn't the developer's request on you, it was a recommendation that came from staff?
Yes, sir, that's the case. Again, we're cognizant of the strengths and weaknesses of the product that's been built out there. We're always looking to improve them. So as we went around looking this, a lot of times applicants are always coming and wanting to vary the code or get a variance for something. And a lot of times it's for things that are beneath the code that don't necessarily, in our eyes, make the development any better, but things that for cost reasons or whatever. We felt, as we went through the list, we could achieve some of our goals. We could improve the development with these narrower roads. Again, they're no narrower than we're allowed in the public streets. And we think that the additional landscaping, the additional swale area, gives it a much better aesthetic value. And that's why we did recommend this. It's not their recommendation. I'm sure they would love it if they didn't have to do it. Probably cost them more money. So this is a staff recommendation.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that it was a recommendation from our staff.
Yes, sir.
And not a requirement from the developer to move forward with this development. So those that know me, I like to go out and see stuff for myself. And I went out to various communities that are private roads in our community and measured the streets in these communities. You see it's on here. So in my exercise, I went out into Malibu Bay and found that Mendocino Estates, which is a single-family development, had 24-foot streets. Sonora had 24-foot streets. Malibu Bay at Villas at Camaro had 22-foot streets. Ventura in Malibu Bay had 20-foot streets. Monterey, 22. We go over to Waterstone, and I couldn't find any streets larger than 20 feet. In Waterstone, Portofino Palms, Portofino Oaks, and Floridian Isles out there. Tennessee Estates, which is not a gated community, also had 20-foot streets. Northgate, Keys Gate, the homes with tile roofs had 20-foot streets. The homes with shingle roofs had 24-foot streets. Eastlake had 20-foot street in the back. Eastlake had 24-foot streets in the front. So, and I have more to go, but I'm not going to waste anybody else's time with that. I'm not sure I understand what this is about, but it already seems like in our city that 20-foot street works, 22 feet street works, and 24 street feet works. So is this something for staff to clear up so that they don't have to bring this item back to us anymore, and you can make a decision based on a recommendation? I'm just not understanding this process.
Well, I think what happened was at a certain point, the rules were changed within private development that required the street width, not the right-of-way, but the pavement,
Right.
to be 24 feet wide.
Right.
And so, again, that's different than the pavement width on public streets.
Right.
And so what we thought we could achieve a better aesthetic value from this with less pavement, more green space, more landscaping and so forth. And so we asked them to go for a variance. And this way, it doesn't mean that they're allowed to develop at 20 feet all over in every private development. It means that in the right situations, if they come for a variance and it works, then we have the ability to approve it. Obviously, that's got to go through the council.
Okay, so just to wrap this portion up, the developments that have 20-foot streets in them already, they obtain variances through?
I don't know, but I think they may have been approved prior to the rule change that, and I have to go back and research when the code changed to require the 24-foot street in the private
Okay.
sector,
So
private
it's-
development.
So this particular one is specific to?
2005, I was told.
2005. So this specific tab is directed directly at this development?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, at this development, to make this development better.
Okay.
The thoughts are that, if it works in other developments, we can use it. But
Right.
it's certainly not a right, it's something that they can request.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and just a clarification, so we passed tab 17 early because that was the overarching that allowed staff to then make this presentation to us and us to then vote for this variance for this community. But tab 17 was so that it could be applied across the entire city.
Gotcha.
For any other future developments coming forward. So,
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councilman Guzman.
Question for our police department. Does our police department have any indication that the roads being 20 feet wide compared to 24 feet wide, does that create any more accidents or anything like that?
Am I on? Okay. Councilman Guzman, there's nothing that I have to share with you tonight that would indicate that we've ever had any issues that would be of concern regarding the width of the street, or the additional cause of accidents because of the narrowness versus the 24-foot.
The reason I ask is if somebody's driving a big truck, does it cause more fender benders? Are there mirrors hitting other cars on the way? But if that's never happened, then
We
the question's answered.
realistically don't have that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is, I'm not a big fan of this project per se because of the density. I think you guys are doing a great job, but this is one that I'm supporting because this is one part of it that I'm supporting because I do like the idea of having more green space, more swell area, less, less pavement per se to stop drainage and back into the aquifer. So for me, this is one I am going to support. Councilman Maldonado.
Thank you. And Councilman Roth had brought up that information. Lennar, without a variance in the past, for my community, put 20-foot streets. And I could tell you that it's made a huge difference because when we do have get-togethers or friends coming over, or anyone else extra that's parking on the road, there's still enough space to get around and get through. So I'm glad you guys did this for the rest of Homestead because me and my family and my community has been able to enjoy this product that Lennar has brought forward. And so I wish I would see it in there's other communities, like he had mentioned, that were Portofino, that weren't built by Lennar. There were another organization, another company, smaller roads. I visited some of those communities. My sister actually lives in one. It's a Portofino developed community here in Homestead. And whenever we get together, and we're a large family, I mean, it's very difficult for anyone else to get in because we take up one side of the road. We're having to park on other locations. And so, my concern was the traffic from either fire rescue or police or just regular residents coming through. We see it as an issue. We see a lot of the neighbors getting upset because, we're crowding the street. But, that has to do with the development of property and not having enough roadway. And so I am in favor of this as well. This is a good product for us, for Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you. See no additional comments or questions from council. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Guzman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 11.
Yes, tab 11 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval for the development of the 770 dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 84.96 acre parcel of land located within the existing villages of Homestead, DRI, west of Southwest 152nd Avenue, Kingman Road, between South Canal Drive, Palm Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Yes, sir. We are recommending the approval of the attached resolution granting the site plan approval for these 770 units. We've gone over it multiple times, 117 single-family units, 349 townhomes, 304 villas in this subdivision. Again, 20-foot right-of-ways are allowed. 20-foot to pavement is allowed on 50-foot right-of-ways and cross-sections with valley curbs and swales, sidewalks, landscape streets, decorative pavers, decorative perimeter fencing, a clubhouse. There are 5 villa floor plans varying between 1,300 and 1,750 square feet. 5 townhome floor plans varying between basically the same, and 10 model home floor plans varying between 1,600 square feet and 2,800 square feet. So we're recommending approval of this site plan.
Perfect. I need a motion to extend the meeting. Do I have a motion? Moved. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Do we need a time certain for our extension here? All right, we'll do it for another hour. Let's start with the hour and go from there. All right. Any questions for staff? Vice Mayor Burgess.
Thank you. I guess this is for both staff and the applicant. And we go back to the traffic issues, and here we are, and looking at the first one I want to bring up is the exit that they have right next to the school. And we know that that's a failing intersection down there and a failing area with kids dispersed everywhere during the mornings and afternoons, and parents parked everywhere despite whatever efforts the police department and the school put forth. And with this entrance and exit abutting, or just maybe 50 feet from the property line, I'm wondering what we can do for safety out there, because you're going to have people coming and going, kids are walking and riding their bikes to school and from school, the parents parking the swale right there to get their kids every day, and then these people are going to be coming out of that exit, and they're going to have to do a U-turn right in front of the school, or go to the end of the road and do a U-turn where it's a no U-turn posted, if they want to go back to the north to get on the turnpike the easiest way. So what do we propose as a city for this, and I'm starting with this one, as an exit, because we're forcing people to come out of there and turn right and go down and do a U-turn where the police officer stands every morning from 7 o'clock till 9:30. Is that about right, Colonel Kennedy? Yeah. And parks his car there so that it would be impossible for them to do a U-turn, and then they're to go down to the end of the road and forced to do a U-turn where it's posted no U-turn.
I'm not sure we're forcing them to make a right. I think there's a curb cut, and they can certainly come out of that. You're
So
talking
we're
about
going to have 2 curb cuts within 100 feet of each other then, because there's already one there for the school. So just down the street at their entrance, which is going to be less than 500 feet, which is the necessary, I thought that's what I was told when we did stuff on Kingman, that it was 500 feet. For cut-throughs on the highway. That's why One Palm has to do a U-turn.
On this plan, on the southernmost entrance and exit, there is a median cut, which would enable drivers who want to exit the facility in the morning to go north, right from the driveway.
How is that possible when it's going to be within 500 feet of two already existing cut-throughs?
Without regard to any of that, there are two more entrance and exits facing Kingman, which a driver, if they wanted to go north, could use those entrances and exits and not use the southernmost driveway. They still could go north. So it's not a requirement. We're not forcing
I
anybody.
know it's not a requirement, but it's a hazard, and it's not, how is it factual that we've got a cut-through there when we're told on other projects we can't have a cut-through? And I represent with One Palm as an example.
You know, if the county's approved it, I don't see any issue with it.
How do they get approval for this, and yet we make the people at One Palm and the people that
I
we've
can't
deferred,
answer.
that one of the counselors that's sitting here tonight, we deferred his project, and he's never come back because he had to do a U-turn.
Can't answer the question for the county. We'd have to ask them that question. But again, in this case, I don't see it as a requirement that somebody go south to go north. There's multiple access points.
I'm just asking because that cut-through to me is not legal, based on what you've represented here in the past.
I don't know what to tell you on that. We've got it here in the plan. I think it's been approved by the county. I have to double
We
check
think
that.
or we know it's been approved?
I'll have to check on it and see what it is. Well, we haven't.
Because if that's true, then we need to go back and start putting some other cut-throughs in this city to alleviate the problems that we face over there at Northgate.
I haven't heard anybody from the county tell us that we can't do this one.
Well, nobody from the county's probably even come down here and looked at the road. So that's my question on that one. I don't understand how they can do a cut-through there when they're less than the feet that they need to be away.
Say that again, please.
I just don't understand how we can do the cut-through there to alleviate, like you're stating.
We'll get the answer for you.
Okay. And they're right there, probably what, 250 feet from the U-turn of the schools, or I mean the entrance and exit of the school.
It's not been a concern that's been brought up to me, so I'll have to research it and get you the answer.
Okay. Because that concerns me right there with the people coming out of that neighborhood trying to get across 2 lanes of traffic that are stacked up for the school, with kids getting in and out of their cars, trying to get to the sidewalk because the parents stop in the middle of the road and let them out and all that. So that's one concern of mine. The other one is up here at Center, where Centergate and Alex Muxo meet Kingman. We already require the school, when available, to have an officer there directing traffic, so that people that are coming out of Centergate are able to egress and ingress as needed. When we add these other however many cars to that, we're going to need a light there. And I know that the applicant has offered some money, and then he didn't like the science that we were trying there a minute ago with Councilwoman Bailey. So I'm wondering if they're going to have another science project where they are willing to maybe put a light there for us, or look at funding the light for us as a condition. They're not listening to me over there. They're in their science project mode. They got their little beakers over there, and they're mixing up all the stuff. But that, and then when you go to the far north, the exit and entrance that we have off of South Canal is a very narrow 2-lane road that's heavily traveled already, with a school zone, with a 4-way stop to the south, probably, what, a mile to the south, Mr. Roth? Half a mile? And then at the very north, we have where they're going to have to cross Kingman, which is a very busy road in the morning, to come out to a stoplight, and where the traffic backs up some there already. So I see some road improvements needed on both of those, and I'm just wondering what we can do, and I'll say it again, to be proactive instead of reactive. And tonight, unfortunately, we are being reactive again.
You would have to you'd have to study these roads and figure out if.
But why is it we have to study them? Why haven't we studied them?
Why haven't we
The city needs to hold some responsibility here too. When we allow these projects to come forth, we need to have some responsibility and some plans forward, as we know that we're putting people out into a failing area already during peak hours of the day, and they're coming out onto a minimal 2-lane road that's not even striped. no sidewalks that kids are walking to school on. And here we are forcing another 770 homes possibly out that one exit if they wanted to.
You have to look at these operational to prove that they're failing, to prove that they're striped incorrectly, to prove that they're signed incorrectly.
Mr. Manager, I don't understand why we don't have a plan and a department that goes out and look at this stuff and takes all of this into consideration when a plan is being taken. I'm being told tonight we have to go look at it. Why do we not look at it prior to something being done here?
Oh, let me correct. We don't see a problem here.
Have you ever driven that road?
Yes, we have. We
You've
don't-
driven that road at 7 o'clock in the morning because I
We
asked
have
your
been out there
assistant
at
to come
7
sit
o'clock.
out there with me and nobody showed up.
I'm not seeing a problem with this. We haven't brought up
Well,
any, we
let's
don't
meet there
recommend-
tomorrow morning at 6
we don't
o'clock and
recommend-
we'll have a coffee and talk about it. Because there is a problem with that entire road during school hours, in the morning and the afternoon, at both ends of where you're forcing people to go. You've got 3 schools within a half a mile of this development that all go out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and all come in at 7 o'clock in the morning. And there's no problem? I don't understand it. I'm just so flabbergasted that we're trying to catch up again, and we don't look at it, and there's no problem. Yet you've gotten, every citizen that's come up here tonight said there's a problem, but the city still sees no problem. I don't even know what to say, other than we're doing a poor job as a city if that's our answer. I don't even know what else to say.
Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. I had so many thoughts on this, and we are adding some density to the west side of Kingman. And the South Canal Kingman interchange concerned me the most because we have a community there, Palm Breeze, that is landlocked. They have one entrance in and one entrance out onto South Canal. And the new development to the east is going to have an entryway on South Canal also. And I had looked at some aerials of the area, and I was wondering if there was a possibility for us to put in a bypass from South Canal to North Canal to alleviate some of the pressure at South Canal and Kingman. And there is this dirt road that runs north-south from North Canal to South Canal. And I just didn't have enough time to research the probability of us using that as a relief lane or two for that South Canal road. South Canal is the only road through that is not a two-lane road each way, and that leads to 2 4-lane roads on Kingman and then Farm Life. So we're putting a lot of density on that one road and expecting it to handle the amount of traffic there. So he has a nice map that shows this area, and maybe we can look at the potential. The cutouts are already there on North Canal leading into this dirt road that is actually, I believe, HOA property to some extent. So, which is out there. And I don't know where we go with it from here, but there is a potential. I mean, there's a road there. It just needs to be paved, but we have to have some approval from somebody in order to do that. It's not the end-all, be-all solution, but it's a start, because once we put all those extra units on that road, I can't imagine what it's going to look like at 7 o'clock in the morning without any relief, because the only relief is going to a 4-way stop to the west, or going to Kingman in South Canal and forcing all those people to cross southbound traffic into the northbound lanes to get out of here in the morning to go to work. And if there's some relief on that southbound, on South Canal to North Canal, which is already there, so I don't know who can look into that to see, it's not gonna change anything tonight, but as Councilman Burgess says, you know, we're chasing the rabbit right now. The rabbit is running out in front of us, and we gotta figure out how to catch it with traffic. And I think that would be a fairly inexpensive way to at least relieve some of the pressure on South Canal. For now, I'll rest. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. The applicant like to make a presentation on this item?
Applicant this evening, and I'm going to hope I can figure out where I am. I think I need to go back. Sorry. I think there we go. Thank you again, and obviously in the interest of time, I'm going to try and concern and focus mostly on the site plan elements that we haven't discussed a lot about this evening, and then obviously also talk a little bit about some of the traffic concerns and the way that we've designed our project, and I've alluded to some of it in the past. You've got an approximately 85-acre property. Even though we've addressed this concern in the past, we are not exceeding the density allowed within the PRAC land use or the PUD zoning. We're not asking for any density increases. This is a site plan that works, as we've discussed earlier this evening, in accordance with your code, with the one variance exception that we've been through this evening and that we've received approval for, which again we believe adds and enhances the project. It is a project that runs from north to south, from South Canal to Town Center, and then has another portion south of Town Center. And when you go through it, you see basically three different, and there were concerns or comments earlier today about the number of units and the types of units or the quality of the products. You know, I think that broadly speaking, the range of prices would be between $225,000 and $350,000 for the different types of units. There are 20 different models. And I'll get into that in a minute. 770 total units. Parking, which is always a concern, and we've heard it again, and I alluded to it earlier today, parking, which is always a concern, is not a concern here. While there are 1,540 spaces required, we're providing nearly 2,000, 1,955, so almost in excess of 30% more than that is which is required. We've learned lessons from the past. You don't want to have situations in which you don't have parking for the residents and for visitors and the like who come. As a result, again, I believe in working very closely, and I want to thank staff and working closely with them on all of the site plan considerations and issues, not just the road width or the landscaping or the street types, but on everything. We enjoy a recommendation of approval from your staff today. We also enjoy a recommendation of approval from your Planning and Zoning Board, who took up this item and favorably recommended it for your consideration. The single-family homes have square footages ranging from 1,800 to 3,300 square feet. Again, there are 10 floor plans, 6 3-bedroom, 2 4-bedroom, and 2 5-bedroom. And again, in talking about traffic and parking, not every house is going to be a 5-bedroom house. That's not how it works, or even a 4-bedroom house. In fact, the majority of our models as a whole are 3-bedroom, because when you go to the townhomes, they're all 3-bedroom models, and when you go to the villas, they're all 3-bedroom models. And so, can we say with certainty that there won't be some house that has 2 teenage kids with cars? Of course not. That's a reality, and that's life, and that's folks. But are there going to be houses where the folks, while they're living there, are living there with young children and just 2 cars? Absolutely. That also is a reality and a fact of life. And certainly when you have the majority of the units being 3-bedroom units, again, all 5 model types for the villas, all 5 model types of the townhomes, and 6 of the 10 model types of the single-family homes, you're obviously developing a product that is more likely rather than less likely to have, smaller family units and the like. This is not just all 5-bedroom units or anything like that. I think it's important to keep that in mind. We talked at length, and it's important in the site plan. We talked at length about it during the site plan. This was the road cross-section, and this one was for the single-family homes and townhomes and the extra space for the swale, and so I won't reiterate those points. Condition 1 and Condition 2, again, providing for an enhanced streetscape environment, and this is where the conditions 1 and 2 play out. The red is condition 1, and the, I guess, yellow or green in this light is condition 2. But in both cases, the additional landscaping, which, I think in no small part contributed to staff's recommendation of approval, our willingness to work with them. I'm going to run through a few of the elevations, and then I'm going to come back to the site plan and highlight some of the pocket parks, but, single-family homes and townhomes. A number of you had an opportunity to visit the Artesa community, the Lennar Artesa community, and I think what you saw in practice there is, what you would see here, which is a high-level quality construction with an abundance of, finishes, lush landscaping, green areas, and pocket parks. And I think it was Councilwoman Bailey who mentioned that during one of the prior items about, seeing all of those. And so these are some of the, we again failed, and this is my fault, because of course you think about it when you're up here. Keep in mind, the villas, the parking space in the villas will look like the townhome parking space, meaning that this area here, and it's easier to see it, and sorry, I've got to go back and forth. Right here, this area here is pavers, and I think it's important. It was another, and finally, I think the lights work. So this area here, which is where the cars will be parked in the villa product, will be on pavers. And again, adding to the streetscape. That was a request. When our application came in, it did not have that. We, took staff's recommendation that, maybe we could do something to make that streetscape look nicer, and in conjunction with some of the road width discussions we've had previously today, this is what you get. And you know what? It is a nicer look. It's candidly a nicer look, and that's why the process takes a while, and that's why we go through it. Let me scroll back to the end where I was. I want to make sure, clubhouse. So we've got obviously a clubhouse, and I do have to get into the timing because of a condition that you have in your recommendation. But clubhouse amenity that will be built to obviously support a community of this size. And Lennar is the nation's largest home builder, builds a lot of communities, and kind of understands the size and what needs to serve a particular community. Those of you that visited Artesa saw a clubhouse that is very similar in look and feel. There are always tweaks and touches, but this will be a clubhouse. When you look at the clubhouse plan, obviously great room, exercise room, the pool, the back porch covered area, covered entry, parking, standalone parking there, although obviously you hope and encourage that folks are going to use it by walking or riding their bikes, bike parking, bike racks, and all of that. We recognize that there's going to be times when folks drive there for some reason. We accommodate and provide for that, and then we get back to the variance application. Since we've talked a lot, I got to go back, and I'll finish with the conditions, and I'll talk about those. Because I think we're going to discuss one of them in particular for a lot longer. I do want to talk a little bit about the entrances and exits, because I know it's been a large topic of conversation, and maybe this is the best one to look at. When we design a community like this, and when the designers, and they're here today, design a community like this, and I mean like this, meaning one of 85 acres, substantial size, there is great care and effort taken into what the site is going to look like and where the entrances and exits are located. There are also fire and life safety considerations, making sure that, obviously you don't want everybody coming in and out of one place, and I think we can all recognize that. And you balance all that. You also balance the fact that, and I mentioned this very early on during the NOPC item, I believe it once, the development process entails these approvals, but it also entails county approvals. And so we have already had discussions with the county, and historically, because of requests that they have made, we are already including turn lanes, right turn lanes, at our entrances, meaning that we are dedicating what's necessary in order to be able to pull the cars that are going to be coming into our community off into a turn lane. And we are already designing that, and that already is sort of included in the site plan that you're approving. We are anticipating, based on the preliminary conversations that we had with the county, that those will be requirements. And as a result, we've included them in this site plan so that they're basically already approved. And so even if the county were to say, well, you didn't actually need a dedicated right turn lane, in these sections, particularly along Kingman and Town Center, and you can see it right here. It's tough at this scale, and I apologize, but you can see it right here. You see right there? You see that area right there? You see how it's cut out a little bit more. So when you come into here, and I know that there's concerns from the community that lives here about getting in and out of their community, and we get it. But we are providing for, when you get right into town center, I lost my clicker, when you get right into town center, being able to pull off so that there's still a through lane. So that if you live into, further west, over in this area right here, to the west of our community, and you turn onto here, and you're behind a person that's coming into our community, they're going to turn into the turn lane immediately when they get onto town center, and then, obviously be able to enter the community, and you're not going to get stuck behind them. And we've taken care and consideration for some of those things. We've discussed a lot the, Councilman Burgess, the exit right here, I believe it is, the entrance and exit right here. You were the one at the south side, right? That's the one that gave you some heartburn? Was that the one? I just want to make sure it was the one. And the designers, I know maybe it's not the only one that gives you heartburn. I said that one gave you heartburn. The designers point out to me that part of why it's designed that way and looks that way is because there's a cutout in Kingman there because there's an entrance to the baseball complex. And I recognize the baseball complex may not look like a baseball complex for much longer, but there is already a cutout on Kingman, and we line up our entrance there with the entrance to that complex today. And the way development works, I think that if that gets redeveloped down the road with something else, you've lined it up already. There's a cut already on Kingman, and then that development, whatever that may be, if it is something different one day, would have to conform to what comes here. I am, as someone who represents charter schools regularly, and some of you have seen me up here talking about charter schools, I am somewhat baffled that all these schools got approved without any of these traffic improvements getting put in place, because every time that I've had a charter school approval anywhere, traffic is the number one consideration, and there is a lot. So I don't know, it is difficult for me to understand how the schools that were all approved in that area got approved without maybe more consideration for traffic. We are obviously willing to go a long way towards helping address the concerns that they are creating in terms of the pickup and drop-off. And we want to be good neighbors, and I'm sure that some of our children that live in this community are going to go to school there and to other great schools. But it is difficult for us to address every issue and problem that's been created if other projects, whether they're charter schools or other residential projects or the like, have been created, and at the time, more wasn't imposed or required of them. Doesn't mean that we're not willing to go a long way. Councilwoman Bailey, you've already heard when you asked earlier today, we want to work towards a global solution. But we also want to keep in mind that we certainly didn't create every issue present, and it's very difficult for us to solve every issue present. Just that one developer can't do that. And so the entrances and exits, again, typically any parcel is going to have two. So the parcel south of town center would have two, including the one that lines up. And then a parcel as large as the one north of town center up to South Canal would then have three. One on town center, one on the main entrance to the community on Kingman, right around, you know where it is, next to coming into the lake area, and then the one up on the on South Canal. I think Councilman Roth, you bring up a really good point about perhaps another connector straight to North Canal, and certainly I think that you're right, and there's like a dirt road there or something like that. I think right, and so. I think those are also part of solutions that can come about that aren't necessarily in our control, but I think I've heard a number of you today say, hey, it isn't just about a project that comes in, we've got bigger traffic issues, and I can assure you that, if and when a road like that comes in, and I agree with Councilman Roth, it appears as if there's an intent, and maybe it's just because those parcels haven't been developed, but there are mechanisms by which the city can avail itself of right-of-way if necessary, and perhaps that's something that could be looked at, and I think it would, Councilman, provide great relief. It's just part of the development process, and that would provide some relief to South Canal. I want to highlight some of the areas. Obviously, the clubhouse. That when you come in, basically it's very hard with this when the light was lower. But when you come in by the lake, and you'll see the clubhouse there, it will be difficult for me to do it at this scale, but there are a number of pocket parks throughout the entire community. We didn't want to just congregate all of the green space into one larger area, because the reality is that in recreation, for sports playing and things of that nature, you all have fantastic programs at your parks. And when kids are going to go play soccer, and when they're going to go play baseball, and when they're going to go play basketball, they're likely going to do it through the great park system that you have. And we want to encourage that. What we want to do is encourage what you would call livable green space, right? The ability to just go for a walk with your dog and the like, rather than congregating all of that together and taking all those pocket parks and creating something big enough to maybe create one little mini soccer field and saying, oh, well, now they can play soccer here or they can play baseball here. We spread it out throughout. And so again, it's tough here, but there's up, just north of the lake and to the left, there are pocket parks. There's pocket park, like a triangle wedge up at the top. There are near the clubhouse, and then even in the area south of town center, which again is all one community, but it's segregated by that road. There's also a separate park area or open space area. We took great care to do that. We are not asking for a single open space variance. We're not asking for a green space variance. We're not asking for a landscaping variance. We meet all of that. It was important to make sure that we met all of that. I touched upon the fact that we meet all of the parking. We felt that that was critical and important, and that parking is spread out throughout the entirety of the site, not just next to the clubhouse, but next to some of the units, particularly in areas where there are townhomes and villas, and where folks, if they have visitors, it's going to be easier for them to have their visitors park nearby when they come to visit, as you've heard earlier today. Again, the fact that we have 85 acres does give us the ability to really make something work and provide some of the benefits that staff exacted of us that we proposed from the beginning. It instructs where some of the entrances and exits are going to be and where the location is. So yes, there is one on South Canal, and we readily acknowledge that South Canal, when it gets to Kingman, has some traffic concerns, but it's a road, and our property fronts on that road, and it would be very strange not to have a connection there. To Councilman Roth's point, the solution should be to find global solutions when they can be found, particularly in the DRI, where, again, we've had this conversation over and over again, the development is going to come in one shape or form or fashion. Let's fix the problem globally. That brings me to, you've got two conditions. One, and I suspect we're going to get into it when we have some questions, with respect to the $200,000 commitment for traffic mitigation purposes, and we made that commitment during the first reading. Your condition is acceptable to us as it's proposed by staff in the resolution. We would respectfully ask that if our site plan or our project is appealed, that the obligation to pay, and I think it reads 90 days, Mr. Gordino, the condition? Yes, and Ms. Lopez answered. We would pay within 90 days of approval. If the project is appealed, it would just be tolled until we are allowed to move forward, so that we wouldn't pay $200,000 to the city, frankly, if we were to get appealed. We would respectfully ask if the council would consider that sort of such time period to be told if the project is appealed. I'd love to think that nothing's going to happen, but I've been up here before all of you enough times to know that, unfortunately, and given the sentiment of some of the folks here, I must ask for that just protective measure. If an appeal is resolved and the 90 days have expired, if it once it's passed, then my client would be happy to make that payment immediately. We just, frankly, if we're going to have to spend money defending the lawsuit, it's going to be something we would like to toll. The second one is with respect to the timing of the construction of the clubhouse. In conversations with staff about 2 weeks ago, for the first time, 2.5 weeks ago, it was after first reading, so it would have been maybe 2.5, 3 weeks ago. They asked us for a proposal as to when the clubhouse would be constructed. We've had those conversations with this council before, Councilwoman Fairclough. That we've also had projects approved that Lennar is constructing where we haven't had a requirement of any type. Kingman Commons or Porta Vida, which is just up the road. In fact, that project's being constructed and the clubhouse is under construction as we speak, even though the community's nowhere near being closed, without any kind of feet to the fire or impetus or threat of fine or anything of that nature. So we've done the right thing anyway. We are perfectly happy to talk about a reasonable time by which the construction of the clubhouse should start. We have no issue with that. We propose that the clubhouse permit be pulled, so the clubhouse start construction on or before the 300th building permit for the unit. So you have 770 units on or before the 300th permit, not the 300th home being finished or CO, but the 300th permit, which might be 100 and some odd COs, so there'd be 100 and some odd homes at that point. Lennar would have to pull the permit to build the clubhouse, and it typically takes about a year, maybe a little longer, 14 months to build a clubhouse. In their estimation, and again, they build a lot of these, the clubhouse would probably be in line, probably a little before half of the community is built, and, you know, it would be acceptable. That would allow it to be supportive, to be able to support the residents that live there. We proposed that to staff, and they came back with and have introduced into your record a condition that we cannot make work, that is frankly untenable, which is that the clubhouse has to be finished before the 100th building permit is pulled. So stop for a second and indulge me as I walk you through this. Lennar will typically open a community for sale, and probably, you know, with a push at the beginning, and Mr. Gonzalez can correct me if I'm wrong, will sell and get to the point where they can pull close to 100 permits, if not 100 permits, particularly for a community of this size, within, you know, 4 to 6 months would be the hope to do something, or less, right? I mean, you know, obviously aggressive sales, marketing, and the like. Under the plan as proposed now, which we can't accept, we would perhaps be able to make that first push to build those first 100 homes, and then we wouldn't be able to build another home, start building another home, until then the clubhouse is built and constructed, which would effectively mean that for months, maybe up to a year, we would be simply building a clubhouse with no other homes being built that would support the clubhouse, that would add to the community at that time. Staff's thoughts, I think, are well-intentioned to keep the feet to the fire, but we would once again respectfully ask you to consider that it be the condition as we proposed it to staff. And we had an opportunity to chat with Mr. Cordino before the meeting a little bit and express some of our concerns, and perhaps he'll be able to share with you that it's acceptable to him. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he seemed to think that maybe we could work something out. That it be that we pull the building permit for the clubhouse on or before the 300th building permit for any, you know, home. So again, you know, I think that would put the clubhouse finishing around the halfway mark of the community, which would give it enough, you know, homes to sustain it. That condition in particular, and then of course the monetary contribution condition, I suspect we may get some questions about, but I would respectfully ask that that condition in particular, if it is the will of this council this evening to approve, be modified as we are suggesting, or perhaps as someone else may suggest. But as it reads today, where the clubhouse would have to be finished, it would just basically be a death knell for the project. You'd have to stop building for a year, build a clubhouse. You wouldn't be able to do it concurrently. I don't think that makes any sense. You know, I don't think that was the intent, and when we walked, I think, Mr. Cordino through it, I think he maybe understood the sort of the development timelines a little bit better when Mr. Gonzalez explained them. So again, I'm happy to answer questions. I suspect I'm going to get a lot of them. We have our designers, our Pascual Perez Collision design professionals, the architects here. If you have any questions with respect to any of the design elements of this project, we respectfully ask for your approval this evening, and I reserve the time to answer any questions that may come from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council. Vice Mayor Burgess.
To Mr. Orza, on these townhomes and the villas, and I stopped, as I spoke to you earlier today, I stopped on the turnpike and looked at the back side of those buildings, and you've got a majority of your outer border buildings, I believe, looking as best I can at the depiction that's given to me, as the larger units, 10, 9, 12 units, whatever the count may be. The back side of those is not very good, and I'd like to see something more aesthetically pleasing to the people as they're going to drive down Kingman or South Canal, instead of seeing big concrete backs of buildings. And I mean, you drive the ones, and if anybody wants to look at what I'm talking about, you stop right there just south of exit 9, and you can look at what is proposed in this neighborhood, just to give you a visual. And they've already got 50-foot royal palms backing, you know, camouflaging them or covering them, along with other stuff that's been put in by the developer. And they're still not very appealing or pleasing to the eye as you drive around. And to me, that is a tough sell, you know, as we're trying to improve the aesthetics and the community and all that. And I understand you're going to have a berm and some trees, and we all know that the oak trees don't grow for years and stuff like that. Is there any way to take the larger units from the exterior, move them to the interior, or to break them up in a different way that would make it more pleasing, instead of just seeing a row of 48 I'm just using a number, you know, 4 12-unit buildings backing up to Kingman or to South Canal. And it's, like I said, it's very hard to depict exactly what the numbers are, but they seem to be the bigger units along that road, along Kingman, on both projects, and then down along South Canal.
Yeah, and Councilman, as you said, we had a chance to discuss this earlier today. So by my, obviously the center of the community, which are all the single-family homes, and really from where the single-family homes start, which this is not the easiest thing to look at. But do I have my site plan here? I'm gonna point to it. Yes. I'm going old school. And I'll turn it around for the audience, but this is all single-family, and then there's one building, and then, these two. And then up here, there's a couple that are actually smaller. This is only a 6-unit, and this is a 7-unit building.
But then you've got 2 12s
And
back
then,
to
and
back.
then, no, admittedly. So we're really talking about 2 buildings, and then 3, 4, 5. So
And along
5 buildings along.
And along South Canal,
And then
it
along South
appears to be
Canal.
a lot of large units there.
Well, 8.
I mean, I didn't have a
8,
magnifying glass.
6. So you've got an 8, a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. So
And a
you only,
12.
and when you and I spoke, you talked about 8, anything greater than 8 and lesser than 8. So there's only actually one building greater than 8 along
So
South
it's
Canal.
very
And,
hard
I
to-
mean,
It's very hard to depict
the
on a
scale,
smaller.
admittedly, the scale sometimes is difficult, and, it's hard at this scale to tell. But of the concern you express with units or building blocks that are larger, 9 units or greater, you've only got 1 on South Canal, and then along the entirety of Kingman, you've got 5. So,
Is there any way to divide them up so that they're not right next door to each other?
I'll ask the, I'm going to ask the architects to maybe give me an answer on that question. I do also want to talk about some of the other things that we talked about possibly being able to do. I
Yeah, we'll
understand
get
the
there.
concern with landscaping, and I know you expressed to me that you expected to be dead by the time that the oak trees all grew in. I hope for your sake you live a long, long life. But it's not just the oak trees. I think that there are a lot of other trees and a lot of other treatments we can do. We talked about some shutters, and we talked about some other
because
treatments that we could do.
As you and Mr. Gonzalez, we spoke about this, so
I
it's
know
no
you did.
surprise to him. As you ride down that road, there's nothing but a brick wall with a window and a sliding glass door underneath it, so, it's.
And I think
it's
Mr.
something-
Gonzalez acknowledged or conceded that point and said, it is one of those areas that we can do more and have it be more attractive. So I'm going to get an answer on whether we could possibly break up some of those buildings and reallocate the units in some way where some of those larger buildings are maybe in and then a smaller
Or if
building
there's
comes
2
out.
12s put with a 6 next to it, maybe perhaps move the 6 into 12, I don't know, if there's any way.
So we
Yeah,
just
introduce
got,
yourself again.
oh, Carlos.
New item.
Okay. Carlos Gonzalez, on our home, 730 Northwest 107th Avenue. So we, of course, we can do it. It would cost us 2, maybe even 3 units to do it. And so the real question is what we're looking for, right? What we had talked about earlier was saying we could do all sorts of different things on that rear elevation. We can certainly work with staff to try and improve that. But that's something that we could do. I don't know what that would mean for tonight's approval, but it's a very significant issue for us, as you can imagine, right? But that's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I would, obviously allow your city attorney and your planners to weigh in, but I think that, if we reached, again, to use Mr. Gonzalez's term earlier, a global agreement on a site plan here and all the elements of it, I think we could certainly insert a condition that we will break up such buildings and identify them specifically, and allow them to be relocated without obviously having to bring the entire site plan back through the entire process just because we had to relocate 3 buildings. I mean, all of the impacts and the development would substantially remain the same, except we would just do some of that. Similarly, whether it's shutters or any other treatments to the backs of the buildings, I think that those could be conditions. I think your attorneys would likely, allow us, and there could be conditions that the Development Services Department would have to sign off on that would include something. And we can craft language like that, and again, if it's part of something that gets us all moving in the direction of an approval, I mean, we're certainly amenable to all of those options.
Okay, on the one exit, the heartburn exit is, as
Heartburn
you
exit. So
referenced.
you do admit that you have
Is,
one.
is there an opportunity, is there an opportunity to do away with that exit? I mean, that is your smallest portion of the neighborhood. And, I mean, there's a lot of neighborhoods around town that work with more homes or more villas than that work on one thing. And I ask for that strictly added because I think it's a safety issue down there with the school.
And we had discussed this previously, but I wanted to, and again, if we are not required to have a second entrance, for that. And again, because town center divides it, there could be both fire, life safety purposes, and/or.
Well, I've got one exit and one entrance into my
No,
neighborhood.
I understand,
and
but,
many-
you know,
yeah.
I get it. If we, here's a couple of ways in which we could do it. We would agree to remove that entrance and exit, close that off entirely if the county lets us do it and fire department lets us do it and there's no objection whatsoever. If the fire department is the only one, if there's no traffic consideration, the fire department says we need to have an entrance point and an exit point there. Would, Mr. Gonzalez, would it be okay to do a system in which they have a Knox box and only the fire department could utilize that entrance if necessary, so that it would not be available to anyone? Right, correct. Yeah. So if we're willing to, Clyde, I didn't.
Look, I'm saving you guys money tonight,
Thank you. Yeah,
perhaps.
no, we don't need to bill. If we, look how the times have turned, right? If fire is the one objection, we would be willing to do something like that. And that's a system in which, and your police department is probably familiar with it, in which there's a lockbox concept, and the local fire and police departments are the only ones that can come in and out, so there's no danger of anyone else coming. If the county traffic division says you cannot have all the traffic come in, and they say you need to at least have an egress, then perhaps that would be the third option, right? We would just have exit only, so no one could try and enter through there. Ultimately, if the county says, no, you need a full ingress and egress because of the traffic there, we would just basically waterfall down to that. But our commitment would be that we would not show it to the county as part of our review process with them. Our traffic engineer who's here would take it out and, obviously reallocate the traffic. And if any of the first couple of options, which I hope are the ones that come about, we would close it and you wouldn't have an entrance at all there, or maybe just one for fire and police.
And so, since we're being so generous and saving you money tonight.
No, I can't lose. I have a sneaking suspicion that the savings that you just generated are about to come right back.
It's going to science experiment here, right?
Right.
So perhaps that would be able to increase the amount of donation to help with a stoplight at the Center Gate, Alex Muxo, and Kingman's Road, which is the intersection right there.
Right, the intersection just north, right? Yeah,
Correct.
Just to be clear, you're talking about this intersection right there.
Correct, which would give the people that are already there and have been residents for years and years easier ingress, in and out, and give your residents that are going to be using that as an entrance and an exit, an easier way to get in and out to a busy road. I don't know what an entrance costs, but I know they look very grand and very expensive when I drive by.
They're beautiful entrances. I would.
You guys may be making money on
Right,
at the end of the day.
we're going to come out of this. Again, as I think you've heard Mr. Gonzalez and I mention, I think that we are open. Mr. Gonzalez already mentioned it in answering a question by Councilwoman Bailey earlier. We are certainly open to that contribution amount changing. If the council has a request, a suggestion, please speak, and we will
So
consider
since
it.
we can't really change the units, then you guys are trying to say that you will dress them up perhaps and make them better than just a brick wall or a cement wall with stucco over the top and paint and windows with no features to them on the backside that abut to the Kingman and South Canal areas?
Right, so I think we're willing to do that, and I think, Mr. Gonzalez, I mean, you did mention
With
that
shutters or
if we
some-
could break up some of those buildings and adjust the site plan, and you said that you've already done that exercise, and it's.
Let's address this kind of item by item, right? So if you're talking about the buildings up along Kingman, there are a few buildings that have 12 units in them, right? And so
These two right here.
if those were split, right, we redistribute the units to create one more area between the buildings, I think that would satisfy what you're looking for, right? It creates one extra 20-foot green area, right? Would it be 20 feet? So between the buildings, so you break up that long kind of
Correct.
feeling that I think you found rather unattractive.
Correct.
So we can do that. It would cost a couple of units, right? Wherever we break it, so that's the science to it, right? And so we could do that, and then on the smaller section, right? So I think there's 4 buildings of 12, so we could do that. That's what it would be to us, okay? Now, if the entrance isn't built, so this is what we have to figure out. If that
You'd be able to
entrance,
shift to the south.
then I shift it to the south, create a big pocket park there. happy to do that. So we're happy to work with you guys on trying to improve the look. And then, on the rear, we can put some decorative shutters. I think that would be a plus.
So
I
James,
think we should do that.
quick question for James then, because our vote is going to get ready to come up, I assume, after other people get done. If we're asking them to eliminate that there tonight, and then that they're conceding that, they'll move and put a park and things like that, how would we address that in the future? Or we just have to rely on good faith that that's what's going to be done, and therefore we wait on the county to answer their question on traffic and the fire department and stuff, and then to hold, to make sure what I'm asking for, if other people agree to it or not, is a different question.
So I think we could craft a condition dealing with the ingress and egress. I'm not sure how we deal with, we're making substantive changes to the site plan. And so there are plans, elevations, building placement, all of that stuff that's currently as it is in the site plan. If you're modifying that or making any changes to that, I don't think, it's not something I can craft for you to do.
So we have to
those
take their
changes
good
need to be
faith.
made and come back before you for approval.
I'll let other people have the floor. It's a long night.
Okay. Real quick follow-up on that, though. So based on your statement right there, even if what they do is, it's in good faith, so to speak, is what John said, but if they make substantive changes to the site plan, that still doesn't work, right? Because you're now talking about, if we're not doing it here and not able to do it on the fly tonight, and then we've given them direction, but they go and make those changes, they're now building not in conformity with the site plan that we passed. So that's still, they can't make any changes. Whatever happens tonight, whatever this plan is what we have to approve, or we have to defer and have major changes, right?
So there's a couple things, right? You can move forward with what's on the agenda for tonight.
Right.
If that carries enough votes, or the item can be tabled, deferred. Applicant can address some of these issues or concerns, come back with a revised site plan that addresses those concerns. But if that's not the case, and the application moves forward as it is now, there would need to be a site plan amendment to realize those changes. Now, the extent of what those site plan modifications may mean could be administrative, but if you're changing building design and layout, it's going to exceed the threshold for administrative approval and would require another site plan approval, a modification by you all.
Right, that's what I was trying to figure out processing-wise, because it seemed like there wasn't really a smooth, easy way to make that happen without having some sort of substantial effect on their
And
timeframe.
that may also necessitate changes to the underlying plat as well.
Okay. So if it got passed tonight, and then we did an amended site plan, that'd be a whole nother process, a whole nother hearing, the whole 9 yards. Okay.
I don't do it often. I respectfully disagree with the city attorney. We often, in hearings throughout Miami-Dade County, the site plan as it stands today is before you. He's absolutely right on that. But there is nothing, it is before you, and you can change it and vote on a change that you could direct staff to implement with some fail-safe mechanism. Like, they are going to, if they close that entrance, they're going to slide those buildings down and create a pocket park. The plat would change, but you're going to see the final plat again. You guys are all going to get to see it. The plat may change because the county wants a different track. It's going to change for any number of reasons. So let me be the first one to tell you that I don't think the plat should be the driving force here this evening. I think that in terms of anything else, you could ask staff and direct them, and then with that direction and that condition is the site plan. And yes, the graphic nature of that site plan wasn't before you, but whatever that concept or agreement was. So the easy one, if that entrance is closed on the south side of Kingman and that building is slid down and a larger pocket park, it could be approval of the site plan with a condition that if that is closed, that building shall be relocated and a green area shall be left in the middle. And obviously we don't add units and we don't add anything. We do it routinely. Obviously the city attorney has his opinion and you're his clients. But I believe from a matter of law that site plan is before you now and you have the ability now to make changes to it. And those changes could be considered and then be carried out by staff at your direction without the need to go back through a public hearing. We do it on a regular basis. Many site plans get changed in many jurisdictions, and in Miami-Dade County, it's probably more the norm than the exception.
Yeah, let me let James weigh in. The reason I'm asking the questions is because I think that Vice Mayor Burgess has asked for some good concessions. I think he's making the project better, but I also don't know whether or not if that requires a significant delay, how willing you guys would still be to make those changes, or how willing my colleagues would be to have that delay occur
And I
as
will
well.
answer that question right now. I think a significant delay, deferral would be very difficult for us to accept.
Correct. So that's why I want to try to see if we
that's
can
why
find a
we wanna
way
do it tonight.
to accomplish these concessions and do it tonight so that we can all get what we need. James, real quick, I'm gonna let James answer the question.
I certainly would not feel comfortable recommending that you all proceed in that way. I mean, if you feel that you want to make a condition that may alter the site plan and may result in something that you don't know what it's going to look like, it's not going to come back before you. I mean, it's never my recommendation to practice that way or for you all to approve something that way. If there are modifications or changes that need to happen, the correct way to do it is to have those modifications and changes before you so that you can see them and vote on them and approve them.
Okay, but ultimately, legally, it could occur, but with the caveat being that my colleagues potentially are giving you guys direction to move forward with something they may never see, and when the actual product comes up, they may not be happy with. But it can be done, I guess is my question. So, okay, so we clarified that. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. After all that, I forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry.
But I would still put it back on the record that I would like to explore the possibility of the South Canal connection to North Canal, and someone in the city figure out if we can actually do something like that, because I believe that will relieve a lot of pressure on that single-lane road that already services the school towards the west, and we have approximately 700 units in Palm Breeze that have to exclusively use that road because they have no other way out of their community or into their community. So I don't know who we can give direction to look at that and to see. As I said, there's a dirt road on the west side of where the lake is that's in between, that runs up against the Miami-Dade County School Board's property that I believe is owned by the association as well. So there might be some cooperating factors to help us get that done so that there's some relief on that road. So I don't know if somebody can.
I think, George, you can answer that question?
Mayor,
Or
I'd be happy to.
Real quick, George, because we're coming up with 4 minutes. We've got to extend the meeting again. We're coming to the end of our hour. So I have a motion to extend for an additional hour. Ooh, do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, George.
We're happy to look at it. Obviously, the questions that come out is it possible based on ownership of the land? And then secondly, how much would it cost to do? And third, who would pay for it? And is that a condition of
Carlos.
approval? Is it?
Carlos might pay for that too.
Yeah.
If we're asking, we might as well ask now.
Yeah,
I
so
mean, we've
I-
asked
that-
for a traffic
I mean-
light, we're asking for some cooperation between all of the parties that are involved in this transaction, because this is a very serious thing with the traffic, and we have to figure out how to solve it. And it shouldn't be put on the burden of us to solve it. We have parties that are willing to cooperate all the way around to make this all happen out there. So I think that we need to explore as much as we can. It's not going to stop what we're doing tonight, but I think we need to really look at it, because those folks that are going to be living and having to travel up and down South Canal Road, unless there's some plan that I don't know about that they're going to four-lane that road too, are going to need some relief. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you, Mayor.
So Mayor, just absent a condition of approval, we can look at it. I wouldn't know what to do with it after, if it's not decided on tonight. If we come back and it's $1 million or whatever the dollar amount is, assuming it's possible, question is, what would we do at that point? If it's not solidified tonight as some sort of condition, I don't know that you'd have a similar opportunity if the plan is approved tonight without it.
Does anybody have any estimation what it would take to build a 200-foot road? That's about what it is. I mean, it's taken us almost 4 years to complete a mile on North Canal. We won't get into that right now, but somebody must know a cost factor that we're only going to put in a couple hundred feet of a road to help alleviate some tension from that road and put it onto a two-lane road. So, just an idea. Even the builder may know how much it costs to put in a 200, 300-foot road. Somebody has to know an answer. Just
I think Julio's talking with the manager now about.
Yeah, I would say, I think the variables that makes it difficult for us to give you an answer is, we probably could give you, like, per mile what a road costs, but being that it's private property, I don't really know. I can't really answer what it would cost until we would know, is the property owner willing to do it? Are they willing to sell it? Would we have to take it as part of an eminent domain? I really don't have the answer to that. I appreciate the suggestion. I'm just saying that if it's not something that's required tonight, if we come back to you at a later date, it's something that you would have to take care of on your own, I suspect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions from council? Just a couple comments on my own, which kind of is just a echo what a lot of my colleagues have already said, and that is, the traffic concern is obviously a big one for me, especially, all of the different cuts we have there on Kingman. And so multiple entrances and exits are sometimes a good thing because it allows multiple options, especially for these type of big projects. But I still have some concerns about now having, potentially if we get one light, great, but now we're not funneling people to the one light. Potentially they're all trying to bypass the light. They're all trying to cut across Kingman still in various locations. And I'm not a traffic expert, but I just see that being a problem on a roadway that's already pretty heavily clogged. So I don't know if we look at, one only ins and only outs, cuts, those types of things. I don't know if that makes the traffic better or worse, again, outside my field of expertise. But it is definitely a concern that I have with the way this project is kind of laid out. And I think it's all been discussed by us tonight. So it's more just a comment than it is, being able to find a solution to it. But also, too, I think that we have had this discussion multiple times about traffic and global plans. I mean, I want to say the last couple of projects that have come through, you've represented most of the developers that have come through with them. We as a body have had some sort of a global discussion about, well, we've got to fix the problem. But we don't fix the problem. We don't make any decisions. We don't give staff any direction to go out there and find a solution to the problem. And ultimately, the next project comes up before us again. We have the same discussion. We ultimately, seem to have approved the projects. And when we were approving, 100 units here, 120 units there, it was a problem. But now it's kind of amplified by, 770 units. And we still have the same issues and the same problems. And again, not your fault as the developer or as the applicant. It's more on us as the council that, if this is the turning point, if we look at this project and say, well, we're going to fix it, because I know there's another DRI change that can come in. There's another 1,000+ units potentially coming before us here in the next, couple of months or year, whatever that time frame is. We're going to be sitting here having the same discussion, with another amplified problem with a large number of units. So I do think that we need to figure out if we're going to take this serious moving forward with the traffic and try to be proactive versus reactive. So that's my own comment for tonight. Any additional questions from my colleagues? City Manager?
At some point, we'll need some direction from you all on the issues at hand, which is it officially $400,000, and are we adding that as a condition of approval? What's the decision on the site plan alterations, and specifically, which ones did you want to do, if you plan to do them on the dais tonight? And then finally, on the road addition, is that a condition of approval as well?
All right, I still got to open up the public hearing. Let me get that, and then we'll get back to hopefully the final decisions here. This is a public hearing. Open up to the public. Anybody have a question or comment on the site plan item? Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Thomas Panos, 2632 Southeast 20th Court. Plainly said, to his point, I think he's made the case for you. Why more due diligence and study wasn't in place when those schools were allowed to be put there? So what are we doing? Add an insult to injury? Really, are we considering this? None of those answers have been provided. So rather than add insult to injury, I strongly suggest that we take a better and closer look at this, because I live there, and I can tell you right now, regardless of a light or not, whether it's one entrance or not, it's just going to exacerbate the problem. So as with Attorney Gibbs, I strongly oppose granting the variance. Thank you.
I might get tired, but I'm going to be here all night. Edward Powell, 745 South at 18 Lane. Ms. Faircloth, you remember a project called Bay Winds? You happen to be very in touch with that. Do you happen to remember about a clubhouse that never got built till 90% of it was built out before it even got started. It was in the little cul-de-sac. If you go into Bay Winds, you had Kaylee Green put in their clubhouse the first time they started into the ground. They had a clubhouse. So now you want to have this beautiful complex with this wonderful clubhouse that they're going to, 100 people, when they first start, what's going to be 4 years to build out? And then, and they're not, and once they get started, watch what's going to happen with the clubhouse. They'll delay it, they'll delay it, they'll delay it, and it happened with Bay Winds. That's what's going to happen. Thank you.
Rick Menderes, condo 72206 Southeast 77 Drive. Evidently, these guys have never driven a 59 Cadillac in a 20-foot change road. You can't do it. I mean, it's possible. I just want to remind you of the bridge that just fell over in the university from one side of the block to the other. Just that. And it broke millions of dollars on that bridge. And we're speaking here in front of all you people. They have more lawyers here than I've ever seen in a long time. And this is all we can come up with. He's sitting here talking, painting a picture for you people, okay, that is absolutely great. I'm convinced. But what about the rest of the people that live in this area? You were mentioning turning around. None of you guys, I don't believe, have kids living or going to that school right in Kingman Road. None of us. It is really, really bad. And I know that this guy doesn't have any children there because his hair would turn absolutely gray in the mornings, and sometimes there isn't a cop there. So where do we stand? You're going to build beautiful castles and run your kids over. That's a bad picture to paint, isn't it? But it's true. And in the afternoon, the same way. And the entrance into Centergate, they have signs there that says, do not park there. You cannot park there. So all the road, the whole road is parked on both sides of people waiting for their kids. And they're crossing over the streets. Never mind going over up on Canal, go up north on Kingman, where you're going 40 miles an hour on that road that I mentioned prior. On top of all this here that you're mentioning and talking about the traffic, I'm going to mention something to you that I don't think none of these people understand. How about the blasting that's going on, where in our neighborhood, the tiles, the piping, some of the windows are broken. Today, I had to go over and look at these people's houses because of the utility room. From the blasting, one of the pipes broke, and it's leaking water all over the electrical department. No one has mentioned that here. Nothing. And you guys approve it. Where do we stand? We give you the right to sit there and look down at us and help us. So are you helping? Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Hill. Mr. Roth, I'm amazed at you right now. The duplicity in what you're doing. On one particular tab, you're voting, to add and increase the density. Then on another tab, you come up and you're giving all these comments and going through this diatribe about the density. It doesn't make any sense. It's political schizophrenia. And what we're looking at, Ms. Bailey, what we're looking at, Mr. Shelley, is a reason for us to be able to bring single district voting in, because a couple of you guys are not going to be affected by that. You're really not going to be affected by the traffic or anything, and you really don't care. You're going to sit up here and go along with these developers and do what they want you to do. You're gonna give this swan song to the public and act as though you're concerned, but we will watch you vote that particular way. The same way Mr. Roth gets up here and he's going on and on and on and on and on, but the final say is he's gonna vote that way because he's a real estate guy. This is what he does. So this is game. But at the same time, we need to look at single district voting so certain people, when things that don't affect them, they just come up and vote a certain way because they don't have to answer to the public. James Baldwin always said, I hear what you say, but I see what you do. This is a game. And hopefully, these people out here will respond to the way that you're acting today when they go to the polls. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Steve Lossner, 190 Northwest 21st Street in Homestead. I want to thank the Vice Mayor for pointing out the aesthetics issue from the backside. That's an issue that's always been near and dear to my heart as a veteran of being on the losing end of density battles. Then you go to aesthetics, because with the right aesthetics, you can hide a lot of density and it feels different. And in that regard, in the slideshow that we were privy to tonight, it appears that there are only 2 elevations for the single-family homes. And I think I remember from the presentation at Planning and Zoning, the single-family component was around only 150 homes of the total 770. And I think the presentation tonight, there are upwards of 8 or 10 different models, but it appears there's only a couple of elevations. And my point of that is I know that it's not unprecedented in granting development approvals here that there be conditions imposed as to only a certain number of elevations or models next to each other so that you don't have a monotonous appearance, so that it adds, pleasantry to the appearance of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on the site plan? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Now we can wade through what the motion may look like and what conditions may be assessed.
So, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, I guess just to address a couple of points. If we can craft conditions that do not imperil the site plan approval this evening, we are open to making those. We cannot afford a delay. We can't afford to go back and submit plans for review and come back 2 or 3 months later. The contractual obligations don't allow that. I think if I heard the attorney say correctly, I don't think you have any objections, Mr. Attorney, to the aesthetic, shutters and the like. I think you felt that that was a condition that could properly be added without in any way, shape, or form imperiling, because it doesn't change buildings of any type. And so he's nodding in agreement. So we would certainly be amenable to making, to accepting a condition, shutters, and what was the name of the other? Outlookers. Outlookers, shutters. I don't know what an outlooker is, but maybe I'll ask Mr. Gonzalez to explain what it is. I know what shutters are. And then vary paint colors, and we would be happy to, if it's the will of this council, to introduce that as a condition, to put that along the, the buildings that are on, the major roadways that will provide that treatment to it. Any other change, if the city attorney believes that you would be hamstrung from doing it, unfortunately, it's not acceptable. I think, Mr. Attorney, again, I think you said if the road is closed at the south end, did I correctly hear that you might be able to accept the shifting of the building, or perhaps, I guess technically we could create, we could just create a pocket park there? So would that violate your
Well, this is my concern. We have a court reporter who's in the audience. We have a potential challenge on this application. I'm not very comfortable making changes on the fly to the site plan that's before you. So that's a risk that's out there. And so that's my concern with regards to making major modifications to building placement, to roadways, to pocket parks, those things, because it has consequences and effects to that. So that's my concern.
So, okay, so I'm trying to, I'm earning my money today. And I share the attorney's, I earn my money every day, for the record. I heard some snickers, but today more so. If I heard the city attorney correctly, and I share his concern, and I feel the ticking away, and Mr. Gibbs, who often joins me at these proceedings, and make sure that I am on the straight and narrow. We would commit, if that entrance, and I think the condition that we would close it if the county lets us close it, I believe you're comfortable with, Mr. Attorney? Like merely the condition that we would close it? Okay. If we are allowed to close it, we would make a commitment to change that area into green space, and we'll do a substantial compliance. Your substantial compliance regulations, I can promise you, would allow us to turn a road into green area without having to come back to council. But we would make a commitment here today. If the council said, if the county says you're allowed to close it, and so that area becomes green area, we will revise that section of the site plan. We're not adding units. We're not going to touch anything else. We're just going to bring in a new sheet and change that and call that a pocket park. I think your staff can probably opine right now that that would meet your substantial, your administrative modification or site plan modification standards, and we would be able to do so administratively, and you would have some comfort that if that comes to bear, that area there, would become a pocket park. And we would be able to do it as we're doing the process administratively. Staff processes those pretty quickly. We don't have to come back before this board, take up your time, and frankly, a lot more time because the administrative process is faster. So that's I don't know, Mr. Attorney, if that condition, again, I don't believe there would be any legal peril with us agreeing to go put ourselves through an administrative process. I think we would have the right to do so. And at that point, that section would become the new site plan, properly and validly approved.
Right. So let me do this first, because we've still got a bunch of items left tonight, and so I know Vice Mayor Burgess brought up some of these concerns or these issues, and I think before we get into what we will or won't accept as conditions, it would probably be good to know what my colleagues' majority want, because I'd hate to spend 20 minutes trying to address an issue that ultimately the rest of us side we don't want. So let's see if we can get it narrowed down to the issues that my colleagues think are most important, and then
we had heard those already, which is why I was already addressing them, but certainly I appreciate if you all want to, and I will pause then, and I won't get to the money issue. I'll wait for someone to ask.
Because I expect that to be raised as well.
You
so
think?
There's
You think
still
it
a
might
lot
be
of other
raised?
issues coming, so. All right, Vice Mayor Burgess is asking. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, no, my two things that I'm trying to get are to dress the buildings up and to eliminate so I guess let's ask one by one. Does anybody have a problem with them perhaps moving that building and dressing the rears of those buildings up that face the major roads? Shutters, and what else did you consider them?
The shutters will be on the buildings that,
Whatever, I'm not sure.
to address the issue of moving the building.
One thing at a time. Can we address the shutter question first?
Right.
So we can do that on everything in the rear.
So
Right on Kingman. Anything you want on Kingman, we'll dress them up with shutters and make that a requirement. So
Any of the
shutters,
townhome-
outlookers, yeah, whatever product backs.
Well, the single-family homes that back up there.
Sure.
Even single-family homes.
you
So
know,
all-
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do townhomes without doing the singles, so you get a uniform attractive.
Right.
So the entirety of
Everything.
Kingman.
All of
would-
Kingman would have decorative shutters and so on. We'll work with staff to come up with that right look.
Is everybody okay with decorative shutters? We're all happy with decorative shutters? Yes, okay, next.
The moving of closing of the southeast exit on the one parcel and making it, shifting those homes so they're not so close together and making a park in the middle there instead of having an entrance and exit by the baseball stadium there. By the school zone.
So the southernmost entrance, is everybody interested in eliminating that if at all possible? Is that something that we have a consensus on that? Yeah, okay, so we all like that idea. All right, so that's still fine.
Okay, so just to be clear, because as I understand, the attorney, I think, would be less comfortable, and I'll let Mr. White answer, but I think you'd be less comfortable if we make a commitment to separate the buildings.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. We were still on just the entrance itself, so I think we're all okay with the entrance.
On the entrance, I think we were all okay, but I think.
So then the next part he asked about was now potentially separating the 12-unit buildings into 6 units and giving some space.
No.
Shifting the 12s would be shifted further apart so you wouldn't have.
Okay.
And
that-
then
that's
they're
why I
gonna
was
put a
addressing it.
park.
So-
Gotcha.
They're expressing that they would make the room that becomes available from the shift into a pocket park for the neighborhood.
On the south side, correct?
So, and it may be in my suggestion that perhaps the complement to that condition that we would seek to close that, and if allowed to close it, we would close it, is that we will put in a substantial compliance application. I believe that your substantial compliance, having done many of them in your city, would allow for us to certainly create this as a green area. If we don't touch the buildings, I think we could probably move the buildings in your substantial compliance. We just wouldn't be, and then that becomes your official site plan, and obviously we wouldn't add any density.
Well, what he's referring to is he's referring to an administrative site plan approval.
Right.
So any changes that we do, or any changes that would be, if in fact the county would allow for the closing of that southeast entrance, they're agreeing that the area would then become a green space. Now, that may or may not involve shifting of some units. I think all of that would need to come back in a form of an administrative site plan approval. Now, I don't know, I can't tell you whether or not that would or would not meet the administrative site plan requirements. If that would trigger another site plan before you all, or if it would fall below the threshold. I don't know, I can't tell you.
One question for the attorney. James, do you believe that that a condition that closes that entrance as we're crafting it here tonight, if the county lets us do it, would trigger us having to go through a substantial compliance? Or do you believe that this council could approve that with a condition, and if the county allows us to close it, we just don't build that? It's green area.
Yeah, I think that, I think in that case, I think if that's the case, and there's going to be a modification to the site plan, right? You would just come in, you would file a simple modification to the site plan that could be done administratively that shows that that entrance is now gone and that area is now designated as a pocket park.
That's fine. For that green area, I think that's fine.
Okay.
The problem is the
That's a lot different.
lighting the building.
That's a lot different than moving the design and the layout of the buildings.
So I understand the distinction, and Councilman Burgess, I know these are some of the questions that you have. We would commit to obviously trying to get it closed and not having it there. And if we're successful, that becomes green pocket park. We cannot move the buildings. I think that might cause more of an issue. And so you get the same amount of green area, you just don't have the break between the buildings. You get it at the end of that row, hopefully with some of the architectural components that we're providing and some of the other things we're doing, that would be sufficient. But we could do that.
My colleagues, is that a okay compromise? Everybody's okay with that? Okay, so that we've got two down. Was there any other issues you had, Vice Mayor, that you wanted addressed? Okay. So what does that leave us on our list of what we need to add into conditions?
Okay, so then, where's the elephant in the room, right? So we're going to talk about,
Who would like to make the request for the additional dollars?
Mayor, did
So,
you want to?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Bailey.
I started it. Talk to us. What can we do to get closer to a traffic light? I just feel like that would be, we're really close to 200,000. If that's something that,
Hold on one second. Our system has decided to shut us down automatically. Go ahead, you're back on.
Okay, all right, so, look, certainly, I know that there's a lot of pain here. I think this, we've laughed about the science, more money. I kind of feel like, in a way, we're being asked to pay for things that date back to charter schools and things that were approved in the past before any of you were probably even here, right? And it's okay, as a good corporate citizen, we want to try and do it. We just can't fix all the issues, right? So I think this began, I think Councilmember Burgess mentioned that, what's that main road between the two parcels? Town Center. That you wanted a light there, and that's important. And so we've committed, albeit whether it's, I think I started at 200,000 at the last hearing, I'll commit to pay for it. And I'm not exactly sure what it will cost, but if we can agree that we won't change the configuration of the buildings, because I think that starts creating some time delays. I will do a subcomp, so I'm sorry to circle back to this, a subcomp for this area. but I don't mess with the buildings. In other words, I'm not losing 2 units, then all up from 400 to 500,000. And so, and again, that money is towards that light. I don't know if it's going to be required or not. I'm hearing it's not. I'm understanding that through the DRI, we're vested. But that money is a commitment that we're prepared to put out there.
So even after we do continue these traffic studies and look more in depth, we could decide that that might not be a traffic light. It would be something else that would help alleviate traffic.
Towards anything, sure.
Okay.
But, right,
Go ahead.
I think it's important to note, if by chance the county were to require a traffic signal there, then the contribution would go, the $500,000 would go for a traffic signal there.
Yeah, if it's 300, the balance is 200.
And the balance would be to you. We wouldn't commit just to building a traffic signal there. We would commit to $500,000, and if it's less than, then you all could spend that money on other issues and the like. Just to be clear, if it's not required there, then the city may utilize it for it there if they can convince the county if it's not required. And again, I think Mr. Gretz has said at one point, I mean, it's obviously co-jurisdictional, and they do have, but you would still have the $500,000. And if for some reason they don't, however you wanted to spend it, you could spend it, which would give you, I think, some great, wiggle room to do a lot of good things.
Within the same timeline discussed before.
I'm sorry?
Within the same timeline as discussed before, with the 90 days?
Yes, we would commit to it again. And with your indulgence, we would just ask if we are appealed, and since Mr. Attorney has pointed out that we've got a court reporter in the audience, if we are appealed, we would just simply toll it, so that we don't have to pay it while we're defending this approval, what we hope is an approval. Reasonable, we couldn't build in that case, we couldn't do anything in that case, we'd be spending money defending our project, but the moment that either an appeal is disposed of, or if there is no appeal, then within 90 days.
I appreciate that very much. I have one quick question about the clubhouse. Do you have a guarantee of when it will be built? I understand that it's not feasible to start at a certain time, but can you guarantee completion by?
What I can do is certainly, I think, our language that we proposed was that we would pull the permit for the club upon the 300th, no later than the 300th permit. I'd commit to start it to the city. So we'd start it no later than by pulling the 300 CO. Our intent is to build it, no later than 50%. That's really what our goal is these days. So we'd commit to start it. If I haven't started it, you can hold my permits.
And that it wouldn't take longer than a year?
To build it?
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't, but I wouldn't want to be held to some. What if there's a storm,
Right,
multiple
besides
storms?
any unforeseen.
It's so difficult. But once we start, we gain nothing by not completing.
Right.
And I think by
I would hope
reputation,
so.
you'll know our bigger problem is that we build so fast, so many, so we don't try and let things linger.
Okay.
Okay? Can I
Thank
just add
you.
one more thing? I know you guys are looking at me, and I'm trying to be, fair and do my part. This project, I'd be remiss if I didn't say it, is going to generate about 1.3 million in extra tax base for the city. That maybe the city over time, maybe there's a portion of that, and I don't know how to run a city, I wouldn't purport to be, but maybe some of that can be used for some of these other things that I think you'd like to do. So,
Thank you.
hey, it's only fair.
You're asking us for money, right? So,
Thank you.
Exactly.
Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Faircloth.
Yes, thank you. Just very quick. I know with the clubhouse concern, what I lived through kind of precipitated this request from staff. But I believe that what I experienced was like an outlier. I don't know if any other community has had to wait as long as I had to wait in Chateau. And in looking at the other communities that you develop, you kind of built those clubhouses in a reasonable amount of time. My question to staff is, what was the rationale for your initial proposal for the clubhouse build-out?
We wanted the clubhouse open as quickly as possible, was the rationale. And,
Yeah, I know. There you go.
sorry, we wanted the clubhouse open as quickly as possible.
I get that and I respect it, but it just doesn't seem reasonable. So I would be amenable to the proposal, the counter offer that you've offered because I believe that my community, it was totally out of the norm. And I would hope that that would ever happen again. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Do we have any other discussed items pending that need to be discussed and added into or taken away from any motion? City Manager.
On my list, I had, and I'll need a few clarifications on what you just decided, just so the staff is clear, but I also had on the list the road addition, and we have basically a rough guesstimate from Julio is about $600,000 to build the road, and then the cost of the private property. I guess worst case scenario, you could do eminent domain, just be the cost of whatever that is. And so that's the one.
That's for the road proposed by Councilman Roth?
Yes. And then there's also, I wasn't clear on, at one point, they said that the town center light they'd pay, and then they said they'd pay $500,000. So I wasn't sure which of those was the one that you wanted. Was it the $500,000, or you want them to pay for the light in full, whatever that is? Because the light requires a study first, that then would have to go to the county, and then the light will cost whatever the light costs. Julio, do you have a guesstimate on the light cost?
Well, just based on past experience with the county, the range is around from 350 to 600. And of course, that's based on, it's dependent on the number of lanes, how wide the swales are, how many traffic movements you're going to control in the traffic signal. So that's the range. It could change, but that's what we're talking about.
So clarification, I guess, on the proffer that was made was, it was somewhat fuzzy, which was first it was pay for the light, whatever the light would cost. Then it was, if the light costs less than 500,000, then whatever. So is it light or 500,000? What's?
So I think that the distinction we were drawing was just simply that if by chance we are required to put in a light there because the county requires it of us, and so we would have to pay for that light, as Mr. Brea said, at whatever the cost of that light is.
Okay.
If that cost is less than 500,000, then we would put the light and give you the balance, give the city the balance, and I'm sure that the Public Works Director and could keep track of that, and we do it. If it is not required by the county, so we would not have to build it and spend that money otherwise, because otherwise we'd be double paying. I mean, I guess that's the point. If we don't have to, then we would simply give the city $500,000. Right. And then you all, Mr. Brea, could go down and try and convince the county. So it's not required at that point. They're not making us do it. Then you all can convince them, and we're happy to help. I'll go to the meetings. We're happy to help. And obviously, but at that point, if for some reason you do a study and you determine that it's better spent somewhere else, it's your $500,000. At that point, the city could make
Mayor, the only issue with that is I think staff believes that when a study is done, it's unlikely that there'll be the triggers that the county would require the light. So council members in the past, even though a study says one thing, that's not the standard they're looking for. It's a different standard, a higher standard. So if the light is the higher standard and you want them to pay for it, then likely this proposal wouldn't pay for the light completely. So we just need clarification. Is that as proposed, or you basically, or is it that you want them to pay for the light, whether the county requires it or not? Because if staff is accurate here, then likely what'll happen is we'll do a study, and then the county will say it doesn't meet the criteria, and then the city would say, if it's your will, we want the light anyway, and the county will expect everything paid. So the study will have to be paid for, the light will be paid for, and then whatever maintenance agreement that would be part of that county agreement between the city and the county. So we just need some clarification on which way you want it here.
All right, so you're saying that likely it will be required by the county. If the council still wants a light or not, and wants the applicant, or the applicant's willing to provide that, are they willing to then still pay for the light, even if the county says it's not needed? And then obviously, I guess the to-be-determined CDD or HOA, as we get to that point later on, would be required to maintain that light if there's a maintenance fee ongoing? Is that what?
The county maintains the lights.
The county will maintain it once if we build it, they'll still maintain it, or the maintenance becomes a city problem? Go ahead. Go ahead.
We would have to enter into an interlocal agreement with them regarding that, and it's all based on what the negotiations are with them. For the most part, when they say a traffic signal is required, of course, they're taking the responsibility that they're going to maintain it. But if we go ahead and install a traffic signal that they may deem that it wasn't necessary there, then we may have to share some of that cost.
All right, so I think that was I was just restating what the manager had stated, so.
Yeah, see, that was the basis of my question, and also, we all feel your pain in terms of the frustration of traffic study comes through and it doesn't meet a specific requirement, criteria that are set by state law. So what happens is, just because the study doesn't satisfy the triggers for the state law, doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be happy. That's an additional standard, because people are driving these roads, and while the state requirement is one thing, what they were used to and what they're getting now is something different. So if you really want this light here, it's just a function of, do you want them to pay for the whole thing, whether the county requires it or not, and are they willing to do that? And are you satisfied with the $500,000? And if it's more, then the city would cover the balance.
Council? Where are we? Councilman Roth.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, because I think we started this conversation out a couple hours ago about the timing of the traffic light, and how long is it going to take us to do this? And if the county says no to the traffic light, and do we still want the traffic light there if the county says we don't need it? And, you know, I don't know if any of the residents really want the traffic light there or not. I don't know. I've never heard anybody talk about that. We talk about it. We talk about traffic control, but I'm not so sure that, you know, the process is going to be that simple. So, but it's clear that we're going to get $500,000 to do whatever we can to do for traffic control or other safety issues along that corridor. So, I think that's a pretty good faith gesture on the part of the developer, and I'll yield for now. And we got a lot of other topics to talk about right now. So
A lot more topics. All right, Councilman Maldonado.
Just for clarification, so let's just play the scenario out. The county says no on the traffic signal. You don't need it, but we still want to have it. We do the study, we get it built. Once it's built, then there is the maintenance of that. Who incurs that continued cost? Because the county, and Julio just mentioned, there's an agreement in place, and I guess an agreement, would we be paying, the city be paying, would the residents be paying, who would be paying that ongoing maintenance for that when we make that decision? And it's an answer that we need, because if we're talking about we want to really impact or fix traffic here in Homestead throughout the city, and we're looking to make additional changes on traffic signals where the county has not approved it or says you're not triggering the traffic, and we go ahead and do this, that cost we start to incur as well. So I just want to be clear now on that information. Julio.
Okay, so the county is responsible for maintenance and operations of all traffic signals countywide, for every single one. Regardless of who installed it, they're responsible for it. Most cases, those traffic signals are the result of a study that was done by the county, a traffic warrant study, a traffic signal warrant study that came up with a conclusion that a traffic signal was required there. So therefore, they put it in their budget and they move forward with it. If by any chance a third party, in this case us, would come in and say, well, we want a traffic signal here and we're going to put up the traffic signal. There is, of course, the operational cost of that traffic signal and also the maintenance of the traffic signal and the liability that comes from having a traffic signal installed there. So all those issues, we would have to enter into an interlocal agreement with the county. We don't have one now for that because right now all our traffic signals are being covered by the county. We would have to enter into that, and I couldn't tell you what that cost would be. I don't have that figure. I don't know how much they allocate per traffic signal in terms of their budget for operations, but there would most definitely be a cost associated with it, and whether or not they would absorb that, I couldn't speak for them. I don't know.
But just a question I wanted to pose, because it's something that is there that has not been discussed because we don't have the answer, but it'd be good if we have that information moving forward in our larger traffic study issues. That's it for now. Thank you.
All right. So what did we decide? All right, so we're 500,000, traffic signal or 500,000. Is that what the majority here is asking for then?
And then, Mayor, assuming that's good with you, we would come back to you at a COW to discuss how you want to spend that $500,000, because we'll have a bunch of options for you to discuss.
And again, just to clarify, if Doesn't sound like anybody thinks this is the case, but if for some reason the county says you have to put a traffic signal there, and I think we agree that it's unlikely, if they do say you have to put a traffic signal there, then we would actually pay for that traffic
Correct.
signal and give you whatever balance. If
If
it
any.
exceeds 500,000 and that's what the county requires, then we'd have to pay whatever. If it's less than 500,000, we would install the light and give you the balance.
Okay.
If the county says no traffic signal, we give you all 500,000, and as the manager said, you guys can either talk to the county, spend it elsewhere, traffic related, it's then your money to deal
Okay,
with. We're
I think
clear.
that's clear. Everyone's clear, okay. Councilman Roth.
Just one point, I mean, the study's gonna start, I'm assuming, pretty quickly, but under the original agreement, it was to be given to the city within 90 days. So now you're saying that you'll either give us the money or put the traffic light signal up. I think I'd rather have the $500 or the 500,000 in our bank account now, and then we'll figure out 6 months, 8 months, a year down the road, if the county's even allow us to do that, and then how we spend that money. So it's not gonna be something we're gonna spend right away, but I don't want it to be a question that, we're either gonna do this or we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this, and that's the way it's gonna be. We'll give you the 500,000. Somebody will initiate the studies for the traffic lights and all those things, and then we'll make a decision based on what the county comes back with and says. But in the meantime, unless there's any appeals or whatever, as we mentioned before, we'll be in possession and we'll be able to control that money so that we can do what we gotta do.
We have no issue with that. We're not trying to get out of paying because.
Right.
the
I understand
county-
that.
So if we'll pay it within the 90 days, and then we'll be positive this evening and assume it's 90 days from now, and if there's no appeal or anything. And then if at some point the county determines the light is required there, then that money would go towards that. and the
Yeah, we've
excess
already
would-
received that money.
Right,
That-
you've
that would
already
be
received it,
something-
and the money
right.
goes towards that. If
Right.
then if it doesn't, it's all your money, and you can
Right.
spend it any which way. Got it. I just
Got
wanted
it.
to make sure.
Got
But
it.
you would get the money after 90 days.
Got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect, great. I think we solved that one now. Any last item? I think the last one left was your road, Councilman Roth. Are we addressing that at this point, or are we determined we? No.
We're gonna look into it. I think they got some estimates on it now, but there's some other components to that we'll have to work out.
That's not a condition for this developer, that's
No, I don't
something
think
that,
that should be a part of that, no.
okay. All right, so then I think we've addressed who,
The only thing I had was the paint. I wasn't sure if the colored paint and those kind of things, is that something you want the staff to handle administratively? And I wasn't sure if they agreed on the paint.
excuse me?
The paint was an issue, is multicolored paints.
I don't think we,
That was.
We offered, you want to
Yeah,
explain?
so I think just for clarity, it's just that maybe along that Kingman, we make sure that we've got varied colors among the buildings, right? Just to mix up the look of what that is. We don't want to have the same color building 4 times in a row when we're trying to create diversity in that look.
And then the
But I think
shutters.
with staff, if you're okay, we can work that out to make sure it looks sharp.
So if you're comfortable with that, then staff will add that to the condition of approval.
anything else? That's all on this? Okay, so do I have a motion then? to
I
approve?
had one other thing which said was outlookers, but then we started talking about the building. I wasn't sure if outlookers was something, I didn't understand what that was, so I wrote it down, but then I was like,
Shutters and what?
I don't know what
Shutters,
that means.
outlookers, and now we're talking paint too for those back buildings.
okay, so are
Right.
we including the outlookers and the floor mats? The floor mats are included?
Yeah.
So, okay, so outlookers are included, and then I guess we're done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so would somebody, one of the attorneys, like to restate that motion so that someone can make an approval? I have the aesthetics, which is the shutters, whatever those things were called, and the paint. Then we had the traffic light, which was $500,000 paid within 90 days, tolled for appeal. We had removal of the southern entrance.
If I can correct that, Mayor, it was $500,000 paid within that period, and/or if the county requires it, then they'll just pay for the
Pay for the
balance
light.
of the light.
Correct. And then the removal of the southern entrance, the pocket park in place of that southern entrance if it's allowable by the county and with the fire. And then the clubhouse would be, the permit for the clubhouse would be pulled on or before the 300th permit was pulled, residential permit was pulled in the community. That was all I have listed. Is that a correct statement of the motion? Do I have a motion to approve? So moved by Councilman Maldonado, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Wait, okay.
last, hang on.
Go ahead,
So
James.
we need to also talk about the condition in the site plan, the condition for the site plan related to the development of the clubhouse.
We did.
So that's covered, we're fine on that? With the
Yeah.
applicant proffered?
Yeah, 300 by the 300th permit being pulled, they'll then pull the permit for the clubhouse.
Okay, so not to complicate things, but do you want any time frame on the back end?
I think Councilwoman
That-
Faircloth was not concerned
No?
about any type
Okay.
of, and Councilwoman Bailey, I think they both conceded that they trust the applicant, I believe. So. All right, anything?
So it's commencement of construction
Commencement,
prior
right.
to the issuance of the 300th building permit? for
Commencement of
dwelling unit.
construction of the clubhouse on or before the 300th building permit is
Right.
issued
Issued
for
for-
home sites
Correct.
on the property.
Anything else, James?
That's it.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Faircloth? Councilman Ross? Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Tab 12.
Yes, tab 12 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting the request by Keysgate 3 Trust for tentative plat approval for the development of a 770 dwelling unit residential subdivision on an approximately 84.96 acre parcel of land located within the existing Villages of Homestead DRI, west of Southwest 152nd Avenue, between South Canal Drive and Palm Drive, is legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Yes, sir, we're recommending approval of the tentative plat application. What'll happen is they'll send it to the county, it'll go through the T-plat process, it'll get approved. They'll go out there and do what they need to do, and then we'll do a final plat before the thing is CO'd, and that would be the process. We're recommending approval.
Any, Vice Mayor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. The CDD in place of an HOA.
Well, this is the T-plat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're
I'm
the
on the wrong.
T-plat.
Yep, okay, wrong one.
Okay.
I'm lost here. I
All
went
right,
to the
so no
wrong one.
questions on this one?
No.
The T-plat? Okay. No additional comments from my colleagues. This is a public hearing, open a public hearing as it relates to the T-plat.
Hugo Garza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant. Tentative plat approval standards, we'll have to meet all of your standards. And again, I remind you, we will have to come back for final plat approval before the city. So, thank you.
No problem. Any additional comments on the T-plat? State your name and address for the record, please.
Just a quick follow-up to that. On your website, you go to eDocs, and you go to the agenda for today. 1,200 pages. I don't know how you go through it. Well, I got to page 734, and it knocked me out. I can't get anywhere past page 734. I don't know how you do. But I couldn't go beyond it. So I didn't get to do 1,200 pages that you do every time. So I'm a little short on knowledge that you must have. But I do appreciate, Ms. Sewell, you did include my emails, which I send to all of you all the time in the agenda meeting. So if you don't read my emails that I send you, it's in the agenda, and you're welcome to read my emails. Thank you.
Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
No. Tab 13.
Tab 13 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the establishment of the Keysgate Residential Community Development District, aggregately encompassing 84.96 acres, more or less, having external boundaries, as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, approving such action by Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners, providing for instructions to the city clerk, providing for adoption of representations, and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Yes, sir, we're recommending approval of the resolution for the CDD. It's consistent with the standards set forward in the city code, and we're recommending approval.
Questions from council? Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody knows how I feel about CDD, so I'm not going to go into all that tonight. but I am going to make a recommendation, suggestion, as I've heard this from the community, that the name of the CDD be changed to something other than Keys Gate Residential Community Development. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
If
Yeah,
you're
go ahead.
ready.
Go ahead
I don't know
and
if you want to
respond
hear
to-
from the rest of your colleagues,
Yeah,
but
go
I
ahead.
can
No,
address
no, go
them.
ahead and respond to him.
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant. We would have no objection. We had a conversation with staff. The packets had gone out already. I certainly don't think with Mr. Attorney, I think you would have no issue if we, simply set forward the resolution of support with a different name. And I was given the name and I totally forgot it. Kingman Gate. So we'd be happy to call it Kingman Gate so that it is not Keys Gate. It's not super far away, but I mean, at least it's the name of the road. We looked that up. That name is available. So if your recommendation tonight was to do this resolution of support, we would just ask you to amend and not have it be the Keys Gate Residential Community Development District, but the Kingman Gate Residential Development District. And then our Ginger Wald, our CDD counsel, is here today. She'll be processing this application with the county. This is a resolution of support. Ultimately, it's created by the county. That's the co-jurisdictional aspect, and we would present it to the county with the new name.
Perfect. Does that satisfy you, Councilman Roth?
It's fine with me. I'm sure somebody will come up and make a comment about it too, so we'll wait for the
Does
public.
that satisfy everybody? Anybody else have any opinions on that one way or another? Okay.
And I don't know if you want to hear from me. I will be very brief, but I did want to
Not
point
yet. I
out.
got
Right, I was
Vice
gonna
Mayor
say,
Burgess. He's got.
When you're
he's got-
ready, I will.
And then I'll
make
get
some
back to you,
points.
yes. Vice Mayor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, the continuity of the Keys Gate Homeowners Association and this working together to maintain the roads together out there and stuff like that. So, because right now, we, as a homeowners association, maintain the road that, and the property that abuts Kingman back to the berm and all that. So how do we make certain that that road is going to be maintained and that there's continuity among the way that it's maintained with where we're at now?
Which road? I'm sorry.
Kingman Road, South Canal, all that is maintained by our contract through the HOA now.
And it would remain, that the creation of this CDD would not change any existing.
Well, they've got to maintain their own fronts and stuff like that.
No, we
correct?
would maintain our property.
Right, so how do
Yeah.
we make sure that property is maintained in accordance with the Keys Gate, since they're two different entities with two different voting bodies?
You're saying just like, literally like the quality
You
of
know,
the maintenance next,
correct.
where the roads meet, like when
Right,
you're driving
and all
on.
that stuff, so that they're kept on the same mowing schedule and tree
yeah, I mean,
trimming and whatever there is
I
to make
don't-
sure that they flow and that there's not a business.
We would be happy to, I mean, obviously, when, at the beginning of the project, Lennar is building it out, they'll put into place, and it'll be them, they'll put into place, and I'm sure we can commit to coordinating with the HOA and coordinating schedules for mowing and the like. I don't think there's any objection to working with, the community next to us to make sure that it all works seamlessly, and then obviously, once it's, yeah, it's just to work so that
Just
it's
make
not-
sure that everybody's flowing together out there, and we don't have two different companies doing two different things, and then, all of a sudden, one area looks good, the other area looks bad, or something's happening where one area is not mowed as often as the other, and things like that. So
We're happy to, through our association, and/or if the CDD is responsible to maintain the area that abuts, particular area that already is being maintained, we're happy to coordinate with them and try and stick with their schedule, or maybe they follow ours if it's better. But we're equally interested to make sure that it's seamless and it
I
looks
just
right.
want to, with two different bodies, and then they're taking over, and they're going to be in charge of their own neighborhoods out there with an executive director type person, I just want to make sure that we're able to work together and that there is some kind of coordination in the future.
Then what you might find is that maybe our mowing schedules might be a little bit more frequent than most people want to pay, but, we're happy to coordinate to just get the right look.
Correct.
We'll do
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No additional questions. Do you want to make a brief presentation?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I do. 701 Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. I don't think I did it for this item. Again, I have CDD counsel here today because I know enough to know that I don't know everything about CDDs, but Ginger Wald does. So if you have any specific questions, otherwise, obviously there's a lot of philosophical conversations about CDDs. They are a known commodity in your community. And I think the only thing that I would want to show, and I'm going to keep clicking on this and talking quickly while I get to it, is, a lot of times the concerns are about disclosure. And I know, Mayor, you and I have had those conversations at times. And I want to give you an example of the types of disclosures. And I just put it on one slide. And I'm sorry it's taking longer to get there. Here we go. We have staff's recommendation of approval by Planning and Zoning Board. And now I don't have anything on that page. Well, why establishing a CDD, and again, the CDD being a taxing agency has greater ability to continue to collect. HOAs can go out of business, which is why CDDs will, are our preferred mechanism. I think this community knows about CDDs in other areas where they, where during the downturn HOAs went under, and I know Councilman Maldonado, you've spoken, very much at different points about what that happens. But this is it, sample disclosure documents. Sorry, let me go back. So that's the master disclosure addendum. It's given to everyone when they sign a contract. And then beyond it here, these are have to be located in and around the sales center. And this, we didn't go pick this one out in the middle of nowhere. This is Porta Vida. This is what was known as Trio Kingman Commons, right up the road, being developed by Lennar, of course. And there you have it. Those are the signs that are put right when folks drive in. And I know those of you that visited Artesa would have seen it at the sales center there. That community is also a CDD community. So really that is all. Here are the estimated costs of what what this is in the records. So the CDD will expend, estimated in over 15 million, close to $16 million. And then the costs and fees, obviously what they'll do is they'll issue a bond, and then those costs and fees are collected by the residents or by the CDD from the residents. And there you have the amounts of the breakdown of capital costs and the maintenance costs, $1,785 for the year, down to $1,585 depending on the type of unit. So again, and that's the next one, I'll leave it ready. Again, there are conversations, and we've had a lot longer ones. It's very late in the evening, but this is, we believe with the disclosures and with the safety protections and mechanisms that it makes for a better community. We would respectfully ask for your resolution of support this evening. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Before we get to public comment, we're at the end of our hour again. I need another motion to extend the meeting for an hour. No. Moved by Councilman Maldonado. 30 minutes. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilman Guzman. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, we were extended. There's a public hearing. Opened up to the public hearing. Anybody like to speak on the CDD item? Please come up to the podium. State your name and address for the record, please.
It is getting late, and I'm hopefully will not take a lot of your time. Susan Ginther, 238 Northeast 31st Avenue. I may be uniquely qualified to discuss this. I am on the Board of Supervisors for the East Homestead CDD. I've had the privilege of serving on that board since 2011. I'm kind of familiar with CDDs. I wasn't until I moved into Isles of Oasis. My first pro for CDDs is that the bond money for the infrastructure and the landscaping and the storm drains and all that stuff that went into my community, if that had been added to the cost per home or per unit, it might have caused a lot of people not to qualify because it would have added a $20,000 or $30,000 cost to the home. Instead, it gets tied in with the escrow. So people could get approved for their mortgages and then have the burden put into their escrow. It's 6 of one, half dozen of another in a way, but people are more apt to qualify if the cost of the home initially is lower. Lennar turns the CDD, in my instance, I can't speak for sure, but I've assumed they do this across the board. They turn the community over in stages. Initially, the board was all Lennar employees, and over time, one resident would get appointed, then another, depending on how much it was built out. And eventually, it became totally controlled by residents of the community. So we have self-determination in our community. We were able to provide amenities that we do not ask the city to provide for us. We have little park areas. We have sidewalks, walking areas, benches where people can go and look at the lakes and the fountains that we are slowly installing into our lakes. But it's a very nice environment to live in. We also purchased the clubhouse. The community members voted in, I believe it was 2013, to purchase the clubhouse. And by the way, when Bay Winds was having the problem with their clubhouse, they were able to use the Oasis clubhouse at the same cost that the Oasis people use. I'm going to run out of time. Oh dear. The good people of Keysgate, they've been waiting for years to have their own self-determination in their community. And I feel for them because having that is wonderful. And for the woman who was talking earlier about, oh, we can't even have Easter egg hunts. As the chairperson of the East Homestead CDD, I would like to invite all of the council members to come to Isles of Oasis Clubhouse this Saturday between 10 and 2 for our Easter egg hunt. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We put on a fabulous.
Edward Powell, 745 Southeast 18 Lane. Mr. Burgess, you and I are very familiar with the Community Association and HOA. Okay, we've got the master community, right? They've got a maintenance fee for common areas, right? In each of our 13 HOA areas, which are East Lake, I'm Northgate, we have our own maintenance schedule. So we pay one fee to a common, we pay one for ours. A lot of money, $600, $700 a month. Pretty hefty, okay? Now what I don't understand is right in the middle of this umbrella, we've got taken this little thing and created another entity, CDD. Why not, everything else was, isn't that part of the whole DRI, that it's an HOA? And where do we change it in the middle? And how do they share in the common? We have one property manager, it does the whole property, and they do our individual. Now, how is that CDD going to work into the overall master plan? You can tell me.
Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any final comments or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Fairclough, seconded by Councilman Maldonado. Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Guzman? Yes. Councilman Roth? No. Councilwoman Fairclough? Yes. Vice Mayor Burgess? Pardon me?
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor, Mayor Shelley?
No.
The motion carries.
Tab 14.
Yes, tab 14 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the establishment of the, instead of Keys Gate, I guess it'll be Kingman Gate, residential special taxing district, aggregately encompassing approximately 84.96 acres, more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, approving such action by Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners, providing instructions to the city clerk, providing for adoption representations, and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Staff recommends approval of this special taxing district as the request is consistent with Chapter 18, Article 1 of the Miami-Dade County Code of Ordinances.
The applicant like to make a brief presentation?
Very brief. It is, I think, teed up if we go back to it. And the only, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, and the only point that we would mention is that this is a requirement of the county. It is a dormant special taxing district, so we're not double dipping or double collecting. It is in place in case the HOA and the CDD both fail, that there would be yet another mechanism by which the county directly now could levy to collect, but it is not collected in addition to. So it is a dormant special taxing district that is created at the time in case of failure by two entities, an HOA and a CDD. So it's like a belt and a suspender and something else. So we would respectfully ask for your resolution to support, as it is a county requirement, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'll open it for public comment. Anybody has a public comment on this item, the special taxing district? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Maldonado. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Fairclough? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all and good evening.
Thank you. All right, James, where are we going now? Who do we have?
So we're going to go to 14, I mean, I'm sorry, tab 15 and then tab 16. So tab 15 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception requested by Exxon Orzoco to permit the development of a single-family dwelling unit on an approximately .16 parcel of land in a R3 zoning district generally located on the northeast intersection of East 9th Place and Northeast 6th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Yes, we're recommending approval of the special exception. We're doing this because it's consistent with the City Code 30-206 permitted uses to permit the development of a single-family home on a vacant multiple apartment R3 zone property where the city code allows for R1 and R2 permitted uses, provided that the adjacent properties are zoned R1 and R2. In the event that the adjacent properties are not, then the use may be permitted with a special exception. And I believe they're R3, so we're asking for the special exception. And this is the same for the next tab as well.
Right, and did we just see something like this the last council
Yes, we
meeting
did.
as well?
Something very similar to this.
Not the same property owner, just
I
all,
don't-
but all
I
in the
don't-
same kind of area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, open to the public. Any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Fairclough? Councilman Guzman? Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 16.
Yes, moving on to tab 16. Tab 16 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception requested by Exxon Orzoco to permit the development of a single-family dwelling unit on approximately .21 acre parcel of land in a multiple apartment R3 zoning district generally located north of 9th East North Court, east of Northeast 6th Avenue, south of Northeast 11th Street, and west of Old Dixie Highway as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
We're recommending approval. It's the same as the last item. Special exceptions required.
Perfect. Seeing no questions from my colleagues, this is a public hearing, open to the public. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilwoman Fairclough. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough? Yes. Councilman Roth? Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Now we need to go back and hit tab 7 and tab 9, correct?
That's correct.
So tab 7.
So tab 7 is a final order of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a certificate of use required by Homestead Shrine Club to permit the on-premises consumption of alcoholic beverages within its existing establishment solely for its members on property located at 43 Northwest 2nd Street as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Yes, sir. We are recommending approval of the final order granting the requested certificate of use to permit the on-premises consumption of alcohol beverages within the existing establishment solely for the Shiners Club. We're recommending approval.
Seeing no questions, this is a, Councilwoman Bailey.
Real quick, I just want to say that it sounds a little strange, obviously, thinking it's right going into a neighborhood, which is mine. But a block, half a block right around the corner is going to be restaurants and bars there regardless. So since it's outside of the area, I have no issue with that. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I know you waited all this time. I'll let you at least, if you want to announce your appearance for the record so they can prove you were here.
Mayor, if I don't put my name in the record, I don't get paid, like you are. For the record, my name is Bill Riley. I have the pleasure of representing the Mahi Shrine organization. Office is located at 600 Brickell Avenue. Your staff did an excellent job presenting the application. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Perfect, thank you. Seeing no questions, I will open up the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Fairclough, seconded by Councilman Guzman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Fairclough? Vice Mayor Burgess? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 9.
Yes, tab 9 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning of an approximately 25-foot portion of a .61 acre parcel from Liberal Business B3 zoning district to Government Property GP zoning district for a property owned by the Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency located at 301 Civic Court as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. It's the second and final reading.
Yes, we're recommending approval. This is the second reading. We've seen this last week. We have just kind of a cleanup item of a 25-foot portion of the right-of-way that we need to change over to government property. And so, again, we're recommending approval.
Any questions from council? I will open the public hearing. If there's anyone that would like to speak on this application? No? Would anyone like to support? Nope. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I will entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Guzman. Any final comments from council? Roll call?
Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? The motion carries.
Okay.
So that completes the quasi-judicial items on the agenda. So we can now continue on with the legislative items. This would be tab 18. Tab 18 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the city code ordinances by amending Chapter 24, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 1 in general, Article 2, Streets, to provide for an exception to the prohibition on the use of public right-of-way for valet parking operations along the Chrome Avenue corridor located within the city's arts, entertainment, and antiques districts pursuant to city-approved valet parking program, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Staff report?
Yeah, I'll do it. So staff is recommending that mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 24, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 1 in general, Article 2, Streets, to essentially provide an exception to the prohibition on the use of the public right-of-way for valet parking operations along the Chrome Avenue corridor located within the city's arts, entertainment, and antique district. I think at a previous meeting, the manager had indicated that the city was looking to roll out a pilot valet parking program. And so in order to do that, this is the first step in that process. Currently, the way that the ordinance is written, our code is written, it prohibits use of the right-of-way for these types of activities. And so essentially what this ordinance does is it creates an exception to the prohibition on the use of the right-of-way, specifically limited to valet parking in this area along the Chrome Avenue corridor in the city's arts, entertainment, and antiques district.
Was that staff report? Okay, perfect. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I open it to the public. Please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Kevin Sullivan, 1860 Southeast 6th Court. I'm a little confused by what you're proposing, and I guess when I read it, it means that they're going to be parking cars on the sidewalk. So for me, I'm not as agile as I used to be. I think that's going to be a real hazard. If you took away parking on the sidewalk, then I could go along with other right-of-ways. But this to me seems not a good policy.
Can staff clarify that question? Because this is just allowing the use of a public right-of-way for essentially a private purpose, which would be the valet service, correct? James.
Correct. So I don't think the program's been fully formulated yet, but it essentially would be a pilot program that I think staff is looking at to roll out along the Chrome Avenue corridor.
So if I can jump in there, Mayor.
Yeah, sir, go ahead.
Basically, the concept is we'd have our first landing likely to be in front of the Seminole Theater. We'd take out some of the parking spots there. We met with all the surrounding business owners and property owners just to discuss the concept with them. The idea would be there'd be a kind of a runway into where the parking spaces are. That's where they would set up their valet operation. A lot of the details right now are dependent on whether one of the businesses is willing to bring a vendor to us, because what we didn't want to do is pay for it. And then the other thing we didn't want to do is we didn't want to have a full proliferation of this. So we thought the first pilot program being in front of a government building, the Seminole Theater, would be a good logical first step so that other businesses can take advantage of this as well. So you'd park there, your car in front of the Seminole Theater, and then you could walk to the restaurant, you could walk to wherever. We don't have a lot of details yet because we wanted to first make sure that this was okay with you, and then we would devise a plan, and we'd come back to you. We just needed the flexibility so that we could start it. The one restaurant particularly, they're having their grand opening on Friday. Initially, when they brought this to us, they thought they might need it immediately, and then they started having conversations with vendors, and it's a little more complicated than they had anticipated. Other cities do similar type programs. We think pilot program makes the most sense because we do want to see how it would impact the traffic flow on Chrome, and so we'd like to try it out, but enough flexibility. The reason we asked for it to be crafted this way instead of in an ordinance which would grant business owners rights is we didn't want to have the unintended consequences of having business owners demand it as a right, and this would be more of whether the city deems it a useful purpose or not and a public purpose.
Correct. But the end result is this was structured to create valet parking. That's its main goal. It's not for permanent parking on public right-of-way.
No, in essence, you'd pull your car up to the valet stand, they would take the car and they would park it someplace. We would need to know specifically where, who's going to pay for that. There's a lot of details yet to be determined and liability issues, but we wanted to first start with, is this something that you really want to do?
Correct. Okay, thank you. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. It kind of answers most of the questions that I was going to ask. As a pilot program, I guess there'll be some trial and error, and we'll see what the stacking looks like along Chrome Avenue, because if I remember correctly, there's, what, three or four spaces in front of the Seminole Theater that may not be there anymore, and if you've got more than 4 cars waiting to stack there, now you've created a log jam up on Chrome Avenue. So that's the pilot program is good. I'm not sure if it's, something that's going to be very viable right now, but it could be in the future. But the fact that it's not something that we're giving rights away to for the local businesses is good too. I'd like to see how it works, and if somebody's going to try an experiment, I'd like to know about those times and dates that they're going to actually do this, so we can actually observe the traffic portion of that. Because the only restaurant that's going to benefit from that right now is the 4-8 and the Seminole Theater, and once the parking garage is open, where are they going to actually park? They can't park anymore in the back. They have to park, I guess, in the parking garage. And there's going to be other issues with that, and who's paying for what, and on and on and on and on. So, so far so good. I just would like to see it in action.
And the first trouble area or potential source of problems would be its impact on traffic. Police department will be probably the first line of defense there, and if we find that it's causing problems. Plenty of cities do this.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of cities have done it and killed it after a while because it caused some issues. Some downtowns swear by it because it's a customer amenity that many customers like, or at least a section of customers want. So we'll see. As long as you're amenable to trying it, we'll try it, but we'll keep a close eye on it. We'll keep you fully informed along the way, and it may not come to fruition if they can't find a vendor.
Right. I mean, we're entering into an interesting time as the parking garage Homestead Station gets up and running in the next 6 to 8 months with all kinds of traffic coordination and stuff. So it'll be an interesting time to see how all that develops and how we're able to make it all work once it all comes to be. So I like this program. I would like to see it in action first, too. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you. I think it's definitely a great amenity to have, and ironically, I think the theater is going to be the toughest place to do a valet because that's where there's a huge group coming for a 3 o'clock show, as opposed to other people just coming in and out of restaurants or any of the other areas. So, good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Councilwoman Faircloth.
Yes, actually, last year, when we hosted the Champions for Education at the Seminole Theater, we had a valet service, so where everyone was able to valet. We had about 300 people there, and it worked very, very smooth. There was not a lot of stacking. The traffic wasn't horrible. We didn't have to wait an excessive amount of time to pick up our vehicles or to retrieve our vehicles. It worked very well. I
Great.
just thought about that.
I don't remember where I am on this one because I came in late. Did we already open up the public hearing?
Yeah, I won't even ask the question how it was allowed, but we'll just pretend like it didn't happen.
All right, so we've done the public hearing on this one. We've answered some questions. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Guzman? Councilwoman Fairclough? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Ross? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mayor, there's a whole bunch of cybery items, and I know it's late, but because this is such a big issue that we've been working on for a while, and there's some changes, if you wouldn't mind indulging me with the presentation, I thought it would be helpful also for the public to see what's happening, and it might shift everyone's mood a little bit because there were certain dark patches here this evening that maybe need a little more light.
No, I mean, I think it's important. This is an important project, and it hasn't been introduced to the public in a while. It's been a while since they've seen it. So even though I'm tired, and I think we'd all like to move on, but I think let's do it. Let's do the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, speaking of light, we're going to dim the lights. And here we go. I wanted to start off with this video because it speaks to a bunch of things. There was a lot of discussion tonight about traffic. There was a lot of discussion about the desirability of the city, and it's a nice segue into our downtown. As you all know, we've spent a good number of years together trying to bring investment to the downtown, try to unify the east side of the city with the west side of the city, create opportunities for people so that they don't have to leave the city. And I think we all acknowledge traffic is getting bad, not only in the city, but it's getting to be a hellish condition outside of the city. And as people try to get to their jobs, wherever they go, sometimes it's taking an hour and a half, 2 hours to get their job, and they're outside of the limits of the city. And so that kind of bored Homestead Station. And this is the project. It's currently under construction. They're now in the process of pouring the 6th floor. They expect on the garage to be topped off by the end of May. The movie theater operator has told me that he expects to have the movie theater portion of this opened by the end of October. So we're getting really close, and it seems almost like yesterday that we packed up our stuff, set up our booth in Las Vegas, and went to try to find our first person in decades that would be willing to invest money into downtown. And so the movie theater portion is about $15 million investment, 65,000 square foot facility, 10 screens of movies, 14 lanes of bowling, a video arcade, and then the rest of it, Homestead Station garage, 1,100 space parking garage lined with retail stores. And Transit Center, you can see both on the corner of Maury and Chrome, and down Maury, this is what it looks like. And so what we have here is a Homestead Station, which is movies, and it's bowling, and it's dining, and it's shopping. And it's also another big component that we try to address, which was how do you get people moving quicker than they're moving now? Because most of them are moving by their cars, and those who are moving by their bus, it now takes somewhere around an hour and 15 minutes to get to Dadeland Station from Homestead. So with your leadership, the county mayor's office, I know Mayor Jimenez, Frank from his office is here, Balsabri, and so this was an important thing for us at the city. Bus Rapid Transit, BRT, this vehicle operates very similar to a light rail, and what it does is it gets you to your destination 30 to 40% faster than the current bus system. Raised platform, you purchase your tickets on the platform, the center doors swing open, you load on, load off. I appreciate those who traveled to the West Coast to see light rail and BRT, rode both vehicles, saw the difference, and what we all discovered out in California is the BRT is quieter, it gets there slightly faster, it's a nice experience, and we think the county mayor's office, they did all their research as well, and this was approved. The funding was approved by the state, and this is what the station will look like from the interior. This is the current plan. This will be right next to, so it's the movie theater, then there's the busway, and right over on the busway will be this station, and this is what it would look like. And so it's really solidifying. We're told by the county that within 1 year, construction will start on this, and 1 to 2 years for operation. So you figure within 2 to 3 years, people will have the ability to get to Dadeland Station in 30 to 40% less time than it currently takes. And as you can see from this map, this is the SMART plan. The grand vision here is to be able to get people all over Miami-Dade County, east, west, north, south, in the quickest ways possible. They still have a lot of work to do on their lines and their funding and the operations and the politics behind all that. But what you have here is a plan, you have a vision, and you have people working really hard to try to get the funding and get these plans solidified to move people around, because we can say it takes longer to get from our homes to Campbell Drive or to the highway, but once we get out of this city, it becomes somewhat hellish conditions all the way down to whether you're going to Coral Gables or you're going to Miami Beach. It's a tough ride, and I don't need to tell you all that because many of you take that trip on a regular basis, and you know that better than anybody else. And so Homestead Station is...
Imagine a place where friends meet, where families gather, where memories are made, with movies that thrill us, live performances that inspire us, bowling and video games that challenge us, restaurants for all tastes, that cup of coffee with an old friend, that first drink with a new friend, the starting point on an exciting journey, the center of Homestead, the place we call home.
So this is a reality. This is happening. It's happening right now. And by October, the movie theater operator tells us their first year they expect between 400,000 to 600,000 people coming to our downtown. So Councilman Roth, you're absolutely right. We've got a whole lot of people coming. We've got a lot of learning to do in terms of traffic patterns and people patterns and what we have to do. And we're already thinking about that and planning for that. And so that is Homestead Station. But then, for tonight, there's one more thing, one more piece to Homestead Station. And Councilwoman Faircloth, we sent you to New York to meet with the people at Scholastics. Councilman Maldonado, you went to see Lenovo and the Microsoft people. And this is our one more thing.
Come with me, and you'll be In a world of pure imagination, take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy
Cybery. That's our topic for tonight. And it starts with this, and the question, this 45-year-old building, is this the best we can do? Is this what we deserve? Is this the care that we expect? Is this innovative? Is it proactive? Is it worthy of the people that it serves? Yes, it's all we have, and we're happy to have something. The question is, do we want more? And so what we did was we asked everyone. We asked you, we asked members of our community, and there seemed to be a strong consensus for, number one, this is not the direction libraries need to be going. Number two, if we're going to fully implement our downtown redevelopment plan, our government buildings belong in the downtown. We have our police station, we have our new city hall, we have the Seminole Theater, and yes, we should have a library in the downtown, just like great downtowns have. They have libraries in their downtown. And so moving the library became a pretty obvious thing, particularly since it sits on city property, and our property becomes more valuable by this moving out of there, and we have a large parcel, 30-plus acre. So the decision was time to reinvent the library. Let's build it in the downtown and build something different, build something special, build something that capitalizes on new technologies and really stretches the limits, because we all came to the conclusion, and talking to the kids was the most instructive, because when you ask them how many of them have gone to the library recently, and the high school kids, it was almost none of them. And elementary school kids, it was a mixed bag. But almost everybody agreed that the whole concept of library needs to change. If it does, unless it does, if it doesn't change, it's likely to perish. Because many of the things that you used to need at a library, now you can get at home, you can get at other places. So what should the library become? And if we're going to build one, who should we be looking to? So we went and hired the Landmark Entertainment Group, a group that does amusement parks, they do attractions, Universal Studios, and they do retail entertainment at Las Vegas, Caesar's Palace Shops, and the Venetian Hotel. And what we did was came up with concepts and goals and guidelines. And the bottom line, without going through this point by point, was libraries need to bring people back. They need to have repeatable experiences, capitalizing on the new technologies, making it fun, making it interesting, and making it an attraction. And oh, by the way, if we can find ways to increase revenues, that helps us keep it fresh for a long time. So Landmark produced Cyberry, 100% design development, and we took our show on the road. And many of you were at a lot of these presentations. We did so many presentations, I lost count. Kamitra and I joke, I don't know, it's 30, 40, 50, I don't know, we've lost track, but God bless her and the IT staff because they had to hear it every single time, and they still come to work. But what we asked this group is we asked for feedback, we asked for their support, and every single group that you see here, we got letters of support for. I included it in the packet so that you can see we spent a tremendous amount of time talking to the community. This is the location, the missing piece, right there on Maury, and that is Cyberry. It's a 4-story building. It's 54,000 square feet. It would be a public-private partnership between us and Landmark. The concept is for the city to put up $18 million, Landmark to put up $18 million. And so what we've done here is we're proposing a phase-in because our funding sources are time-sensitive. And so if we don't start spending the money soon, we'll start losing that money, and then it makes it much harder for Landmark to be able to get theirs. So what we wanted to do is kind of go through the phasing process. Phase 1 would be to build the entire 4-story structure. Floors 1 and 2 would be completely finished and operational. Those 2 floors are what we really think is 1 floor and a large mezzanine. A mezzanine, by technical definition, has to be less than half of your total floor plate. So this mezzanine is slightly more than the half of the floor plate, so it's technically 2 floors, and I'll explain the floor plan and why we think it's important to have that mezzanine as opposed to 2 floors. But the total amount was 24,000 square feet, which makes it significantly larger than the current facility, and with that comes a brand new collection, 31,000 physical items, and significant ebook and online resources. And by the way, the partner that we have, LS&S, they have a neat system, which we went and toured some of their facilities, and their system is a book has to work to keep its weight on the shelf. So if the book is not being circulated, at some point it's going to overstay its welcome and it's going to go out. And they use analytics to be able to see what's fresh, what's not fresh, and as they rotate the collection, we're not really going for the research library. If you wanted to go and research the mating habits of the Trichina worm, this isn't really the library you'd go to. This is the place where there's a bunch of things that most people want to read. Children, teenagers, adults, seniors, interesting material, helpful information, entertaining, educational, and then also we've tried to incorporate some of the attractions of the total 4-story facility. We picked virtual reality cube, Book Mountain Children's Area, the Children's Theater, and the Steampunk Teen Lounge, which I'll kind of get through. And then as we're constructing, and Axiom Construction is here tonight, they'll also build the 3rd and floor shells as what's called cold dark shell. So it'll be there. Landmark Entertainment will continue on its way to try to find their investors so that we can complete those 2 floors, or our contingency is if ultimately they can't get their investors, we'll have those 2 spaces to consider for repurposing at some time. Our hope and our dream is that while we're under construction in phase 1, Landmark comes in with their investment, and then we can finish the whole thing, all 4 floors at the same time. This is the rendering. This was the original rendering, and I'll kind of go through some of our value engineering efforts because, as you know, we all went and met at the designers and to try to find some cost savings here. But here is the floor plan. This is the colored version. The one in the book was black and white. But in essence, that area that you're looking at there, the first yellow area is the corner, is where you're walking in and you see a desk. That's going to be the librarian's desk. And that blue box there, that is the virtual reality cube. And I'll have renderings of each of these. And then what we have is the children's theater. And then we have Book Mountain, which is a children's area. And we have a whole bunch of book stacks. Many of them line the walls. And then there's others that you can see lined up there, and tables and chairs, and then the back of the house with various offices for the functioning bathrooms, et cetera. That white box that you see on the plan right now is for an elevator well, so that ultimately, if the place has to be repurposed, the first 2 floors will be separate and distinct, and then the third and fourth floor, you'd be able to enter through a second elevator. If it's one full facility, then that can either be a service elevator or that can be some retail space. So we have some flexibility, and that's how it was designed. The second floor, as you can see, the white area there, that is, so when you walk into the facility and you look up, you're going to see about 24-foot ceilings. And so that's going to create a really nice, wide open space, nice airy space. We think it'll be a significant feel when you walk in. Of course, the cube will go up to about 19 feet, so you'll see a pretty significant cube on the floor. And then what you'll see on the second floor, most of that yellow area there is the teen area, and that's the steampunk, which I have some renderings for. So this is Book Mountain, and this starts on the first floor all the way in the back. Like you mentioned, it's a circular facility, and the concept is for the kids to, well, if you see on the first floor, well, it's a circular facility, those bookshelves line all of the wall. And then if they want to get to the second story, they can climb Book Mountain, and they can go through that tunnel, and they'll get to the second. So we think this will be a fun space. We'll have really great children's material, be something that they want to go to, very colorful and lively. This is the Children's Theater, and it was originally designed as all electronic and pop-up. We did some value engineering here where some of it is likely going to be more, they'll be on wheels, and we'll be able to do that manually. What we tried to do is save money where we could without really degrading the concept. And the Teen Lounge, this is steampunk retro future theme, and the idea here is for the teenagers to be a cozy space, a bit on the rebellious side, a space that they feel is their own, and that will kind of create a very social, fun atmosphere for them. So they can go up there, can do their homework, they can just hang out, and they can read something. Hopefully they'll read something. That's the most important thing. And then this was the original rendering for the virtual reality cube, was going to be on the second and third floor. This is what would be on the first floor, first and second. Well, it would be on the first floor as you'd enter in, but it would be 19 feet high. We'd have 18 stations. And for the sitting kind, because there's 2 types of virtual reality, the one you've tried here at City Hall is the one that you walk around in, which requires a little more space, as you could see. So they'll also be able to divide this. Sometimes it'll be the stand-up kind. Sometimes it'll be the sitting kind. You'll get more people for the sitting kind at one time. So that'll kind of all be programmed and decided in the future. These are the renderings, and the reason I wanted to show these to you is on the value engineering side. When you saw the building at the beginning, let's see if I can... Yeah, let me see if I can go back. One of the major changes that we did, and we did get a question about why were there additional design fees. I'll just go back real quick. This building here, as originally designed, was structural steel. And the idea was to create an aesthetic where that book is, there was a little bit of a taller tower. But what we found when we went and met with all the professionals was that if we do tilt wall construction itself instead, we would save millions of dollars, and we would still have a similar look. We shrunk the windows a little bit, but there's still windows. And so this plan that you see here kind of reflects the value engineering, so that the tower at the front where that book was is a little shorter, as you can see there. And the windows are a little shorter, and then there's one window over the doorway that's no longer there. So a little bit different. It's value engineered so that we could save some money, because we didn't think that bought us any more books. It didn't really buy us more headsets, and it just didn't seem like it was worth the millions of dollars. This is our estimated budget. Construction, $10.5 million, $4 million for the FF&E, $3.5 million for your soft costs, for a total of $18 million. And then our funding strategy, this is where the money can really start dying on the vine if we don't move fast. The federal grants, they want you to start spending that money, and they want to see you open. So as we talk a little bit about some of the issues that we had with the county, the first one was new market tax credits, which we had deadlines, and we just couldn't get through our issues with the county and fast enough. And so those funding sources required us to restart that process. We had about between $1.5 and $2 million of new market tax credits that would have plugged in where you see that fund balance backstop. That would have been about $1.5 million to $2 million right there that we ended up not getting because we couldn't meet the deadline. And so now, in order to restart it, they have a process, and it's fairly time-consuming. We don't know that we'll get that or not, so we would need to fund some of that through the fund balance as a backstop. The federal grants, the CRA money, the Art and Public Places, LS&S, the operator, has agreed to invest $1 million. This state grant is $500,000. We ranked at a fairly high level. It's a competitive process at the state, so there's two things that have to happen. One, you have to rank within a period. I think we're ranked number seven, which is a really good ranking for all the projects that were submitted. But then the legislature actually has to fund that line in the budget. Last year, it was funded, and either the governor vetoed it or it was pulled at the last minute because of Parkland and some of the issues. So that's where that $500,000 would come from, assuming that the state approves that. Bowling alley property and the downtown project surplus, we were able to save a little there to apply to that, and that gets us to the $18 million. LS&S, this is a private operator. We had several proposals before the county. Our first original idea was we put all this infrastructure in and we hand the keys over to the county and let them run it. But it's been 3.5 years of negotiations, 4 or 5 different rounds, and it just doesn't seem to be working out. We know, Mayor, that you're going to be meeting with Mayor Jimenez tomorrow, and Frank, I hope you'll help us out there as well, because we have a few outstanding issues. But at this point, you've agreed to have LS&S operate Phase 1. They have run over 80 public libraries all over the country. And one of them is the city of Camarillo, which we went to look at. And I just wanted to give you a little hint of what that looks like, because while they run a lot of traditional libraries, there was one library in California that we saw that had some hints of cyber, at least some of the themes that we have in ours. So we felt like they had the creativity to do something like what we're doing. So that's Camarillo. You could see the goal, which is kids should be wanting to go to the libraries. They should consider it a fun experience to learn things, to be educated in an entertaining way. Our next steps, you have on the agenda a bunch of items, including the budget amendment, the Axiom contract approval, guaranteed maximum price. You have a few other items on there, and then we'll bring you back the landmark FF&E approval shortly. The architect is on your agenda tonight as well, because the interiors still have to be finalized. And then the discussions with the county will be ongoing. We have the issue of the building appraisal, the current building. And what we're hoping here, and what we propose to the county is, and we think this is perfectly reasonable, is the library tax that we collect is roughly $850,000. But they also collect money from Florida City and from the unincorporated areas. And if, in fact, we operate the homestead, they have a choice to make. Their choice is to build another facility that will compete with ours, but without our $800,000. They will have the idea of potentially building a storefront someplace, or building another building that's going to cost them millions of dollars, or they can send people to Naranja. And so the question is it fair to be sending people to Florida, from Florida City, and having some poor kid get on a bus and travel 15, 20 minutes away to go to Naranja when there's likely the best facility in the area will be right here in Homestead. So we think there's a lot for them to consider in terms of some sort of reciprocity and some sort of credits that the city would get for providing this service to their customers in Florida City and the surrounding areas. And then finally, just transitioning. We had to notice them and then kind of having an amicable transition where as soon as our doors open, their doors close, but our preference would be for their doors not to close until we're open so that we don't interrupt the needs of the customers. So phase 1 expected to be completed in 14 to 16 months, and that is with that, I'll take questions.
Councilwoman Fairclough.
Okay, so I was very tired, but I believe this gave me a second wind. I don't know if that's a good thing. So the 1.8 to roughly $2 million that we lost
Yes.
in new market tax credits because we didn't meet a deadline. Why didn't we meet the deadline?
We didn't want to move forward until we had some answer from the county on whether they were willing to run the first floor and a half. We felt the most conservative option for us was for phase 1 for the county to basically be handed over the keys and run the first floor and a half. And we went and we explained to them what our deadline was, but we needed an answer because the new market tax credit people needed a letter that said the county's willing to do it, and we just could not get through their process. And
Right, so we lost the money because of the county. So we've been negotiating for 3.5 years.
yes, we have.
How long is it going to take to negotiate? Another 3.5 years?
I don't know.
So we haven't made any progress. What has been their position? Why don't they support this? Well, why haven't they supported this?
Well, the first round, if you recall, 3.5 years ago, was we had a smaller site and we offered them the keys to a brand new facility at what's known as the Robert Barnes Building, and we offered that to them, and their counter proposal was, okay, yeah, well, we'll take it, but by the way, we have a lease with you that requires you to pay for the building, whatever the value is. So we want you to pay what's the value of the building, and we want to go to the new location for free, and we want to guarantee that basically we can stay there as long as we want, whereas your current lease requires us, gives us the ability to kick them out anytime we want once a year. So in essence, that was their opening round, but if you look at each round we had with them, it really came down to this. The library director made it very clear. He doesn't believe in the downtown. And I swear to you, this is what he said. I don't believe in the downtown. I don't like the location. I don't think it's good for my customers. I like where I'm on US 1. He doesn't like it. Period, end of story. And every 6 months, every 8 months, proposal 1, proposal 2, proposal 3, it was the same thing. It was bureaucratic feet dragging for one thing only. He doesn't like the location. And you know what? For 3.5 years, there's one way to do it or two ways to do it. The first way to do it is to man up, say to your boss, I don't want to help the city because I don't like the location, and then fight it out, right? But instead what it was a bunch of feet dragging. And that's what it was. And if it was one thing after another, and so the only thing I'd say is Mayor Shelley's got his hands full because tomorrow he's meeting with the mayor. I'm hoping Frank also can help along because the question is, what's right for the city? And the county people serve the city. What's right for the library district? Because they have a right to say this. We have a piece of paper that says we have a right to get the value of our building. We have an appraisal that shows that the building is not worth anything because it's higher and best use. They have an appraisal that says it's worth $3.5 million, which is just not possible. So now, the question is this. If it cost them $10 million to build a new facility, even if we were to give them $3.5 million, that's not good economics for them. And also, since we're building this facility anyway, why wouldn't they want their residents, their members of their district, to go to a facility like this? And by the way, if you're representing the city of Florida City, why would you want your kids, your residents, to go all the way to Naranja? And by the way, if you've seen the Naranja facility, it's not much. It's a brand new building, but it's not much. And we'll have a much better facility. Why wouldn't they want to help us? Why wouldn't they want to help Florida City? And their economics don't even make sense either. But I think the strategy was, if we drag our feet long enough, the city won't be able to do anything. Every time we told their staff that we'll potentially lose money, I think that was an incentive for them to drag their feet, because if we lost all our funding sources, eventually we wouldn't be able to do anything, and he made it very clear he wants to stay where he is. And so I think that's where we're at. Whether we have to duke it out in court on the question of the appraisal, because the appraisal value becomes the determination. You see, you can say it's worth $3.5 million, but what's your appraisal methodology? Our appraisal methodology is based on the fact that the highest best use for the site is the building gets torn down and the property is consolidated with the rest of the property and it's redeveloped, in which case, to us, that building is worth nothing. Now, if you say, oh, by the way, $3.5 million is some replacement value, well, that's not what the contract says. So I think if we can't come up with an amicable way to handle this, then it's likely we'll fight it out over appraisal value first, and then we'll follow the contract, and there'll be a third appraisal, and then there'll be a process to determine the valuation. But what we're hoping that the mayor can accomplish tomorrow is just at least get some agreement on the question, do they want the residents of Florida City and the unincorporated areas to make use of this facility? And if so, do they want to continue to collect their tax dollars and us provide that service for free and us pay them for the building? That doesn't seem equitable to me, but I guess people can have a disagreement.
Can you, Jerry, of your team, can you pull back up that picture of the Homestead Library? Show that picture. Go back. This. Look at this. So basically they're saying this is all you deserve. There is not another municipality that is as forward-thinking and transformative as this city. And the nerve, the audacity to say, we don't believe in your downtown. This is the best you can get. As a resident, as an educator, as a professional who has a master's degree in reading and who understands the value and the importance of bringing a world-class amenity to our community, and to say that they don't have any faith in what we're doing and this is enough for our community is appalling. And I hope the mayor hears this loud and clear.
And in fairness, the mayor came down a few times. I think the mayor understands this. I think his staff sees it a different way. And I think you heard him last week saying there's a disagreement between staffs. But I think that's what the elected officials are there for, is to decide on the policy.
It doesn't matter about a disagreement. Leadership matters. He is the leader. And just to acquiesce to what his team is saying, oh, we agree to disagree, I don't buy that. We are all leaders. And if we're not happy with something, if we aren't comfortable with the way that our staff is going, we have the ability to make those changes. And he has the ability to make those changes and to weigh in on this. So to me, he is agreeing to giving us just this subpar facility with barely nothing resources, and it's not right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Maldonado.
Yeah. and in all seriousness, I mean, I know what she's saying, and I agree 100%. I have some questions that we should ask. Who built the existing building would be the first question.
The county.
Okay. How much did that building cost?
We can get you that answer.
Okay, we got to get that. And where is, because we had this discussion about the turnpike, where the mayor said that turnpike has been paid for more than once because of our tax dollars continuing to go and paying for it and maintaining it. So isn't that same philosophy that he used to speak before us and why it's important for us to now take over that turnpike? Isn't it the same thing what we're trying to do here?
Yeah, and also, the economics here is, forget about the capital improvements that they didn't make, which other facilities that they have are better and more money was poured into. Forget about that. If we have our own facility, they won't have to put any capital improvements into a 45-year building going forward. So that alone has value, not to mention the money they're going to continue to collect from Florida City and the unincorporated areas.
So from the time that we started paying for this, the taxpayers, I'd like to know what that figure is.
We can get you that.
That's another number I want to have. And then on top of that, we should share with our community and our leaders, like our councilwoman said, that shame on them for treating us, and this has been our issue always in South Dade, shame on them for this. This is an eyesore. Now, I don't have a master's in reading, but I could tell you that my future was shaped in the South Dade Library. So the library, to me, there came a point in my life to where I needed to find a safe place. And that library was my safe place. From after school, this was in high school, I was a late bloomer, but since the 10th grade, as soon as I left, I walked to the mall, bought a cheeseburger, went into the library, and I didn't leave there Monday through Friday, and sometimes Saturday, till it closed and my father picked me up. My thought was, if knowledge is power, then man, I want to be a powerful person and read a lot of books. So this library, a library gives us an ability as children, or our future, the ability to become great and do great things. But when I look at this, I don't see where that fosters or that creates that sentiment of I can do great things, and you get this piece of work that they've given us. So in giving us that information, it will empower us to have a better discussion about this and to show the city, the county, and our residents and everyone, and maybe even to prompt some questions on what's happening on other areas throughout the county. This is us. I don't know who else, what other part of the county is getting something that's, that's not acceptable. And we're paying all this money for it. And they're mismanaging our tax dollars and our future. So I'd like to get this information brought to us as soon as possible so that we can have that. Maybe that might be something that the mayor would need to have as well before he even walks into the meeting to know this information. So that'll be all for right now. I'll hold my comments until afterwards.
Thank you. And we've come to the end of our hour again. I need another extension, so.
I'll make a motion to extend.
Yeah, motion to extend. You want to do an hour or a half hour?
An hour.
All right, we still got a little ways to go, so. All right, hour extension, motion to approve.
You want to see another video? I've got a few more
No,
videos.
no more videos, no more presentations.
Motion, second.
I need a motion and a second.
I got the motion.
All right, motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Do you have any responses for Councilman Maldonado, or?
Yeah, we'll get the information that he requested, and we agree. And I think that if economics are the issue for their staff, we think the economics are convincing for the county to think this is better for them if they utilize our facility. But if this is something else, like it's very difficult to kind of assess because none of their positions have made a whole lot of economic sense, and none of their positions have really made sense for their customers either.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Councilwoman Bailey.
I just had a question about, has there not been any correspondence between you and the county as far as emails or letters? I
I,
just would love to read why somebody would not want to, I would like to see them write it down on a piece of paper of why they do not want to go to a better building that's 2.5 minutes away.
In preparation for Mayor Shelley's meeting tomorrow, we prepared a binder that has correspondence for the last 3.5 years, all 5 segments of this, or was it 5 segments or 6? 5 segments, each of the offers, each of the results, the emails, the documents, we have the whole thing. And when you read it, you're going to scratch your head. And we'd be happy to provide that for you if you'd like.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Councilman Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, you said that our appraisal came back at 0?
It actually came back at minus 88 because that's the cost of tearing down the building.
Minus 88,000 to tear down the building. And their appraisal came back at 3 million.
3.5, they claim, although we haven't seen it, we don't know what their methodology is. There's a whole bunch of ways to appraise a property, as you know. The question becomes, if you have in your hand what in essence is a right to use our land, and so that's the agreement they have, is they can use our land as long as we don't kick them out. If we kick them out, they have certain time frames that they have to leave. But if you were going to sell your building, the problem with this is you can't sell your building because there's no right to use the building other than for Miami-Dade County to operate a library. They can't sell it to an office developer. They can't sell it to a tenant. They can't use it for other government operations. All it can be used for is to run the Homestead branch of the library. So as you appraise it, it becomes very difficult for them to justify a $3.5 million value. And also, they can't really point to a whole lot of capital improvements either. So look at all the improvements that we made that has value as well. So that's the difficulty in their argument for $3.5 million. And let's assume, for example, we said, okay, well, maybe if you did some sort of a depreciation value and it's $500,000-$600,000, you take what did they pay for 45 years for it, and how do you depreciate it down for 45 years? Even if it was worth $500,000-$600,000, we're saying, if you like the concept of we'll provide you the service to Florida City and the surrounding areas, just give us a credit for the service, and that can be paid down through service over time. So with the stroke of a pen, somebody could make that determination, but it's really just been, it's worth $3.5 million. We want it. You have to pay it to us. And oh, by the way, if you want us to go to another facility and run your library, we'll do it, but we want the keys, we want you to pay for everything, and we want the right to stay there forever. So that didn't seem like a good deal to us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, what's the fastest way to run through these libraries from tab 19 to tab 23? Can we combine any of them together, read them all at once, do one public comment, and then debate them out, or do we?
Although, so we don't end up we don't end with the sour picture of the current library. Let me just do this real quick here. Let me get to this slide here. Hang on, Matt, while you're doing that, look for it. Okay, there you go.
All right, City Attorney, how do we navigate this as fast as possible?
I can, similar to the way James did, I can read the items individually, or I can read them consecutively. You can have a group discussion, although some of them are individual service contracts. So it's up to you, whatever your preference is.
All right, so is it better just to do them all separate and go as fast as
We can
possible?
just go as
Sorry,
fast
let's do tab 19 then.
Tab 19 is an ordinance, it's for first reading. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2018, ending September 30th, 2019, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $15,010,873, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Staff report.
Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve and amend the fiscal year 2019 budget for the Cybrary Fund and General Fund as per attached schedule to appropriate the balance of funding needed to complete the Cybrary project.
Seeing no questions, this is a public hearing. Any questions or comments on the public on this item? Please state your name and address for the record. You come up to the center podium.
Edward Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane. Since I couldn't get that far in the agenda, I couldn't get the breakdown for this $15 million addition. And I've also asked Ms. Sewell if I could have an update on, every month you keep bumping the budget. Last month it was $500,000, then this month it's $15 million. So if it's buried in the agenda, the breakdown, then I guess we need to be able to get into it so we can look at it, because I can't get to it the way it's published. And here's the thing I can't understand. The paper put an article in 3 months ago that the county made a deal with Mr. Gretzis that they were going to build out the first floor of the Cyberry. They were going to give the city the old library, and it was a done deal. Paper, done deal. Okay? Happened to talk to a source at the county. Well, it's close. Signatures, a couple of handshakes, but it's close. Now we're out. Now what? Now where'd it go? What happened? Suddenly the county's out. Now we're going to fight over this building. And I'll tell you one thing. If the city wouldn't have dragged its feet about the library, the county would be investing right now in that existing building. Go to Kendall and look at what they've done to that building. They've just renovated it. There's a 3D printer in that building, and it would have been in this one. And the reason why the county didn't do it is because of the inconsistencies of working with us. They were going to build out the first floor of the Cyberry. Now what happened? It's gone. What happened to that? I congratulated you on working, and then suddenly it's gone. Now maybe you could help us, because I'm mystified. Okay.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Want to close the hearing, or
Huh?
you want to close the hearing first, or does anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, any additional public comment? Seeing none, close the public comment. Would you like to respond?
Sure, a couple of things. I think Mr. Powell just has some of the facts slightly incorrect. The first piece is the county never agreed because as term sheets were going back and forth, what we explained to them is, and our offer was, we'll swap facilities, you can go in there, they would build out the space, and they'd be there for a period of time. The issue was they would be responsible for building out the space, and they would not commit to a time certain that would not, which was needed for us to guarantee that we don't lose our HUD funds. So what they proposed, which was not acceptable to us, is you hand us the keys and we'll fit it out. We'll try to fit it out within the time, but if there's delays, there's delays. Now, of course, HUD says if you're not open by a certain day, sorry, pay us back $5 million or whatever the amount is, and therefore we could not risk that, and we still did not have an agreement on the valuation. So there was, and by the way, there was never any offer in 3.5 years on the question of, oh, they have all these capital improvements slated for the Homestead Library. Not once did they mention any of that. And oh, by the way, this concept that the city dragged its feet, when you see this binder, you will see that is the exact opposite of what happened. And each and every time you'll see the back and forth emails, you'll see the term sheets, the exact opposite happened of what Mr. Powell is saying. So we tried a bunch of different ways, a bunch of different options, but at the end of the day, it just didn't work out.
Thank you. Any questions? Council? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado. Councilwoman Faircloth.
The old Cyberry too?
Councilman Guzman. Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey. Mayor Shelley.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 20.
This is just a motion. Staff recommends mayor and council authorize city manager to approve an amendment of the existing agreement for Knowles and Associates in the amount of $84,500 for the Cyberry Library labor standards compliance. And because there's so much federal funding involved, we need to make sure we follow all the rules so we don't end up having to pay any money back.
Okay. Seeing no questions from council, any public comment on this item? Seeing no public comment, I'll close the public comment. Motion to approve. Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Maldonado. Councilwoman Faircloth. Councilman Guzman. Mayor Shelley.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 21.
It's also a motion. Staff recommends Mayor and Council authorize an amendment to the Neighborhood Stabilization Program in order to allocate current and future program income to the Cyberry project.
Seeing no questions from council, this is a public hearing. I'll open it to the public. Seeing no public comment, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Guzman? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 22.
Tab 22 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an agreement for construction manager at-risk services for the completion of the Homestead Cyberry with Axiom DR Construction LLC, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
A little brief staff report on this one.
Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to execute the award of RFP 201810 Construction Manager at Risk for Cyberry with a guaranteed maximum price, and to issue a notice to proceed for the construction of the Cyberry to Axiom DR Construction LLC. The GMP for construction of the cold dark shell, vanilla box, and build-out is $10,386,541, which includes $8,285,441 in actual costs for the cold dark shell and vanilla box, and $2,101,000 as an allowance for the build-out. Actual costs for the build-out will be determined after the design is completed and Axiom is able to get costs from its subcontractors, at which time the build-out costs may be adjusted. Any change to the GMP will be brought back to council for approval, although Ricky is here from Axiom, and Ricky, that's it, not a dollar more, okay?
Any questions from council? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, open to the public. Any questions or comments from the public on tab 22? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved and, is that seconded? Councilman Guzman, you second? Seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough? Councilman Guzman? Councilman Roth? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 23.
Tab 23 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the agreement for architectural and engineering services with DLR Group, Inc. to amend the scope of services for a total net increase of $275,135, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to amend the existing agreement with the DLR Group to include additional architectural design services. The total cost of the additional services is $275,135, which includes a construction administration credit in the amount of $53,565.
And this is based on when the presentation you did, this is where we went from one type of construction to the other type, and that's necessitating the change.
And then now they're building out the interior. That all needs to be designed.
Correct. Okay. Any questions from council? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I'll open it to the public. Any questions or comments from the public? Please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Edward Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane. Well, when the agenda was sent out for this particular item, it had an advertisement. Well, what it didn't give you was the little fine print that you had to click on to get this letter from the architect, DLR Group, where it says, oops, we made a 4-foot mistake, or we have to reduce the new building by 4 feet. It impacts the surrounding site improvements. It means we have to redo the second floor design. We got to move the stairway. We have to redesign the markups. We have to look at the sewage. So all of this, $300,000 addition. Who created the oops? The original design, suddenly we got to move it 4 feet. And doesn't that affect somehow you're talking about the actual submission of the building, or doesn't the city have to worry about that? Who made the $300,000 error? Isn't the architect who did the original building responsible? Doesn't he have errors and omissions? Who picks up the $278,000 tab? Do we pick it up? Did the city absorb it? Who picks that up? Okay.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. just clarify, we are talking the same thing. This is,
What I don't think we need to do is to apologize for saving millions of dollars
Right.
in re-engineering the building, and we saved literally millions of dollars doing that, but if you're gonna re-engineer the building, it costs. You gotta have the architects to do it, so if you spend a few $100,000 to save millions, then it makes sense.
I think the key was there was no error made. It was a conscious decision to change the nature in which the concrete was poured, the walls were put up, which necessitated the change in elevation.
Instead of the structural steel.
Correct. So that resulted in changes all the way down the line. But ultimately, we saved millions of dollars, even though it's now going to cost $200,000
Yes.
to redesign. So just for clarification. No additional questions from council. Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a second? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough? Councilman Guzman? Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Bailey? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Tab 24.
Tab 24 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, supporting the creation of a new transportation authority which shall assume the assets and obligations of the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority as well as the facilities of the portion of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike within Miami-Dade County, implement toll reductions, and whose governing body shall include a representative of the City of Homestead, providing for distribution, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Staff report, any additional?
At the April 9th, 2019 Committee of the Whole meeting, County Mayor Carlos Jimenez came before council requesting support for the creation of a new Miami-Dade County Transportation Authority. This new authority would assume the assets and obligations of the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority, as well as the facilities of the portion of the Homestead Extension, the Florida Turnpike within Miami-Dade County, implement toll reductions, and whose governing body will include a representative of the City of Homestead. Council requests this item be placed on the agenda, and there is a accompanying resolution, correct? Yes. Resolution is attached, and if you have questions on the resolution, Matt, you drafted the resolution? Yes.
Perfect. It's my understanding this was a culmination of hearing the proposals in Tallahassee, hearing the proposal from Mayor Jimenez last week at the COW, and then trying to set forth those items within the resolution that would be beneficial to the city if enacted under some type of plan with some type of agency. And that's kind of what's reflected is.
Correct. This wasn't an endorsement of any particular policy as much as it was the aspects of the individual policies that most benefited the city.
Okay. Councilwoman Fairclough.
So I understand that some of you went to Tallahassee and met with state representatives. What was their position on this? Because from what I hear, they don't support any of this, what the mayor is trying to bring forth. So what is their rationale?
Yeah, so up there, they were trying to, a lot of it, I think, has gotten somewhat personal between all the parties at play here, more so than issue-based from what I could feel while we were up there. Their goal was to eliminate MDX altogether and then replace that with a state agency that would run and operate MDX, as well as a new board that would also run and operate MDX, which would be called something different at the time. And that Homestead would have a seat potentially at that table, although right now in this current form, we do not have a seat at the table. It's made up by non-elected officials throughout the county. And so that was their main focus. They were reducing tolls. They were, but essentially the goal was to get rid of MDX as a whole.
I can understand why. My question to Frank, you're here on behalf of the mayor, I'm assuming? My question is, are there any other municipalities since our last meeting that have supported this or proffered resolutions?
Yes, Frank Balsbury, located at 111 Northwest First Street. Yes, Doral did come in with a resolution, and we're waiting on Hialeah and Miami Gardens.
I know the mayor went to a meeting in Hialeah.
Right.
So did they agree on drafting a resolution to
I
support this?
wasn't at that meeting, but I know there was talk of their next council meeting. Perhaps they were going to take up, because the mayor had to leave that night, and I think they were going to take up the issue at the next following meeting.
So it wasn't addressed that night?
There was no reso passed that night. There was a presentation, but no resolution passed.
Was there an agreement to draft a resolution?
I wish I could say I wasn't there.
Oh, so no one
I don't
briefed
know.
you on that? Okay. So currently it's just Doral and the Board of County Commissioners?
And Miami Gardens.
and Miami Gardens.
Yes.
So did they also get the language, including Homestead, into,
Yes.
okay.
Absolutely. It was amended to read Homestead in there.
So what is the timeline on this? Is this something we have to approve tonight? Because, I mean, we've been waiting for 3.5 years to get things done for us, so, I mean, 30 day, it wasn't even 30 days, 2 weeks.
Message is well taken, well received, and will be transferred. But there is a urgency to this because of the legislation session being done in May. So we're trying to garner support from our municipals where this
Wow.
affects you.
There's an urgency for our library also. 3.5 years. So I think it's a bit much.
Understood. Well, that's why I'm glad the elected officials will be talking one-on-one tomorrow.
Okay, well, perhaps we can defer it until the next COW to see how that conversation goes. We've been waiting for 3.5 years.
I agree, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Mayor.
And I think also too, on this particular resolution, this resolution does not endorse any specific plan. It doesn't endorse the state, it doesn't endorse the county plan. What it does is it looks at items that, if were incorporated into a plan, would be beneficial for the city of Homestead as a whole, regardless of who picks that ball up and runs with it. And I think that was based on our discussion that we had that night, which was we would draft a resolution, or give the attorney direction to draft a resolution that was beneficial to the city, or contained clauses that were beneficial to the city. Councilman Fairclough.
I believe I saw a post on social media that the mayor was commending Homestead for the support of his plan.
I don't know, I didn't see that one.
Oh, I saw that one. So, I mean, passing this resolution tonight it will give the appearance of we're endorsing his plan. So I'm just concerned about the timing and all this sense of urgency for this plan when we've had a sense of urgency for 3.5 years. I'm having a hard time with this, Mayor.
No problem. Yeah, I don't think there's any urgency on our end. I think it's going to take whatever the majority would like to move it forward. Councilman Roth.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree as well. And the way I read this, it really wasn't supporting the mayor's plan. It was more geared towards protecting the city itself. And I'm with Councilwoman Faircloth. If there's no sense of urgency, I would like to postpone this at least to the COW meeting or the next council meeting, so that we can get some direction on how the negotiations are going to go with the Cyberary project that we're trying to work on, because I too, we get put into a corner, and people want us to rush to make decisions that benefit them, but the relationship should be reciprocal and go back and forth, where that when we needed something, we couldn't get any response and any answers. And we needed that. And this cost us real dollars. And it's midnight. And I just think that we should wait. Put it off and wait until at least the COW. We can make another discussion about this and see where everything ends up. And that's how I feel about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Maldonado.
Thank you. I guess my question, and I think I asked this last time, or at least mentioned it, did staff read into the proposals from both Tallahassee as well as Miami-Dade County, to kind of see, what they're saying is truly what it is, and which one does truly benefit, the city. I think we need to get ahead of this and be able to analyze what both parties are proposing, because we know a lot of times there's some hidden things in these positions that are taken that are going to, it's going to affect us one way or another. And I think it'd be good for us to kind of get a handle on this before it gets, too out of sight. For Councilwoman Faircloth, when we had that discussion to add on, I mean, it was seemed like a personal thing, and it basically was like, in my opinion, the state was gonna move forward with whatever they were gonna do, and I don't understand where and how the county mayor is going to supersede that. I mean, I don't know where the state take over MDX, can they do it? And, that whole logistics, I don't have an answer to, and I'd like to know it as best possible. That's why I asked staff to kind of look into it. And so hopefully we'll have some type of answer at the next meeting in regards to this.
Thank you. Do we have a consensus to defer this to a future meeting? Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion to defer to the next meeting, next COW. Do you need a motion? Do we actually vote on that?
Jason's calling out. He has said something about the session is over.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, the legislative session will be over by the next COW. So if the intent is to delay until that period of time, the decision may have already been made by the state legislature as to what to do with the Transportation Authority.
One other option you can consider is if you have your meeting tomorrow and there seems to be some break in the logjam, you can call a special call and have the resolution done pretty quickly, 48 hours notice. Might give you a little leverage in your meeting.
That's fine. Yeah, because there is some danger that a decision will possibly be made at the legislative bodies this year, and right now, what the state legislature is proposing will not really have much of any benefit for the city because it doesn't affect the Heft, the Turnpike, which is where most of our residents are in fact affected. So it would be good to possibly be able to send them a message to say, if you're going to overhaul the system this year, make sure that the Turnpike is included in some form or fashion to help the city. So that would give us an option. If the meeting goes well tomorrow, then we could call a special call. So, okay, so that's the plan. Do I need a motion to defer of any type?
You want to defer it to well, we don't know when we're deferring it.
Can we
Just gonna leave it open, or we don't need to take action on it at this point? Okay. Tab 25.
Okay. Tab 25 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, indicating the official intent of the city to issue tax-exempt bonds or notes in the amount of up to $2.5 million to finance the cost of acquisition of land, construction of an expansion to an electric utility substation, and payment for other necessary costs relating to the city's electric utility system, and to use a portion of the proceeds of such bonds or notes to reimburse expenditures paid or incurred prior to the date of issuance thereof, providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution indicating the city's official intent to borrow through entering into a bank loan an amount not to exceed $2.5 million to finance the cost of the Renaissance substation expansion, the purchase of land for a future substation, and other improvements.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, open to the public. Any questions or comments on this item from the public? Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm not in a hurry, if you're not. Edward Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane. $2.5 million bond. That kind of sounds to me like referendum. Am I mistaken that you're indebting us for $2.5 million and that's okay? Is this coming out for a referendum like the other bond issue that we're indebted, the $2.5 million, or you just go ahead and indebt us for another $2.5 million? I'm not sure. You're talking about authorizing it. On what basis? Did you ask the taxpayers for a referendum on a bond? Isn't that required to get a bond from the taxpayers? I'm confused. Maybe Attorney can help.
Any additional public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Carlos?
Yeah, first of all, this is only an intent resolution. The actual ordinance to issue or to approve the bank financing would come to you at a later date. And no, it would not require a referendum. That's usually required when we're pledging the city's, it's for general obligation bonds when you're using property taxes. In this case, what we're going to be pledging is basically the electric utility revenue, since it's only solely for the electric utility.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Council, do I have a motion to approve? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough? Yes. Councilman Guzman? Yes. Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Bailey? Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
8, public comment. We're still, let's see who's left. I know Mr. Powell is here, so I'll go ahead and call Mr. Powell while I'm looking through the rest. Please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Spare you the 3 minutes that I'm allowed of free speech. Only 3, as a matter of fact. And I don't know about the First Amendment, but I've emailed you one number of questions. I've given Ms. Sewell copies of that in case you don't read your emails. And since I never get any feedback, I don't know if you read them or not. And I have to get you on my email list because I email all day long and I never get replies. So maybe you'll reply to me. Mr. Gretzis used to. He doesn't anymore. Mr. Breyer, he would. Mr. Nakan, he used to. I don't get, nobody likes me anymore. I don't know why. Okay? But I'm going to spare you that. If you want copies, she has them. I emailed you, and I'm going to spare you next month. I will ask those questions. You'll have a month to prepare answers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, rather than go through this long list, which I don't think there's anyone left, is there anyone here that filled out a public comment card that would like to speak and is here? And I'll look for your name. Seeing none, I will close the public comment. Business from the city manager. City attorney.
I have to request one executive session in a new case. It's McDonough versus Mata et al. It's case number 19-8886-CA-01 in the 11th Judicial Circuit for Miami-Dade County.
Perfect, thank you. Reports from mayor and council. Is there anybody that would like to really make a report? Yes? I'll go down the list. We'll do it. All right. Now, is there anybody? I don't want to not let anybody speak. Yeah, Councilman Roth, go ahead.
For the Public Art Committee, if we can bring it back to the Cal, so we can discuss it and figure out how we're going to set this thing up, because we have people in waiting, and they're close to getting their documents done finally after almost 10 years, I think it's been, since they've been able to put their, what do they call that? The PAC board. They're working on their what? Yeah. Correct. They've almost got it complete, right? But we've got people waiting in the wing, and we've got some procedural things we got to get through. So if we can bring it back to the next meeting just to discuss it, so we that everybody knows what they're supposed to do and how they're going to do it, let's do it.
All right, so
Good?
put it on the Cal for discussion? Or?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Anything else? Motion to adjourn? All in favor say aye. Do you want to speak? Yeah, I wanted to speak. All right, hold on. Councilman Maldonado would like us all to sit back down. Councilman Maldonado is recognized for anyone that'll listen.
Any staff member that wants to listen to me, I'd greatly appreciate it. Simple. I think this is more for Julio or Dennis. Everyone else can get out of here. Dennis, sit down. The question is in regards to the new sidewalk on 12th Avenue. I saw that it's been built. Who built that? Is that ours, our product? The sidewalk on 12th and on Maury, is it Maury and Kingman?
Yeah, we're installing a sidewalk on Maury, and it's going to go to the bridge down 162. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that one.
That's the
and then
one
who's in charge of maintaining all the foliage that's around there? That's kind of overgrown. Who's in charge of? Yeah, there's a lot of foliage on it. Saw people walking through there, just kind of walking around all the foliage that was falling over. Who's in charge of that?
I'll take a look at it.
Thank you. Okay, now you guys can leave.
All right, we're adjourned officially.